How are you feeling? How long have you been here?
3 months, May 17th.
And what brought you?
That's difficult to answer.
Eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital.
That's difficult to answer.
this the end? There's a noise inside my head of crying people facing death. Is this the end? Is this the end? Oh, I'm burning in the dystopia. There's no place to hide. I'm burning in the dystopia. This is the final time. What have we done to the world? What have we done to the world? I'm burning in the dystopia. There's no place to hide. I'm burning in the dystopia. This is the final
What's up, guys? Happy Friday. Is it hot as hell where anyone else lives? I was outside for like 2 hours today, and I was so miserable. It was so warm. I was like, oh, like I live in New Hampshire. Y'all, it's not supposed to be hot in New Hampshire. I live in New Hampshire because I am white, and I am not designed to be in the heat. And I grew up in New England. I'm a person of the fucking snow. Okay. I'm one of those people where I could wear shorts outside during the winter. I know how to drive in the snow. I'm actually really good at driving in the snow. I don't like it to be this warm. I would much rather it be really cold and then I get to sit in front of a heater somewhere or in front of a fireplace more ideally. And it's just not like that right now, and it's not fair. It's not fair, and it sucks, and I hate it, and I want it to be winter again. And so I can, or at least fall. Okay, can we compromise? Can it just be fall? Fall is really like the perfect season, especially in New Hampshire. Fall is amazing in New Hampshire. The leaves all change color. It's so beautiful. The weather is perfect. It's like 40s, 50s, 60s. That is like so beautiful. Fall has a distinct smell. Like, and I don't know how to explain. If you live in a place that doesn't have fall, I don't know how to explain, but there is a very distinct smell that is in the air during fall where you just you walk outside one day and all of a sudden you're like, oh, yep, it's fall. Like the summer is over. You can actually smell it. And it's the perfect season. And the best beers are in the fall too. Oktoberfest beers, pumpkin beers, the very best craft beers are in the fall every year. It's so amazing. So can we just make it fall all the time? We don't need to go so far as winter. I know some of you don't like snow and you're afraid of it and all that stuff, even though, you really shouldn't be. Snow can be your friend. It can be really fun, like if you go skiing and things. But can we just have some compromise? Because it's way too effing hot today. Anyway, happy Friday, guys. We did it. We made it to happy hour. Now, happy hour is a stream on the channel where we watch drama content. We watch, just other things going around the internet. We are not analyzing the left today. This is our day off. On Saturdays, we do Socialism Saturday, so we will be doing a Socialism Saturday tomorrow if you're really looking for the hardcore, radical, revolutionary socialism. And so you can come back at 6 p.m. tomorrow if you're looking for the left, because we're not doing the left today. We are not. We are doing Candace. And I got to be honest, like I really had a hard time trying to figure out what do I even watch today. And I asked around and no one had any good suggestions about what to watch today. And I was like, well, I know Candace just got sued. And I actually watched the first video that we're going to watch already of Candace talking about the lawsuit. And I think it's actually really good and really entertaining. And so we're going to watch some Candace Owens today. And actually, Candace has a lot of interesting videos out. This might be another marathon stream where I potentially pass out drunk on the stream. That could happen because I do drink beer on happy hour. And I've got 5 beers sitting at my foot right here. So I could conceivably go for a while. I just spun some more yarn because I was about to run out of my blue yarn for my project. I'm full up on yarn. I've got a whole cooler full of beer at my feet here. And we've got several hours worth of Candace Owens videos to watch, not just on the lawsuit with Brigitte Macron, which is like crazy and kind of hilarious and kind of amazing, and it's definitely going to bring us fodder. But Candace has also started a series on Jeffrey Epstein. And I got to be honest, like the Epstein stuff is something that I really I was never fully hinged in on all the intricate details of the Jeffrey Epstein stuff. And I watched that interview with Tucker Carlson and Daryl Cooper. What was it? Did we do that last week? Where they were talking about it. And I still found it kind of a little bit hard to follow, if I'm honest. I feel like that was sort of an interview for people who knew more about, like, I know obviously I know the basic mise en scène with Jeffrey Epstein. I understand basically what happened, but I'm interested in going back into the details of like the whole situation. And I think that, you know, Candace, for all her faults, and she does have many, Candace has many faults. I don't like Candace. On a personal level, I do not like Candace. I think Candace is a narcissist. I would not trust Candace with basically anything. I would never trust Candace Owens. I think that, listen, even if I've had a little falling out with the Groypers, I think that what Candace Owens did in terms of like ambushing Nick Fuentes with like a struggle session was absurd on so many levels. And it was really unfair to Nick, and she could have had a great interview with Nick. And no, she just shot herself in the foot. And so I think that based on like what she did to Nick Fuentes alone, Candace is kind of like unforgivable to me. But Candace does actually do really good content. We can all agree on that, right? Candace's content is entertaining. It's like the in-depth investigation she does actually sometimes are really good. The Brigitte Macron series, if people haven't seen Becoming Brigitte, listen, I was skeptical about Candace and this Becoming Brigitte thing too. And actually, I watched the entire series almost on a happy hour stream several you know, what is it, like months ago, I guess. So we watched almost the entire Becoming Brigitte stream, like series she did. And I went into that series very skeptical. I was like, Candace is, I was like, oh goodness, we have people in my Twitter. Hang on. We need to block someone on Twitter. See, the Christians are very happy with me on Twitter today because I've called them out for being Jewish. And so when you call Christians out for being Jewish, this is the kind of stuff that you can expect them to chat in, because they're showing their good Christian behaviors. So we just need to take a second to block this person because they're going to annoy me until I block them. And then we're going to make it so they can't talk anymore. Ding. Mute. Delete. And then we block this person. And we never have to hear from them again. Goodbye. See, Twitter makes it more difficult to do this than it reasonably should be, but whatever. We worked it out. Anyway, so Candace's Becoming Brigitte series, I went into it very skeptic. I was very skeptic. I was like, Candace, you're making this shit up. There's no way the First Lady of France could actually be a man. I have to say, I walked away from that series going, Candace Owens is absolutely right. I 1000% believe it. She did such a good job of laying out the information in a really kind of just like, it was paced very well in terms of Candace. I thought it was a little slow at times, but actually what she was doing is she was giving people a chance to process all of the information. And so on the whole, once you got to the end of that series, you were like, holy shit, Candace Owens is right. And so the Becoming Brigitte series, if you guys haven't seen it, and I know it's weird and I know people don't want to think about this stuff, but it really, 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 really is rather amazing. And it was very well done. And so even though I think that Candace Owens is a raging fucking narcissist who I have absolutely no desire to hang out with, and again, we have more Christians on the chat on X, because this is how the good Christians behave when you piss them off on Twitter. They call you names, they insult you because the Christians are being very, very Christ-like because their feelings are hurt. Isn't it so sad and pathetic that the Christians can't find the Christians are absolutely incapable of arguing their points in an intellectually honest way. Completely fuck off incapable. It's actually amazing. But they do this, and then we just keep blocking them. We just keep blocking them because that's all we can really do. There we go. Blocked again. Okay, back to this. So we're gonna watch. So when Candace got sued this week by Brigitte Macron, I have to say, like, it was actually it was an interesting experience because I had watched the entire Becoming Brigitte series, and even though I dislike Candace personally, I have to say, you always have to give credit where credit is due. She did a fabulous job in that series. And I think that anyone who has actually sat down and watched that series, I don't know how you can actually sit down and watch the whole thing and come away thinking Candace Owens is literally crazy. So you see all these people on Twitter now that Becoming Brigitte is now trending internationally because of the lawsuit. I think we're going to watch her show about that. Thanks, Naruto. So when Candace got sued the other day by Brigitte Macron, which I'm sorry, that's hilarious. The First Lady of France is suing Candace Owens because Candace Owens did a podcast based on a book about how the First Lady of France is a man. That's fucking hilarious. But when it happened this week, you started seeing all these influencers pop up, and they're posting these clips that are taken out of context of Candace, and they're all saying, Candace is done. Candace is going to go all this money to the Macrons. And Candace Owens is exposed. Candace Owens, it's over. It's over for her. She should just apologize and retract. And you see all these shill podcasters. And I was just looking at this happen on Twitter, and I'm like, not a single fucking one of you actually watched Candace's series, did you? Not a single one of you, the people that run your mouth all the time about this woman. And again, they're not, like, I could say many things that I don't like about Candace Owens, but there's not a single one of those shill Zionist influencers who actually sat down and watched Candace's work and considered it for the merit rather than for, like, you know, whatever owns they want to do on Twitter. Yeah, long live the Streisand effect, motherfuckers. Long live the Streisand effect. And you know what? This is how we know that the right doesn't actually believe in meritocracy, by the way. Like, the right saying, we believe in individualism and meritocracy, and people should only get hired based on meritocracy, and you should only get into college based on meritocracy. The right doesn't give a flying fuck about meritocracy. The right overlooks some of the hardest working people and some of the most intellectually honest people. I'm not saying Candace is intellectually honest. I'm just saying in general, because I don't think Candace is intellectually honest. But the right overlooks, like, actual merit-based work all the time. Becoming Brigitte was very, 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 very well done. And the fact of the matter is I would bet all the money in my bank account that Candace worked with her lawyers on that every single step of the way. Because I can't imagine that Candace was going to, like, Candace is smart. Again, I don't personally like her, but Candace is smart. Candace has her lawyers on speed dial. I would bet you the lawyers signed off on literally every single thing that they did. The lawyers were obviously involved in trying to communicate with the French president and his wife the whole time. I can't imagine that they weren't anticipating this on some level. And I have to say, I think Candace is going to win. I think I want we're gonna watch Candace's initial reaction to it. I've already watched it, but I know some of you haven't, and I don't know. I kind of frankly like to see it again because it was a fire rant. Candace has been doing like the rant that Candace did about all the ways that this lawsuit is total bullshit. I absolutely agree with her. I think she's going to win. And that's probably and I'm here for it, man. I want the discovery. And so I have to give Candace credit. It's always best to give people credit even when you don't like them. Like Candace has delivered us just like the best gift in the history of the internet in that we're going to get to watch this lawsuit unfold, and it's probably going to take a long time because the French president and his wife are going to drag their feet, and they're going to try to because the French president and their wife it's like the only reason they're suing Candace is basically to say that they did. And so that they can lord it over everyone to say, oh, that defamatory podcaster, we sued her. And what they're hoping is that the trial takes a good long time, or the case, the whole lawsuit takes like a really long time, so they can just drag it out, so they can tell all their rich friends, like, we sued her, we sued her, we sued her, we sued her, we sued her. When in fact, in the end of the lawsuit, just like what happened recently, because the First Lady of France was suing another journalist recently, and guess what? The journalist won. So I think that Candace has delivered us a gift. And even though I don't like her, and even though I think she's a narcissist, and even though I think what she did to Nick Fuentes was fucked up, we have to acknowledge and salute her for that gift because we are all going to benefit from this and it's going to be great. Here's the one thing about Candace is absolutely right. You can't deny that Brigitte is inappropriate AF in many ways. Yeah, I mean, I think that that's very, very true, Shayna. Thanks for the super chat. Yeah, they're going to try to attempt to like bankrupt Candace, but Candace is married to a British aristocrat. And so I don't think that there's any way that they're going to bankrupt her. I guess we'll see. But so I thought what we could do is we could watch Candace's initial reaction to it, the breaking news that she is being sued for defamation, because her rant was just fire. And if you haven't seen it, you have to. Then Candace did a show like yesterday, I guess. Trump named in the Epstein files and Becoming Brigitte goes international. So this is like day 2 after she's been sued. But she's also talking about the Epstein files, which is relevant because Candace has 3 episodes of her series on the Epstein files out now. She's got the introduction, episode 1 and episode 2. And I thought we could just kind of make an evening of it and just watch a bunch of videos that Candace has done about first the Brigitte stuff and the Epstein stuff. And I've got a bunch of beer and we're just going to hang out. And that's what we're going to do. That's what we're going to do. And I'm going to go. I'm not guaranteeing we get through all the videos. I'm going to kind of go until I feel like stopping. Like if this Epstein series with Candace kind of sucks, then we won't like spend a lot of time on it. But I have a feeling she's going to do a really good job. She's probably been working with Ian Carroll. Not that I think Ian Carroll is right on everything because I don't. What do I have in my eye? Not that I think Ian Carroll is right about everything because I don't think Ian Carroll's right about everything. But I think that Ian Carroll actually kind of knows his stuff more than he doesn't. And so I think that he's probably been advising Candace on this Epstein stuff and walking her through it and helping her do the series. And it could just be a really interesting way to consume the content and get brought up to speed with everything that's going on. Because of course now Trump is trying to convince everyone that the Epstein story is a Democratic hoax. And it's just so absurd. Trump is like, I don't even know. Trump was like, I don't even know what you're talking about. There's no list. And now Trump is saying, hey, guess who's on the list? Bill Clinton and the former president of Harvard. And it's just like, okay, Trump, is there a list or isn't there? Because you just told us last week there wasn't a list, and now you're saying that Bill Clinton and the former president of Harvard are on the list. Okay, Trump, pick a story. Thanks, Suzanne. Yeah, true. Very, very true, Suzanne. Very, very true. So that's what we're going to be doing today, guys. I've got some beer. We'll talk about the beer in a second. Before we get into that, I have exciting news. So 2 things. I am working on starting to build out the archiving for the Center for Leftwing Studies. Now, last night, what I did, and this was just like a little side project, I just wanted to make a website out of this. I built a little zine directory, and these are some of the websites that we found where you can find far left zines. And so we are going to be doing a massive archive of our own of like PDFs of these zines, like independently from all of these providers. But in the meantime, I just thought it would be nice to have an archive because a lot of people don't even know where to look for far left propaganda when they first start researching it. And so we do now have a page where every time we find a zine website, because listen, there are like when you're looking for zines with the far left, they have just so many of these websites that are just repositories for this stuff. And so I thought I could give people a way just to be able to find those repositories while we're building out the directory. And so I've got the zine directory online. Anytime we find a new zine website, we can add it to this. And it's just super simple. But I have exciting breaking news, guys. Now, this might not look like much. But do you guys know how I've been telling you that I want to use the Center for Left-Wing Studies to build out an actual map of the far left? And we're going to build basically a way to track all the different far leftist groups in America. And one of the things I want to do is build out an actual map, which you see on the screen here. Well, I've been spending the last several nights tinkering around trying to figure out how to do this because I know enough to be dangerous with WordPress and stuff like that. And I have finally started to get the map to work. So basically what this is, and ignore don't worry about this stuff on the sidebar. All of the formatting of this is going to get cleaned up. But here's what we're going to be doing. And I am going to do a call for volunteers at some point, but I want to make sure I get the whole thing working first so that I have something for the volunteers to do, okay? Because I know a lot of people want to help out with this. This is a massive project. We're going to be mapping every single leftist organization in the country. This is literally going to take years. So as many people want to help out as possible, you can. And I'm just building out the system to make it easy. So basically what it is I've built a way to make posts for different groups that are on the left. And we're doing things like tracking, are they a national group? Are they a local group? Which tier are they on my Mapping the Modern Left framework? Are they tier 1 through 5? A little bit about the group and then their website and social media. And basically what happens is you put the post into this system. There's more information on the back end that you have to put in, and you guys will see this once you start actually getting access to the system. And then based on that, no, we do this manually because we're not retards, and we actually want to look at what we're doing. We are not automating this, guys. We're not automating this. There's no function on the computer or through AI that can automate this. I promise you. We have to do this manually, and it has to be people I train that actually know what the left is. Otherwise, we're going to get all sorts of bullshit in here, and I want this to be a very, very clean tool. And if it takes us longer to do it, to have the data be clean and to have everything be organized and to have it not be AI slop bullshit, that's what we're going to do. So basically what it is we make an entry like this. There's some additional information on the back end. And then once we make that entry, it automatically populates onto the map. So it actually will show us, here's the Democratic Socialists of America. Here's all their stuff. And we are actually going to build out a map of the modern activist left in the United States. Now, this isn't entirely fixed yet. There's still some technical problems with the map that I'm working with I'm working with a group to troubleshoot it. So, but I want people to know, this is actually really exciting. I had to figure out a way to hook 3 different things together in WordPress to be able to make this work. And what I'm going to be able to do is when you volunteer to be a part of this, if that's something you want to do, you're going to be able to be an editor, in the website. So you can add things to this. You can add your own entries. And I just want to make sure, again, the only people that are going to be allowed to be a part of this are people that I have trained, are people that I trust, are people that come to the socialism streams and know their stuff, because I want to make sure, no, bro. Did you not listen? See, this is the problem with most people on the internet. They don't fucking listen when I tell them things. No, we are doing this manually. We are not creating automated AI slop bullshit. The data that I have is going to have actual integrity. Otherwise, you end up with data Republican like the conservative retards have, doing all sorts of AI shit that isn't even accurate. We are going to manually do this so that we can trust the data integrity. And you are not going to be involved, my friend, because you don't know how to listen. I don't know why this is so difficult. But this is very exciting, and I'm really stoked about this. And this is all part of my all part of my Center for Leftwing Studies, which is my new nonprofit that I've just launched to be able to research and archive this information. And we're going to make some cool stuff, and we're going to have access to data that literally no one else on the right has access to. And we're going to make it all publicly available because I want people to be able to, hang on. Gosh. I want people to be able to research directly, and I want to be able to connect with other people who are interested in having serious discussions about the left. People coming in and saying, just scrape the data off the websites. This is not a serious discussion. This is not what we're doing. We are going to create the largest map and archive that exists to the far left in the United States. We will do this over a course of years if we need to. We will do it all manually so we know the data is accurate. And so then we're going to be able to have a resource that we can use to actually research the far left, to research how all of this stuff evolved, to research what the activists are actually doing. We're not talking about the philosophy. We're not talking about papers that are written 200 years ago. I want to know what the actual activist groups are doing right now. We're going to build out a way to track all of these things in real time using all publicly available information. And I'm going to make all this stuff public so that as many people who want to research this and want to be serious about this can actually do it. Instead of like complaining on Twitter and reading on Twitter and memeing on Twitter and doing stupid AI analysis that isn't even accurate and spreading out a whole bunch of disinformation like that Shill Data Republican account has done. We are going to do it right. And then people can either utilize the data or not. But I've already been pretty thrilled with the amount of people that I've had coming through saying they want to be a part of this or even financially supporting it. Some of my longest term supporters are actually coming out of the woodworks and saying, you know, Karlyn, I'd like to start making monthly gifts to this. And I think that's awesome. And I appreciate it because gifts you make to the Center for Leftwing Studies are actually tax deductible. So what I'm really looking for with this, if I'm being perfectly transparent about what I want, I'm like, if people want to donate to this and you want to make a tax deductible gift to what I'm doing to support it, that's awesome. And I will definitely take your money. What that money will be used for is the technology that we're using on the back end. It will also be used for paying people that I want to become more like intimately involved with the organization and stuff like that as we get up and running. I will not be taking a salary from this, at least not at the beginning, maybe eventually, but I'm not going to be taking like a big salary or anything. I have other money that I'm living off of. This is to actually set up a nonprofit that can exist in perpetuity, creating an archive about like all of the primary source information we have. But what I'm really going for with this is I want to get grants, or I just need one rich person. If you have a rich uncle, now is the time to call the rich uncle, okay? Because here's what I know about nonprofits, and I do have some nonprofit experience, just this much. Rich people love making gifts to nonprofits because it gives them a huge fuck off tax write-off. And so if they've got a bunch of money and they're looking for a way to make a tax write-off of some sort, they give to stuff like this. And I just need one rich person. I just need one. I need one of you that has a rich uncle or a rich father or something else to go and say, have you thought about investing in this sort of thing? And then if we just get one person to give us like a lot of money, like we are going to be able to make we're going to be able to do something really cool. Like I think a lot about like organizations like Moms for Liberty. Moms for Liberty has done fuck off nothing with tens of millions of dollars. They've done fuck off nothing with tens of millions of dollars. And I think that is this McCarthyism? I damn well hope so. Yes. Yes, I think we need to have a new era of McCarthyism. Do you think that sways me? By saying, excuse me, ma'am, isn't this McCarthyism? Yes, it is. Explicitly. Moms for Liberty got tens of millions of dollars, and what did they do? They got a couple books banned off of libraries, and they got people elected to school boards that ended up instilling gender ideology in the schools anyway. And so I just need to find one rich person to make a big gift to this. And then we're going to be able to create a lot of cool shit. I'm going to be able to hire people, and that would be rad. So that's really what I'm going for. It's going to be either I'm going to start writing. There's actually a couple grants that I'm already eyeing for stuff like this. So I'm going to be doing grant writing. I haven't done grant writing in a long ass time, but I have done it. And so that's what we're going to be doing again. Yeah, preferably a rich uncle who wants to remain anonymous. Otherwise, you'll be negotiating on the daddy war. Yeah, that's true. Like I need someone with a rich uncle who that uncle wants to remain anonymous, but they really want to support stuff like this because they understand the benefit of making an archive for history. So, hey, look at that. Average person, thank you. And remember to take your tax write-off. Take every single... I have been through an IRS audit because of January 6th. They fucking audited me. And now I know how... Actually, you know what? In retrospect, getting audited by the IRS was probably one of the best things that ever happened to me because now I know exactly how they do it. And so now I know exactly how to take like literally every single tax write-off I can possibly take ever. Because, you know, when the IRS audited me, like there were actually things that I could have taken as write-offs on my taxes the years they audited me that I didn't take. But then when they audited me, I said, can I go back and actually add more deductions to these taxes since we're going over everything anyway? And the IRS was like, yes, you can. And I was like, all right. And so when I got audited, I basically used it as an opportunity to figure out how I could make every single possible thing I've ever done a tax deduction. And the IRS said I was allowed to do everything. And so I won. I beat the IRS in the audit. They can fuck off. Nope, you don't. If a tax write-off is a tax write-off. So nope, you don't. I beat the IRS. I beat the IRS. And now I know how to take every tax write-off ever. And so when you make a donation to the Center for Left-Wing Studies, you should save that receipt and you should definitely take a tax write-off for that because I am officially fiscally sponsored by a 501c3 nonprofit organization, which is great. Anyway, so that's what's going on there. And so that's the update. Of course, also make sure you are subscribed to my Substack, which is the main place where you'll get updates to me about the far left. That's karlyn.substack.com. You can subscribe for free. You can also sign up for a membership, $8 a month, $80 a year. Now, this is my for-profit, so you don't get a tax write-off for the for-profit. We need to keep this as a for-profit to protect it from the government. But we can do the left-wing studies thing, like, you know, as a nonprofit because it's just smarter to do it that way. Anyway, make sure you sign up on the Substack, all that good stuff. And what the fuck are you even talking about? Okay. I don't think the podcast needs money. The podcast does not need money. What needs money is the Center for Left-Wing Studies so that I can hire people and build out an archive of information. This is actually the thing that needs money. This isn't a podcast. This is an actual project. Anyway. I got audited years ago, so no, I'm not going to go back and do a video about it now. Anyway, okay, so we are going to get into the Candace stuff, but before we get into the Candace stuff, I need a beer. Does anyone else need a beer? I need a beer. Hang on. Per usual. Oh, come on. Looking for a place to put my keyboard. Per usual, I have gone to the craft beer store and I picked out 4 craft beers. I'm probably not going to drink all these beers on stream, although we're going to be watching a lot of content today. I might drink all these beers on stream. We're going to have to see how drunk I get on today's stream. And I drink beer 1, maybe 2 days a week. I might have a beer or 2 beers on Socialism Saturday. So people can make fun of me if I get drunk all they want. I don't really care. It's Friday and it's happy hour and I will drink if I want to. So the tradition we have on happy hour is I go and get 4 craft beers from the craft beer store. I tell you about those craft beers because craft beer is awesome. And if you aren't a beer drinker, you really should be. And then you guys get to vote on which beer I drink first. And I think I know which beer you guys are going to vote for. I think I know which one you're going to vote for, but we're going to go through this process anyway. Because you guys are going to want to torture me. And I've given you a beer where you could conceive it's either going to torture me or it's going to be the greatest beer that's ever been beered. So let's start off with this one. I got this one from Drecker Brewing Company purely based on the can. Drecker Brewing Company is a brewing company I drink a lot, and I always forget where they're located. North Dakota. They do a lot of really good sour beers, but I saw this can, and it says, "That's a real nice ski mask," is the name of the beer. And I was like, what is that? And it's a dark lager. And I've never had just a regular lager from Drecker Brewing Company. I love their sours. I drink their sours quite a bit. They always do a real good job. But based on the can alone, I had to buy that just because that is an epic design. And I like dark lagers, and so it might be good. So that is option number 1. That is the Ski Mask Dark Lager. The next one is another strawberry rhubarb ale. I did have a strawberry rhubarb ale last week, but it was a different strawberry rhubarb ale. This is from Burlington Beer Company. So this is from Burlington, Vermont. It is a communist beer, but it's really pretty. It's called Firefly Forest. And this is a fruited sour ale with strawberries, rhubarb, and sea salt. And that's probably going to be delightful. So that's option number 2. Option number 3, I already see people commenting in the chat about this. I just had a craving for vanilla beer today for some reason. And this is the only one they had. And this is actually a beer. You can get this beer nationally. I've seen this beer all over the country. Great North Brewing. This is the Robust Vanilla Porter. It is actually a good solid beer. I don't drink it. It's 6.5% alcohol, so it's more alcohol than normal. I don't drink it all that often because it is like a mass-produced beer, and I typically like to do more like small batches and more craft breweries and stuff like that. But it is actually a really solid beer. So if you're ever looking for a nice vanilla beer, you can probably get this where you are. Robust Vanilla Porter is our third option. And now we have to get to the beer that I think you guys are going to pick to torture me. We'll see. But I have to try it. I have to. It is from Prairie Artisan Ales, which you guys know Prairie Artisan Ales is a brewery in Oklahoma. They do small batch craft beer, and they're really expensive, but they're also really good. And I have to say, I've never actually had a beer from Prairie Artisan Ales that I haven't enjoyed. And so I'm going to take the challenge. Spicy Pickle Monster. This is a pickle beer. Sour ale with spicy dill pickles, orange, lemon, and lime. And could that can be any better? Could that can be any cooler? I mean, come on. That's a great design for a can. So yeah, we have a pickle flavored beer as one of our options. So Naptown, I got some content for you. Actually. I'm glad you showed up. I was anticipating Marty was going to show up. But since Naptown is here, I've got content for you. But Naptown, let me get to that content in a second, and I'll do the content. I'll do the content as people are voting. So again, our options are the Ski Mask Dark Lager from Drecker Brewing. We have the Strawberry Rhubarb Ale from Burlington Beer Company. We have the classic Robust Vanilla Porter. And we have the pickle beer. And I think I know which one you guys are going to pick. And I don't even think it's going to be close. But you know what? Maybe you guys will prove me wrong and you'll give me something else. That's okay. I can drink multiple beers. Hey, Naptown. I've got some content for you while people are voting. So, you know, last night I said something spicy on Twitter. Let's just get this out of the way, and that way we can have the rest of our stream. Last night I said something spicy on Twitter. And what I said was, Christianity is literally Jewish. When you understand this, so many of the challenges we face will become very clear. Now, listen, folks, I don't care if you're a Christian. It makes no difference to me if you, in particular, are a Christian. You are allowed to believe whatever you want, but I am not a Christian. And I've been thinking about this a lot lately. I think that Christianity is literally Jewish. I think that Christianity was created by a small group of very elite Jewish people. Not all Jews. We have to say this. I'm not saying all Jews. I'm saying a small group of elite Jewish people 2,000 years ago. I think it was created to control people who are not Jewish. And I actually really do believe that. This is not just me being spicy on the internet. But having this opinion does afford me opportunities to be spicy on the internet. And you guys know I like to do that because I've been doing these CQ spaces lately. I haven't been speaking on them, but I've been listening to them and I've really been enjoying them. And I've been talking to like Amalek and Adam Green and some other people in these spaces. And I'm just like really enjoying this type of thing. So if you are a Christian and you are personally offended at my position, I'm very sorry, Christians, but I'm allowed to have opinions on the internet. I'm allowed to have opinions that differ from yours. If you don't agree with me, that's fine. I'm not going to call you a horrible person. I'm not going to try to, I'm not going to try to convert you. I don't actually care what you believe. It makes no difference to me. It is your business. It is not mine. So just like keep your feelings in check. All right. But this is actually my opinion and I'm going to express it on the internet because I'm allowed to. And, a lot of people are really upset about this. And they were in my replies all last night being upset about it. But at the same time, like, it was also entertaining for me. Well, who was all in his feelings about that? Does anyone want to guess? Does anyone want to fucking guess who was having feelings? Does anyone want to guess in the chat? Who was having feelings? When it is so stupid that he's still having feelings, but he is a Pisces and he cannot help. He cannot help but have feelings. He cannot help but have feelings. And it's so stupid too. Because, listen, man, I'm having a good time with this. I'm enjoying calling Christianity Jewish. Amalek is having a good time with this. Adam Green is having a good time with this. HT is having a good time with this. All the men that do these CQ Twitter spaces are having a good time with this. Everyone's getting along. No one's causing problems. And now Big Tech has declared that he wants to be a Christian again because I'm involving myself in the anti-Abrahamic spaces. We were so close. We were so close. We were so close. We had a good moment. Everyone was laughing. Everyone was having a good time. I let him win when I didn't need to say that he won because I actually think we both won. I got unblocked. I got to level out the situation. I really thought that maybe everything can just be nice. One day later, what did I get? 1 or 2 days. I got less than 48 hours of peace before I have Big Tech declaring on the internet that he is now becoming Christian because I'm listening to a Twitter space because he's all in his feelings about me. He could just why can't he just say you know what? Everyone's having fun with this and act like a normal human being. No, he can't do that. Why? Because he's a Pisces. And they don't know how to do it. Yeah, it's the most Pisces thing you can possibly do. Yep. So I just want to remind Big Tech of something that I think he may have forgotten about. Because, Big Tech made me apologize to him and all this stuff. And I did just because I just wanted it to be peaceful. But one of the things that Big Tech said to me when we were still fighting is he said, Karlyn, who got to Adam Green first? I got to Adam Green first. And that's true. That's true. Big Tech did get to Adam Green first. But I just want to remind Big Tech that when he was in Bible college, because did you guys know Big Tech went to Bible college? Did you guys know that he wanted to be a preacher at some point? I just want to remind Big Tech that you want to talk about who got to Adam Green first. Not only was I never a Christian, I have literally never been a Christian. I have never been involved in churches. I have never gone to Bible college in anticipation of becoming a preacher. Well, I was in college fighting with Christians from my dorm room at Boston University because I used to do that just as a hobby. I was fighting Christians in my dorm room at Boston University just for fun. While I was fighting with Christians at Boston University, Big Tech was at Bible college in California. I'm pretty sure it was in California. So I'm just saying, bro, you want to talk about who got there first? I was actually never a Christian, so I'm pretty sure I beat you on that. And it's okay to have feelings about that. It's fine. You're a Pisces. You're going to have feelings about every effing thing. But I'm just saying, couldn't this have just been a moment where we were all working together? Couldn't this have just been a moment where, I had something that was pissing a lot of people off? Ian Malcolm was replying to this saying, Christ is king, bro. You got Elijah Schaefer responding to this. This could have been a moment where we all came together and we all saw our common enemy, which is Christians acting literally Jewish. And we all just could have been on the same page. But no, because I'm involved, the Pisces has to have feelings, and apparently the war is not really over. Who said, by the way, that this wasn't actually a real thing? So dumb, so stupid. So he can go on and on and on the internet about how I'm a horrible, ugly, awful person and he doesn't like me and blah, 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 blah. And he's going to go be a Christian now, whatever. I'm still going to do these Twitter spaces and I'm still going to enjoy them. And if he wants to have feelings about that, he's allowed to. All right. That's it. That's it. That's all the Naptown content. Yeah. There's no Tekken team. Exactly. There's no Tekken team. All right. Which beer did you guys vote for? Hang on. Yep. Pickle beer it is. Pickle beer it is. Do you guys want to see what the pickle beer looks like before we get started with the Candace episode? I wonder if it's going to be green. Let's see. Big Tech needs a martini and some lithium to calm down his inner 50s housewife. That's not a... He just needs to smoke a joint and relax. He used to be a stoner. He's not a stoner anymore, apparently, but maybe he should be. Maybe he should be. It looks like pickle juice. Holy shit. Yeah, he's summoning Algoth. You know, that's actually what it is, right? He didn't get to fight with me enough. This is what I said. He just wants to fight with me. He claims, he's like, Karlyn, I just want peace. I just want peace. I just don't want drama. I just want peace. I just want peace over and over again. And then we literally have peace. We literally have peace. We literally have a moment where we're both smiling and laughing and it's nice. And what does he do? He starts another fight. I didn't start the fight. He started the fight. So, you know, whatever. Cheers. Let's see what this tastes like. It does smell like pickle juice. That's so good. Holy shit. I'm going to go buy a 6-pack of these. I'm not even joking. This is delicious. Holy shit. Yeah. Yep. Yep. Winning beer. Winning beer. Spicy pickle monster from Prairie Artisan Ales. It's actually really good. So I don't know if you guys have any of you ever had like dill potato chips? There are some companies that make dill potato chips. I've tried them a couple times just because it's interesting, and I actually like them. Like, I like dill potato chips. I can't eat chips ever now because I will grow a third ass if I do, because that's just like what happens when you get older. But like back in the day in the before times where I didn't gain weight for just eating a single potato chip, I did like dill potato chips, and they were really good. And this tastes like dill potato chips. So beer win. Everyone's winning. All right, let's go back. Hang on. Let's watch some Candace, shall we? Let's watch some Candace. So we're going to get into Candace's episode. I love pickle-flavored shaved ice treats. I didn't even know they made shaved ice treats. Okay, so this is the episode where Candace did. This is like her announcing that she's being sued by Brigitte Macron. Has anyone seen this? One in the chat if you've already seen Candace's kind of rant about the Macron lawsuit. 2 in the chat if you haven't. Thank you for reminding me there's a super chat, Naruto. I appreciate it. HG Tudor won't talk about Jordan Peterson for whatever reason, but he'll do a video. Did HG Tudor do a video about this? Oh, shit. We might have to watch that. HD Tudor did a video about Candace Owens and Brigitte Macron. We might have to watch that. Thank you, Naruto. I appreciate that update. So 1 in the chat if you've seen this, 2 in the chat if you haven't. Okay, good 50-50 split. It's a good rant, guys. Even if you've seen it before, it's a good rant. So let's get this party started.
The life of Candace Owens, it works like this. I wake up, I stretch, I have a cup of coffee, and then I am served with a lawsuit. I think that's the morning routine, my friends. That is clearly my morning routine. It is so effortless. And today I have been sued by the first lady man of France. So let's just go, guys. Let's just go. Welcome back to Candace.
I missed that last time I watched this. I didn't see the ET. That's hilarious. I really wish Candace wasn't a narcissist and I could like her, but
you know what? It's one
whatever.
of my favorite movies, and there may never be a more appropriate time in my life for me to roll this clip. So let's roll it.
Are you not entertained?
Are you not entertained?
Are you not entertained? Is this not why you are here?
That's why you're here. That's why you're here.
Yeah. It is.
That's how I feel right now.
Candace.
Me receiving my papers today. By the way, another lovely individual who delivered those papers to me. I really got to say, Tennessee, we are absolutely crushing it. The people that deliver the papers are just fantastic.
I have to say,
they're
listen,
so kind. They're always.
I think Candace is taking exactly the right attitude with this lawsuit. Why does this look so weird? I think Candace is. Oh, I know why. There we go. I think Candace is taking exactly the right attitude with this lawsuit in that she's just like, come at me, bitch. I love it.
Of mine. Anyways, I am floored. Are you floored?
Yes.
Because this is just goofy. You are officially
True,
a
Candace.
very goofy man, Brigitte. But I got to give it to you. You've definitely got balls. Fire everybody around you. And I mean literally everyone around you who told you that this was a
This
good idea.
beer is
That this
so
was a
good. Oh
very
my
good
God.
idea for you to be the
Shockingly
first
good.
sitting first lady of a country to file a lawsuit against a journalist of another country. You are literally making history in all the wrong ways. And I want to be very clear here right at the top that this is obvious, very clear that it is an obvious and desperate public relations strategy. That's what this is. Where do we even begin? Okay, so let's rewind this. In case you're new here, a few weeks ago, Brigitte finally lost her defamation claim against two journalists, which was taking place for years, by the way, over in France. It was the most viral story worldwide. Everyone's going, okay, obviously something is here. She's been clinging to this defamation claim, saying, oh, well, I'm suing them for defamation, and this is not true. And Brigitte's world, therefore, came crashing down because that was her only effective PR strategy. That was the only thing that they used to dissuade the rumors that she was born a man. It was an absolute farce of a lawsuit, which relied upon the public not knowing the details of the lawsuit at all. In short, the lawsuit was not about whether or not she was born a man. Okay, that's not the claims of defamation that she was bringing against them, but rather it was very particular, and it was about whether or not Natasha Ray and Amandine Roy misspoke when Natasha said that a document that they had received throughout their investigation appeared to her to be fraudulent. I mean, they were getting really petty. She basically was like, if you make a mistake, I'm going to sue you for defamation. And of course, when you're working with people who won't answer basic questions, you are bound to make little mistakes. But like I said, Brigitte's entire PR strategy hinged upon public ignorance. And then the public ignorance went away when I did the Becoming Brigitte series, because people realized you only have to get one episode into that thing, okay?
It's true.
You realize these are
Actually,
not outlandish allegations.
It's
These are
true.
not allegations coming from the quote-unquote far right or the quote-unquote far left. These are not allegations that are coming from deep on a Reddit feed, okay? This is the reality. It is a couple in reality that has been involved in way too many pedophilic scandals, okay? Scandals that are related in some way or another to pedophiles. People that they've worked with, people that they were friends with, artists that they've hired. Things just didn't look right. Then, of course, I invited you guys to recognize that the press in France lied about their origin story. They lied about everything. They tried to present them as some modern couple, telling us that she was so hot. She was Claudia Schiffer. And even though he was 14, she was just irresistible. And then you see this picture and you're going, what? That's a picture? The hot teacher that the press was trying to sell so people wouldn't question this odd relationship. A person that's 40 being attracted or alleged to be 40. I actually think Brigitte's older than that. Is attracted to a 14-year-old boy. That's disgusting. It's perverted, no matter what.
That
this
is
an incredibly
crazy.
perverted story.
I'm just thinking about that because like that would be like me being attracted to a teenager, and like I cannot even tell you guys like I cannot. Okay, listen. I don't even find younger men to be good looking anymore. It's the weirdest thing that happens when you grow older. It's like, and I know that like, you know, men always want younger women, whatever, you know, I don't really care. But I like personally, I don't actually find younger men to be attractive at all in any way. They look like children to me. And it's just like, I can't imagine being a teacher and being attracted to a student. That's gross. It's gross and it's weird.
which centers around individuals who happen to surround themselves with other perverts. That's the reality. You cannot look away from that. And then, of course, right about the time that President Donald Trump personally called me and told me that Emmanuel Macron asked him to order me to just stop talking about his wife's penis, then the world knew something was going on here, because that's not normal. That is completely not normal for a sitting president to get on a plane to come over.
I cannot wait until Candace Owens calls Donald Trump as a witness in this trial. It's going to be like, there are going to be so many influencers that are going to have to apologize to Candace Owens after this. And it's going to be amazing.
And visit another sitting president, discuss Ukraine and Russia negotiations for world peace, and then to take him to the side and say, hey, so do you know Candace Owens is podcaster? Yeah, that was the moment where the world went, it's over, pack it up, go home. There's clearly something here. So Brigitte is now pivoting strategies. That's what's happening here. I told you already that they went to market in America to hire a crisis PR team on American soil. Again, a sitting president of a foreign country trying to hire a crisis PR team in America, that's not normal. And it is more than likely, and I'm surmising here, that crisis PR team was the one that gave them this advice. After they lost against Amandine Roy, Natasha Ray, they probably said, file another lawsuit. We know you can't win that lawsuit, but it doesn't matter. We just need you to file the lawsuit for the sake of press, that you can again say to people, oh, well, it's not true because look, I'm suing Candace Owens. If you need any more evidence that Brigitte Macron is definitely a man, it is just what is happening right now. The idea that you would file this lawsuit is all of the proof that you need. Okay. I have been in communication with their lawyers, or via our lawyers, like their lawyers and my lawyers have been speaking, phone calls, emails since January. She's now named her law firm. I protected that, but now we can tell you it's Claire Locke. Yeah. Okay.
True.
Claire Locke is representing Brigitte and Emmanuel Macron, has been in communication with us for months, and yet they did not send us a copy of the lawsuit. They did not give my lawyer a heads up that they were filing a lawsuit, but they did instead opt to give this lawsuit ahead of time to the Financial Times, the New York Times, CBS News. What does that tell you? It's a PR strategy. They don't care if they win. This is about running it through the press. And how much PR are we talking here? Claire Locke, Tom Locke, or Tom Claire, whatever his name is, they actually uploaded the lawsuit to their website, and then they gave CBS News a link to the uploaded lawsuit before I had been served, before my lawyer was even informed about it. I found out with all of you. I found out with the world. I found out from the Financial Times that I was being sued by the first couple of France. Not normal, guys. And even in the Financial Times, this is what's really funny, despite getting the exclusive on this story, and they must have gotten it yesterday, by the way, they definitely had to have received it at least yesterday, maybe even before then, because I think 3 people worked on the article. So this is not like they were breaking news. It was quite a long article. But even the Financial Times, despite getting the exclusive, they're kind of stating the obvious in the piece. They're like, yeah, this is a pretty steep mountain to scale. This has kind of never been done in the history of the world. Not sure what's up here. Specifically, the article reads, quote, the suit is a rare case of a serving world leader personally suing an online influencer over their content. It goes on to read, the Macrons face a high legal bar since U.S. defamation laws require public figures to show actual malice, meaning the person knew the information was false or had a reckless disregard for the truth. Making matters even more hilarious is the preschool principal that they have established here as the basis for their lawsuit. This is a quote from their lawyer, given to the Financial Times. It reads, quote, Owens has dissected their appearance, their marriage, their friends, their family, and their personal history, twisting it all
She's
into a
allowed
grotesque
to.
narrative designed to inflame and degrade, the Macron said in their filing. The result is relentless bullying on a worldwide scale.
These people are the first, it's the president and the first lady of France. These are not private people. These are world leaders. We are allowed to scrutinize their history. We are allowed to talk about their history. We are allowed to ask questions. Candace Owens is allowed to ask questions. and she can do it with whatever microphone she wants to do it, because this is America. This is not France. They can't control the media in America, and they're probably really upset about that.
Okay, so my first question is, how old are you? Are you 5 years old? Really? This is bullying is what you're coming at me with, which, by the way, is exactly what they're coming at Xavier Poussard with, which I should mention now. Xavier Poussard is not being sued for defamation. He's the one that wrote the book that I based my entire report on. They're not suing him for defamation. No. They're going, you're a bully. We're going to sue you. And then we're going to launch this lawsuit against Candace in the United States, not against you as a French citizen, because we know we can't win this, but it doesn't matter because courts take a long time to establish that. And in the meantime, we can just say, finally, that we're suing her. Secondly, the audacity for Brigitte Macron to call me a bully. When we just watched Brigitte physically assault her husband on the world stage, you pummeled him. You beat him. You're the bully. You're over here. Oh, I don't like Candace's words. You whooped your husband in front of the entire world on a plane. You're the bully. You're the bully, Brigitte. And you've been bullying him, I would bet, since he was 14 years old. I think you've been grooming him. And that's the worst kind of bullying in my viewpoint. By the way, I want to read you this from their lawsuit, because I obviously have not had time to read all of this, right? The Financial Times reported that the lawsuit also says that their filing includes a description of the circumstances in which they met. The president was a 15-year-old student at a Jesuit high school in Amiens when he first encountered Brigitte, then a 39-year-old married teacher with 3 children. So much of that is not true. Again, they're trying to say he's 15, he was 14. According to the filings, they, quote, formed a deeper intellectual connection when she directed a production of the 1971 Milan Kundera play.
Okay, again. As a woman of a certain age, which is obviously 29, but maybe I'm older than 29, all right? There is no universe in which I'm forming any sort of intellectual connection with a 14 or 15-year-old boy. That's not going to happen. I mean, I even look at men my own age, and I'm like, most of you act like fucking teenagers too. Like there's not even an intellectual connection to be had with most men my own age. Some men you can have an intellectual connection with, yeah. But it's just like, yeah, I'm ageless. I'm ageless, except I'm old enough to know that I'm not forming an intellectual connection with a teenager.
And his master, in which Macron played the lead role. And later, the two began meeting regularly to collaborate on another play. Their relationship, quote, remained within the bounds of the law,
gross
the filings
to even
say.
think about, right?
When the teenager's parents found out about his, quote, strong feelings for his teacher, they moved him to a different school. Before he left, he told her, whatever you do, I will marry you. Dude, you're such a creep. Like, the fact that you're stating this as a defense, and you're not even telling the truth here, okay? Because you can't ignore the facts of how old he was when he was in that play. You just can't. So happy to go through this in court. But do you realize how creepy you are? How creepy this sounds? His parents then took him away because I'm disgusting, right? Because I'm a creep. Because I had power over this student and tried to seduce him, not because I looked like Claudia Schiffer, because I'm just like a creepy old man. Like, that's what happened here. And you stating this is like, oh, it's so disgusting. Anyways, you have to also appreciate that their lawyer told the Financial Times that they're willing to fly to the United States for this lawsuit, right? They are willing to commute to the United States, to Delaware courts, where they filed this. But they were unwilling for some reason to allow us to fly to France to interview Brigitte, which we offered to do before we started the series.
Yep.
They were also unwilling to simply answer our yes or no questions that we emailed to them so that we could ascertain facts. We did all of this before we aired the first episode, which makes the opening lines of their lawsuit especially egregious. It's just the audacious, it's like the audacity of the lies that Claire Locke is now telling. This is what they write in their opening complaint. This is Claire Locke, ready? Can you pull up the opening lines where they say that we didn't allow them? Yeah. It says, in March of 2024, Candace, a right-wing podcaster, told the world that she would stake her entire professional reputation on the fact that Brigitte Macron is, in fact, a man, and then goes on to say, rather than engaging with President and Mrs. Macron's attempts to set the record straight, Owens mocked them and used them as additional fodder for her frenzied fan base. Okay, that's very interesting. So now we can just go ahead and show you when they contacted us. Actually, what they said was, she does not have to answer your questions about whether or not she is and always has been a woman. And we went back and told them, no, actually you do. And here are some more questions, and we're willing to sit down for an interview. I actually went into my computer today, found that letter we sent to them, and typed in the word interview to see how many times we mentioned the prospect of flying out to interview them. Again, we sent this letter to them before we ran the first episode of the show. So this was in early January. Let's pull up what we wrote here. Second, my lawyer tells them, your insistence that Mrs. Macron outright refuses to provide evidence of her gender alone creates significant reason to doubt her counsel-filtered denials. As such, Candace is interested in having Mrs. Macron comment on this controversy, and, as detailed below, Candace now extends Mrs. Macron a full opportunity to rebut the allegations at issue here. Should Mrs. Macron decline this opportunity, that fact, too, precludes a claim of actual malice.
See, this is why I say Candace worked with her lawyers every single part of the story to make sure that, like, she was in no real legal trouble. And this is why I absolutely believe that she's correct about the Macrons filing this lawsuit just to be able to say they did as a PR strategy. Because, you know, Brigitte Macron the Macrons just did a state visit to the United Kingdom. And it's like, you know, that's got to be weird, right? Like, to have other heads of state kind of looking at you, wondering, like, are you or are you not a man, sort of thing. And so I think that they literally just wanted to be able to say, oh, we're suing her for defamation. It's just a silly thing.
Okay, we can go on here. Elsewhere in this letter in which we wrote back to them, we wrote here, you state, because they did, that Mrs. Macron, and we quoted them here, does not owe Candace proof that she is and always has been a woman. But you are wrong for several reasons, and your statement on the matter, which we consider to be admissible evidence, precludes your claim of actual malice by itself. Elsewhere in that exact same letter, as my lawyer just completely obliterated all their arguments, we included a subheading that says, questions for a fair and balanced interview. You guys remember this? These are the famous questions they declined to answer. And you can see I was searching the word interview, which is why it's highlighted in yellow here. It says, as such, we offer any date and time during the months of January, February, and March of 2025 for an interview between Candace and your clients. Candace, her producer, and a videographer will fly to Europe and arrange for a translator and studio in which the Macrons can answer questions. As you know, the first remedy for a defamation plaintiff is mitigation by, quote, using available opportunities to contradict the lie or correct the error and thereby to minimize its adverse impact on reputation. We then listed the questions. To facilitate this interview, we offer the following questions in advance. Okay. We then list all of our questions, very simple questions. Did Brigitte Macron ever use the name Veronique? As an example, number 5, can you identify each child in the Amiens family photograph?
So if the First Lady of France was so concerned about Candace Owens, like, you know, telling the truth, why didn't they answer these questions? It would have been easy enough to say, like, you know, a simple answer. Did Brigitte Macron ever use the name Veronique? That's like a yes or no question. Is the man you showed at President Macron's investitures the same one pictured in the Trogneau family photograph? That's a yes or no question. Is the little girl pictured in the communion photograph, allegedly from 1963, the Brigitte Macron currently married to President Macron? That's a yes or no question. They could have just answered these questions. Why didn't they do it?
Did Brigitte Macron physically give birth to 3 children? I don't know. If I'm trying to avoid being defamed, I would very happily reply, yes, I, Candace Owens, I physically gave birth to 4 children. Okay, elsewhere, we can show you this, how we wrapped up this letter. Here are more of the questions, which you guys are welcome to pause and read in your own time. And then we can show you how we ended it.
21 questions.
We urge you to respond to this letter on or before January 23rd, 2025, so we can make arrangements to schedule an interview with the Macrons. We reserve all our clients' rights, claims, and remedies. This letter does not contain a full recitation of the facts underlying this matter. They did not reply to our answers. They did not tell us, yes, we'd like to interview or rebut things and say. They basically just said, she doesn't owe you anything. She's always been a woman. That's not how this works, okay? That's not how this works. You could have easily provided evidence or answered simple yes or no questions, which we would have said was an actual statement coming from you, but you've refused to do that in this context, just like you refused to do it overseas. It's why they overturned the defamation claim that you were holding on to, hoping that this would somehow prove that you weren't born a man, something that is so easy to debunk. Hi, where are the first 30 years of your life? Where are the photos of you raising Tefan? There should be so much. You say you have 3 kids. Did you take no photos of you having those kids the first day you held those kids? What about pictures from your wedding day? Tons of pictures from your wedding day. You've only shown that one, which was filtered through by Mimi Marchand, who we're going to talk about in a second. I want to be very clear. It is so obvious what you are doing, okay? You went to the Financial Times as opposed to contacting my lawyer, who you've had contact with.
And it's actually like,
you went to the,
you know, again, Candace is not my favorite person in the world. I think she's a narcissist. I don't trust her. I don't want anything to do with her, but it is so telling that all these shill influencers came out and was like, Candace is in big trouble now. Candace is going to owe the Macrons a lot of money now. And it was just so obvious they hadn't even looked at the work she did. And if you really think about this, these shill influencers who pretend that they are anti-establishment, could they have taken a more establishment position than taking the side of the president of France and the first lady of France against Candace Owens? Could they take a more establishment position than that? Always pay attention to people's behaviors. People's behaviors tell you what they really believe. If I've got an influencer that's like anti-establishment, never believe the government, blah, 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 and those people are taking the side of the president and first lady of France against Candace Owens because she did a podcast on the internet, those people don't actually believe the things they say they do.
Financial Times, because you're trying to appeal to a very specific type of person, a certain class of people that you have to face now, who now know that you have a penis. Okay, that's beyond obvious. Even in your filing, the filing actually reads this, and I quote, as a result of the false and defamatory accusations and implications published by the defendants, the Macron's relationships with other members of the government, potential political allies, and others have been undermined as a result of the false and defamatory. Like, you are also stating here, the Macron's integrity and fitness as political and governmental leaders has been undermined. That's exactly what this is all about. It's about you not wanting to stand across from Kate Middleton, having her glance down quickly and, give a knowing look to William. That's what it is. You're embarrassed.
Yeah.
You are embarrassed. And so you want to save face by being like, well, we sued her. Yeah, we know we can't win. We know it's literally an impossible mountain to scale. We know she very clearly has presented a lot of evidence on a man. That's why the whole world believes you're a man. Okay. People didn't watch this series. If what I was saying was ridiculous, okay, people would not.
Oh,
this
yeah.
wouldn't have gone viral. It would have gone viral.
By the way, did you guys know that the aliens are coming? And there's like, I was reading an article about this. So there's some sort of object in deep space that's like 15 miles long, apparently, that is hurtling its way towards us. And so I didn't see the story calling it a mysterious interstellar object. I saw the story in the New York Post calling them possibly hostile. So guys, the aliens could be coming to kill us at any moment and to take over our world and to steal all our water and stuff like that. It's been nice knowing you guys. The aliens are coming. It's almost here. It's all over.
It would have been so beyond what anybody could plausibly imagine could be true. They would have said that was weird. I don't know why Candace did 5 hours on this. Instead, we converted people into believers of this story because there was that much evidence to the contrary. While you produced no evidence and won't answer questions, we produced 5 hours of evidence alongside the reporting of Xavier Poussard. Okay? So what you are trying to do with this lawsuit, it's again very obvious, is you're trying to defame me. That's why this lawsuit is littered with factual inaccuracies. It's got all of these points that have nothing to do with the substance of what you're even coming after me for. You're trying to delegitimize the reporting by smearing my character. a catastrophic, by the way, PR strategy, which is dressed up as a lawsuit. Okay. It's incredible if you read through this, guys, that Brigitte actually and intentionally defames me throughout the filing. It says all of these things that are untrue, attributes quotations to me that I've never said. Here are just a few of the things that she says about me that have nothing to do, by the way, with her penis. Okay, these are just hilarious points of the lawsuit. Here's one. She has promoted a range of conspiracy theories, including anti-vaccine falsehoods, long debunked anti-Semitic tropes, such as a blood libel and Holocaust distortion, going so far as to dismiss the
Why is
atrocities
this in the lawsuit?
of Joseph Mengelé's medical experiments as mere propaganda.
This has
Her
nothing to do with
content
the
is not
lawsuit.
intended to inform, but to inflame and attract the attention through sensationalism and conspiracy theories. None of that is true. None of that is true. Unfortunately, too many people watch my podcast. They're not going to believe you. But again, you're appealing to the people that don't watch podcasts, right? You're like, oh, look, Holocaust denier. Don't even look at the series. Or Holocaust distorter. I didn't even mention Joseph Mengele in what Brigitte's referring to. But that doesn't matter. Again, this has nothing to do with the substance of what they're coming after me for, but they're including this because they want their friends to go, oh, well, I better not listen to anything else. It says right here in the lawsuit that she's a Holocaust distorter. It goes on in the lawsuit to state this. Owens alleged that secret Jewish gangs commit horrific things in Hollywood. You'll note here that they only put gangs in quotations and horrific things, but it was fun for them to add Jewish. And on social media, she repeated the long debunked blood libel myth that Jewish people drink the blood of Christian children. I mean, that is unbelievable. That is the most absurd lie that you could possibly put in a lawsuit. Bring it up. Wouldn't you include that in the lawsuit with a picture of that? I said that Jews are going around drinking the blood of Christian children. Are you out of your mind? Yes, Brigitte, you are out of your effing mind. This is your strategy. You're defaming me because you don't want people to continue to watch
me,
the
the
series.
new boss
But I'm
name
sorry,
is the old
my
boss
friend,
named Rubble
the
says
train
over on
has left the
Rumble.
station. There's even a section of this lawsuit which is hilarious because they list quote unquote factual statements and they're not factual at all. I don't even know if Claire Locke knows what the definition of a fact is. This is it. Let me pull this up for you. It's literally entitled Factual Allegations, and right under, President Macron rose to the power in France, embodying a modern dynamic image of leadership that resonates with many citizens. Like that, first, that is not a factual statement. You can't just be like, factual statement, I am beautiful and powerful and dynamic and people love me. What are we doing? What are we doing here?
Yeah, true.
I think he even says more as a factual statement. Pull that up again. It says, from an early age, he demonstrated intellectual curiosity and emotional sensitivity. Homie, that is not a factual statement. Just because you label it factual statement does not make it so. Then they have this statement, which is just false. Candace has a British citizenship through her husband, George. No, I don't. I am not a British citizen. You can't just say stuff. You can't just put stuff on paper. What are you doing? What is the point of that? The next statement, it reads, French courts said Natasha Ray and Amandine Roy defamed Brigitte. Okay, well, that's called a lie by omission because not mentioned here is the rather negating fact that the higher French courts said she didn't defame you. Okay? Again, you're trying to groom the courtrooms here. I feel like this is what Brigitte's trying. You're trying to groom our courtrooms
like,
into
that's
believing
just like
these lies.
That's just like egregious. That's honestly egregious. It's like they actually put in the lawsuit that these other journalists had defamed Brigitte Macron, except that the courts had already ruled in favor of the journalists in France. So it's just like a lower court ruled that they defamed her, and then it was overturned by a higher court. And it's just like, you're still going to go with just like, do you think the legal system isn't going to be able to sniff this out? Like, these are games you play on Twitter. This is what happens on Twitter when people are trying to defame you, is they take something out of context and they twist it and they make it mean the worst possible thing it could mean. But like, when you bring Twitter into an actual courtroom, it doesn't work because courts actually have structure and there are laws and things and you have to do things a certain way. And so if you take the same strategy that you're using on Twitter to just take something out of context and twist it, it ends up looking really bad for you when you actually have like legal stuff going on.
And then they introduce this as another fact. They write, quote, She, meaning me, launched her website fueled by her desire to make these specific false claims about the Macrons without adhering to content moderation policies. What?
Content moderation.
I
It's her
launched
website.
CandaceOwens.com because I wanted to be able to speak about your relation. Are you crazy? I have an entire Shot in the Dark series. We have covered so many things. How can you just say that that's a fact? That's completely absurd. The entire series is available on YouTube right now. Okay? Right now. Then they write this, which is ridiculous. They said Owens supported these claims of violence and criminality with statements that the Macrons are surrounded by criminals, pedophiles, and a quote unquote extraordinary syndicate. She claimed that they purposefully hire employees who, quote, will break you down and use, quote, tactics of blackmail and coercion. Again, sampling quotations and accusing me here, I think, of telling the truth about the people that you hire, the people that are around you, and the things that they have been accused of. First and foremost, Mimi Marchand. Yeah, your PR thug. Let's just check out Mimi's Wikipedia page. Since this is like coming up from Candace, I think Mimi's been in some trouble. We can scroll down here. I think it's under her yeah, here it is. Controversies. In addition to her criminal past, Marchand was accused or suspected of forging documents in several cases, including a false marriage certificate to Vincent Linden and Caroline of Monaco and a fabricated interview. Like, that might be relevant, that this was the person that everyone had to go through to learn anything about your past. That what limited photos you provided, what were there, a total of 4 from before the time that you were 30 when you were married, all went through Mimi Marchand, who has been in trouble for producing false documents. That might be relevant. It might be relevant also. We mentioned Claude Levesque. Yeah, did you not handpick him as the artist? Did you not use his carpet? And then he later got charged with rape and sexual assault of minors. You were very involved in styling the office of your husband. Did I lie when I mentioned Olivier Duhamel, the person who played a significant role in Macron's campaign? Did I lie when I said that you guys worked with him on the campaign, and then he admitted to molesting his stepson when his stepdaughter came out and said that they would have these weird parties and people got molested? Where did I lie? You can't just put things in quotation marks and pretend like I was not justified in presenting the facts of the cast of characters that surround you, the many. And that's just naming a few on this episode. Go back and watch.
Okay. I'm sorry. You've been ranting and raving, Bert, about all sorts of crazy shit in my chat, and you generally sound like an unhinged retard. I'm not doing this, though. I'm not doing this. Candace is funded by Qatar. Are you fucking? Are you stupid? Are you smart enough to be here? I've let the ranting and raving go for a while now because it's Friday, and generally I keep it a little bit lighter. But I'm not going to have a chat full of retards saying Qatari. Okay. She's already said she's not, so now you're permanently banned. Goodbye.
Series. You can't hide this stuff. And then I have to tell you guys, there's a portion where the lawsuit is just funny, right? Like, I don't even know where they're going with this. They wrote, she posted a photo on X of Owens in a t-shirt showcasing a fake Time Magazine Man of the Year cover featuring Mrs. Macron. The shirt sold out. I thought that was funny. So, I did. We restocked this shirt. We are restocking this. We're going to go ahead and sell 1,000 more. So if you want to get your Man of the Year t-shirt, you can do that right now, because what's your claim here? I sold a t-shirt, a parody, and there's you, Man of the Year. Yeah, it's funny. That's fine. This is okay. I'm allowed to do that. I don't know what goes on in France, but I'm very much allowed to do that here. Parody is protected. So there we go. And I got to tell you guys, the internet is having fun with this, recognizing how absurd it is that we don't even know what your argument is. Here's just some funny reactions that I saw floating on X. This person, Brad Pierce, writes, Brigitte Macron's lawyer. My client may be a groomer pedophile who sexually abused a student, but she is not a man. The American public, you do get how that's worse, right? It's very funny. Also, Milo accurately says the Macrons just made the most spectacular PR blunder I've ever seen in my entire life.
Yeah,
maybe
they
the
really
worst
did.
Ever.
It's going to be amazing.
I agree.
It's going to be so good.
I agree. It's all very irresistible. And shout out to my PR person for giving the statement when I refused to give a statement. I just read this. What did Mitchell say? He said in a statement, Candace repeatedly requested an interview with Brigitte Macron. The statement said, instead of offering a comment, Brigitte is resorting to trying to bully a reporter into submission. In France, politicians can
Yep,
bully journalists,
I
but
agree.
this is not France,
I agree.
it's America.
But what people need to understand is the reason Candace can be so fearless is because she prepared. She worked with her lawyers the entire step of the way. I promise you, she's got this as locked down as it can be. And you can be fearless when you're prepared. I think the challenge people get into when they're trying to be like, come at me or like whatever, is they don't prepare for. If you challenge someone, they're probably going to come at you. So you have to say, okay, what can I do to be as prepared as possible for whatever challenge is going to come my way? And I think that's what a lot of people miss. And that's not to say you'll ever understand. That's not to say you'll always get it completely right, because sometimes they're just unforeseen things and stuff like that. But if you can prepare, if you can have your ducks in a row, if you can talk to a lawyer, if you can, really make sure you just double checked everything, then you can walk into a situation and say, there's really nothing you can do to hurt me, asshole.
It's absolutely true.
Yeah,
We're not
they
going to
walked
shut up.
right
You're
into
not
it.
going to bully us. Frankly, I find this all to be irresistible and delicious. The lawsuit is it's what we could just go a lot of places here.
Yep.
The discovery alone is going to be out of this world.
It'd be awesome.
We would be required to depose President Donald Trump.
Yep.
Getting to the bottom of that conversation. I bet there were cameras.
By the way, Trump is probably really pissed off about this. He's probably going to be really pissed at Macron.
Maybe he was wired. I don't know. Maybe we could actually hear what you said. Sound pretty panicked. I don't know. When I got the phone call, same day, definitely had to have been urgent. Certainly wasn't an afterthought. Same day that you were here, I got the phone call. So what's going on? Which, by the way, he acknowledges that the phone call happened in this filing. My lawyer being able to sit across and ask Brigitte Macron questions about her penis. Brigitte would then be compelled for the first time to answer them under oath, again, for the first time, because you've just been ditching and dodging and going after people that are powerless, people that have cancer, literally Natasha Ray, for misspeaking on one statement that she made. Yeah, that's the real bullying that has taken place. And I have to tell you that you have definitively met your match. I cannot stand corruption. I cannot stand people that think they have the power to use and abuse people and then call up their rich homies in the press, right? Powerful homies in the press and say, go after this person. I don't like that. I don't like the attack dogs that you're sending around. It's very obvious because you played the game this morning. Like I said, you sent this lawsuit because you wanted to smear me. And
Seriously.
It's not going to work. Okay. You've met your match. And in case you haven't checked what time it is, this is not the world that you grew up in. People are tired of this. Okay. We're paying attention to what's happening with Epstein, what's going on here. We are revolting against this. We're revolting against the perverts that run the world. And I want to be very clear here. I count you among them. I think you're sick. I think you're disgusting. And I am fully prepared to take on this battle on behalf of the entire world. Okay? That's what I'm going to say. On behalf of the entire world, I will see you in court. Anyways, throwing into some of our sponsors before we get into a couple of updates on the Epstein front. I've said it before and I'll say it again. I am pro-life.
Fast forwarding, Candace.
Okay, a lot going on, guys. It does feel like we are at a cultural inflection point. I think we would all agree something is happening. It seems like a lot is being exposed. It's why I do just think it is the wrong time for Brigitte to do this. The world is paying attention. It's getting weird. There's just too many.
Okay. So that's kind of Candace's initial reaction. Now, Naruto alerted me to the fact that our favorite narcissist, who I really, really, really tried to get to cover Jordan Peterson, and HG Tudor is just too chicken shit to cover Jordan Peterson, and it's really too bad, and it's sad. I think HG Tudor is afraid of other men, to be really honest about it, because why wouldn't he cover Jordan Peterson being an obvious and complete narcissist? It's clear to everyone who's paying attention what's going on with that whole internet meltdown, but nope, HG Tudor refuses to talk about it because he's a pussy. But he has gifted us with a video about the Macrons suing Candace Owens. Do you guys mind if we take 23 minutes and 45 seconds to be exact, and listen to what the king narcissist of the internet has to say about Candace Owens and Brigitte Macron, because like I said, I actually am interested in his diagnosis here. I do think Candace Owens is a narcissist. I also think Brigitte Macron is a narcissist. So yeah, well, like why would I be afraid of him? Why would I be afraid of him? There's no reason to be afraid of him. He's a coward. He's a coward. They can't even say Jordan Peterson is a narcissist because he's afraid. It's just too bad. It's too bad. I thought better of HG Tudor, but no. All right. I don't know how many of you have seen HG Tudor before. HG Tudor's narcissism content is actually, generally speaking, very good. His celebrity analysis and his Meghan Markle content kind of sucks, but like his narcissism content is really good. So let's see what he has to say about this whole thing. Yeah, he's a micro penis. True.
Macron muscles up. Hello, I'm
What's wrong with his
HG
microphone?
Tudor. French
I'm
President
HG
Emmanuel
Tudor.
Macron and his wife Brigitte have filed a
Brigitte.
defamation lawsuit against right-wing influencer Candace Owens, who
Candice.
claims that France's First Lady was born male. The legal action...
HG Tudor, you got to get a better mic, bro. Like, there's some buzzing going on. It's really... we're going to listen to it, but you got to get a better mic.
Filed on Wednesday in the US state of Delaware said Owens has been spreading outlandish, defamatory, and far-fetched fictions. Owens has regularly repeated the claims on her popular podcast and social media channels, and in March 2024 stated that she would stake her entire professional reputation on her belief that Mrs. Macron is, in fact, a man. In an episode of her podcast, released on Wednesday, Owens stood by her allegations and said of the lawsuit, "This is just goofy." Owens taunted the French First Lady and described being sued by her as an obvious, desperate public relations strategy.
Correct.
A conspiracy theory that has circulated for years in fringe online spaces alleges Mrs. Macron was born male under the name of Jean-Michel Tronqueneur, which belongs to her brother. Owens has spread the theory to her audiences, including nearly 7 million followers on X. Earlier this year, she released a video series titled Becoming Brigitte.
Brigitte.
The Macrons said in a statement released by their attorneys that they had asked Owens repeatedly for a retraction, but ultimately concluded that referring the matter to a court of law was the only remaining avenue.
I have to say again. Why the ever-loving F didn't the Macrons just answer the questions that Candace asked them when she asked them? They were not difficult questions. It could have easily cleared everything up. It could have prevented this entire thing. It's like there were any number of opportunities that they had to handle this situation in a more productive way that was not filing a defamation lawsuit that they're absolutely not going to win. Makes no sense. Honestly thought HG Tudor proved himself a coward when he talked to when he did Carrie Smith's podcast and bowed out of talking with me because Carrie Smith's horde scared the hell out of him. Yeah, that's true. And you know what? I was actually really excited to talk to HG Tudor back then. I was really into his content. I had binge watched a bunch of his content. I paid for a bunch of his premium content. I actually really liked his narcissism content. Sadly, Carrie Smith never appreciated his narcissism content. She didn't even watch it. She just interviewed him to try to get him to like say I was a narcissist, which, you know, I mean, he might think I am, but whatever. I mean, I don't really care. Like, I think that HG Tudor actually diagnoses people as narcissists just to like give fodder to his audience. I don't think he's ethically honest in his diagnosis, which would make sense because he himself is a professed narcissist, and so narcissists lie all the time. So whatever. But yeah, I think it's too bad. I think HG Tudor and I could have had a really interesting conversation that quite frankly had nothing to do with Carrie Smith because I'm not even interested in what Carrie Smith has to say about any of this. And now Carrie Smith has like disappeared basically off the face of the internet. She doesn't even do content anymore. It's just too bad. It's too bad. But you know what? Weak men like H.G. Tudor tend to be intimidated by women like me. And, I think we could have probably predicted it, but that's all right. He can cover all the Meghan Markle content he wants. It's fine.
For remedy. Ms. Owens' campaign of defamation was plainly designed to harass and cause pain to us and our families, and to garner attention and notoriety. We gave her every opportunity to back away from these claims, but she refused. The lawsuit
You
alleges
gave her every
Owens
opportunity. Why don't you
disregarded
answer
all
her
credible
questions?
evidence disproving her claim in favor of platforming known conspiracy theorists and proven defamers. It also
Proven
accuses
defamers.
Owens
The
of
French
falsely
court
alleging the
ruled in
French
their
president and
favor.
his wife are blood relatives, and that Emmanuel Macron was in
Well, no, Carrie didn't totally disappear. Carrie was just talking about the woke right Nazis today on her channel. I tuned in for about 30 seconds before I was like, this is stupid. But like, Carrie's not relevant. She's not really making any content that matters. She's just doing her like typical stuff.
installed in office by a secret CIA plot. Owens has responded to this and has stated that in her podcast, I am fully prepared to take on this battle on behalf of the entire world.
Mm-hmm.
Owens called for Brigitte Macron to provide blood samples and childhood pictures. I'd like to make it to discovery. I think we owe that to the world, she said. What does the lawsuit actually say? Well, there's over 200 pages of the document, and I certainly don't propose to go through each and every aspect of it. But it's worthwhile sharing some of the document that has been filed in order to gain a substantial flavor of the dispute. The plaintiffs are Emmanuel and Brigitte Macron, and the defendants are Candace Owens LLC, and George Tom Incorporated. The complaint states as follows. In March 2024, Candace Owens, a right-wing podcaster, told the world she would stake her entire professional reputation on the fact that Brigitte Macron, the First Lady of France, is in fact a man. Since then, Owens has used this false statement to promote her independent platform, gain notoriety, and make money. Owens disregarded all credible evidence disproving her claim in favor of platforming known conspiracy.
As though this is the only thing that Candace has ever done that has gained her notoriety. Candace has never done anything but this. Okay.
Theorists and proven defamers. And rather than engage with President and Mrs. Macron's attempts to set the record straight, Owens mocked them and used them as additional fodder for her frenzied fan base. Owens did not stop there. Retaliating against the Macrons for the audacity of sending her a retraction demand, Owens helmed an 8-part podcast series entitled Becoming Brigitte, the series, and accompanying posts. Throughout the series, Owens and her entities, Candace Owens LLC and George Tom Incorporated, endorsed, repeated, and published a series of verifiably false and devastating lies about the Macrons on which this complaint is based. These outlandish, defamatory, and far-fetched fictions included that Mrs. Macron was born a man, stole another person's identity, and transitioned to become Brigitte. Mrs. Macron and President Macron are blood relatives, committing incest. President Macron was chosen to be the president of France as part of the CIA-operated MK-Ultra program, or a similar mind control program, and Mrs. Macron and President Macron are committing forgery, fraud, and abuses of power to conceal these secrets. These claims are demonstrably false, and Owens knew they were false when she published them, yet she published them anyway. And that allegation is an important part and essentially is at the crux of what this dispute is about, because it is necessary for the Macrons to not only demonstrate that the allegations are false, but under US defamation law, as I understand it, that Candace Owens knew they were demonstrably false and she proceeded anyway. In other words, she acted with malice. Accordingly, it's important for them to be able to demonstrate the state of knowledge of Candace Owens to prove this malice in order for their claim to succeed. The complaint continues. The reason is clear. It is not the
Okay.
pursuit of truth, but the pursuit of
Metapharsical, we have to have a talk. You and I have to have a talk. This is the second day in a row on my channel that you've said a lot of retarded shit in my chat. So what I'm going to recommend you do is stop chatting right now. Go over to Candace Owens' YouTube page and actually watch the Becoming Brigitte series. Because I would bet all the money in my bank account you're running your mouth like an unhinged retard on the internet, exactly like you did in my chat yesterday, without actually looking at the evidence. It's not your business? All right, well, you don't need to be on my channel then. I'm putting you in a timeout for the rest of the stream. Goodbye. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear unhinged retardia in my chat. This is Friday. We're hanging out. We're having beers. I don't need conservative unhinged retardia in my chat today.
fame. After being fired from the Daily Wire, Owens used these demonstrably false claims to promote her independent podcast, Candace. Owens' fan base has grown to 6.9 million followers on X and 4.47 million subscribers on YouTube. The most popular podcasts in the world have discussed her investigation.
Listen, everyone's allowed to have their opinion, but like on this channel, we actually hinge into reality and we look at evidence. If you have not actually watched Candace's series, then you don't actually get to have an opinion about this. Because if you are expressing an opinion about something you haven't watched and interacted with, you're not coming from an informed place. You're coming from a retarded place that is more akin to conservative bullshit nonsense. So,
To the Macron's history. She launched a revamped website, CandaceOwens.com, fueled by her desire to make these specific false claims about the Macrons without adhering to content moderation policies. This is nothing new for Owens. She has built a brand on provocation, not truth. Owen labels herself as an independent investigative journalist, while routinely peddling misinformation under the guise of legitimate reporting. She has promoted a range of conspiracy theories, including anti-vaccine falsehoods, long-debunked anti-Semitic tropes such as blood libel and Holocaust distortion, going so far as to dismiss the atrocities of Joseph Mengelé's medical experiments as mere propaganda. Her content is not intended to inform, but to inflame and attract attention through sensationalism and conspiracy theories. Owens published the series and related ex-posts with reckless disregard for the truth. Owens was repeatedly presented with credible, verifiable evidence disproving her claims, including documentation, public records, and direct outreach from the Macrons.
So this is part of how you know all the conservative shill influencers that are taking the side of the First Lady of France are full of shit, because this is one of the things the lawsuit said. The lawsuit says Candace was presented photos and evidence. If you had actually watched Candace Owens' series, you would know she talked about every single photo and piece of evidence that was presented in that lawsuit. So it's like they're saying, we gave her photos. I don't know what the problem is. Candace talked about all those photos in her series, and she talked about all the photos they don't have, and they talked about the origin of those photos. They did facial analysis on all of those photos, and it was found to be lacking. So like all of the stuff that the Macrons, at least the stuff that I've seen so far, put in their lawsuit, where all these influencers on Twitter are like, Candace is totally fucked. These are totally childhood photos. We know they haven't actually watched her series because Candace talked about all those photos in her series.
Correcting the record, she doubled down.
Yeah.
At the time, Mrs. Macron had won French defamation claims against others who pushed the same baseless theories, underscoring both their falsity and defamatory sting.
Except
Owens
now they've been overturned.
Yet Owens, fully aware of the truth, has not only declined to retract her statements, but has actively expanded on them.
Oh, no.
These lies have caused tremendous damage to the Macrons. Defendants have subjected the Macrons to a campaign of global humiliation. I think that should read plaintiffs, turning their lives into fodder for, I beg your pardon, it should be defendants, that's right.
Cheers.
Lies have caused tremendous damage to the Macrons. Defendants have subjected the Macrons to a campaign of global humiliation, turning their lives into fodder for profit-driven lies. Owens has dissected their appearance, their marriage.
If H.G. Tudor ends up on the side of the Macrons, like, he has no credibility left. I'm like waiting in bated breath to know what his actual analysis is.
Their friends, their family, and their personal history.
Yeah,
twisting
pretty color
it all
on this beer.
Into a grotesque narrative designed to inflame and degrade. The result is relentless bullying on a worldwide scale.
Not as good as that pickle
Every
beer. That
time
pickle
the
beer was
Macrons
great.
leave their home, they do so knowing that countless people have heard, and many believe, these vile fabrications. It is invasive, dehumanizing, and deeply unjust. Faced with this relentless and unjustified smear campaign, the Macrons are left with no choice but to seek relief through this court to set the record straight, prevent further harm, and hold defendants accountable for their conduct.
Mm.
It is a substantial pleading running to 219 pages, going into considerable detail.
Last week's strawberry rhubarb versus this week's strawberry rhubarb. Let me see. I think last week's was probably a little bit. This is good. I think last week's was probably a little bit better because it tasted more like a strawberry rhubarb pie. Whereas this is good and it definitely has like a rhubarb flavor. I'm not getting a lot of strawberry. But it's still good and I'm still going to enjoy it.
Detail with regard to what has been alleged, fabrications, demonstrating evidence in support of the claims that the Macrons are making in order to demonstrate defamation, and that the claims were published with actual malice, that is, with the knowledge that they were false, or with reckless disregard for the truth.
They can't prove
Accordingly, the legal action is now on foot, and undoubtedly there will be more to follow. Now, the behaviour of Candace Owens certainly bears scrutiny at another juncture, but that's not the purpose of this
it does.
video. She's not under scrutiny.
Oh,
here.
come on.
Instead, we're looking at why would a greater narcissist such as Emmanuel Macron muscle up in this way.
He thinks Macron is a narcissist.
It is a trite observation that when you're famous, you have to put up with the brickbats as well as the bouquets.
Yep.
Inevitably, when you're a prominent public individual, you will attract adoration and approval. You will also attract criticism and possibly even hatred.
Yeah, it's true.
Sometimes the criticism is justified. It's a difference of opinion. In other instances, it is baseless. And many public figures have to put up with ridiculous theories propounded about them from individuals that either have a grudge, are seeing things through a skewed perspective, and indeed, in instances where they're plagued by the alternative perspective of certain narcissists. I've explained elsewhere about the nature of conspiracy theories and how certain narcissists propound them because it's their method of nullifying a threat to control. But I'm not going to repeat all of that here. The point is, when you're famous, or in some instances infamous, it goes with the territory that you're going to have people criticizing you. Ordinarily, it would be the case that a greater would adopt this approach. These are but mere beetles, scurrying around at the foot of the edifice of the greater that I am. They are insignificant. I am the mighty, insert name here. I am a colossus striding the world. I am important. I matter. These are just inconsequential proles, scurrying around, mired in their own filth, flinging it at me. Accordingly, in many instances, the greater narcissist, as a consequence of having other matters to focus on, because they have busy and full lives, and not wanting to give such individuals the satisfaction of a response, invariably ignore them. I have explained elsewhere that I, for instance, have certain narcissists that continue to swirl around me, and other individuals who aren't narcissists but are clearly mentally unwell. I have more important things to do than engage with individuals who have a skewed perspective, and certainly with regard to the narcissist, absolutely want that reaction. And therefore, practicing what I preach, you ignore them. Not only does that irritate them and infuriate them, but it means you're not wasting your time on them either. For the president of France, an internationally known individual and a leader, a head of state, you might expect that he would adopt a similar approach, which
Yeah,
in
I wouldn't be
effect
surprised
is
if you put
nullifying
me in
the
that
threats to control
category.
by
Yeah,
staying in a position
it would
of
not surprise
withdrawal.
me at all.
Ordinarily, and it's probably the case that Macron has faced many criticisms during his political career,
Whatever.
that he has simply ignored those individuals, countering in the appropriate forum, perhaps in the relevant political sphere, but with a lot of the claims that are made, which are clearly generated by cranks and clowns and the deceived and the mentally unwell, the most effective thing to do is just to ignore them. And yet here, he has not done so. Indeed, not
Because
only
his
is it the
wife
case that
is
he's not
pissed
ignored
off.
it, he sought to nullify the threat to control, first of all, directly by contacting Owens. But that did not work. It did not achieve the nullification that was sought. Thus, instead, they've moved to the alternative, which is the commencement of litigation. And as you know, and as I have explained in separate videos, that it is quite common for certain narcissists to use the litigation process as a means of asserting control or nullifying threats to control.
He would say tomato.
Narcissists that have access to money hire the lawyers. They bring the proceedings to get their way, in effect, vis-a-vis the necessity of control. Litigation is expensive, and undoubtedly the Macrons are well placed to be able to afford to do it. But
Yeah,
even
exactly.
then, given the fact that they can easily afford to do it, so it isn't an impact particularly on a residual benefit, why would Emmanuel Macron be moved to muscle up, to not only engage lawyers, but then to issue proceedings in the United States, in an area of law which is notoriously difficult to find success as a consequence of the necessity of demonstrating malice? Well, it may well be that he's been advised by lawyers that he
He is
has
British, but it's also
a
somewhere else. I forget where.
better than even chance of success.
But he lives in the
But
UK.
on the balance of probabilities, success is going to come his way. And as a consequence of that, this is why he has proceeded. But what other reasons might there be for why the greater narcissist would decide to muscle up and engage in this litigation when ordinarily the most effective method is to simply ignore it? Well, first of all, there is the issue of reach. As mentioned earlier, Candace Owens has millions of followers. She is far from the most followed individual on social media, but not only is it the case that she has millions of followers, the theory that she has advanced has been reported on by other social media content creators, podcasters, and also in the mainstream media. So it has become amplified. There are many people who are aware of the accusation, allegation, rumor that Brigitte Macron is actually a man. Accordingly, the size and scope of the allegation through Candace Owens' followers and its amplification thereon presents a substantial threat to control of Emmanuel Macron. Therefore, it could be viewed that a tipping point has been reached with regard to the extent of this reach, so that action has to be taken to nullify the threat to control, whereby simply ignoring it isn't enough. It continues to grow legs, and therefore it's deemed necessary to utilize the law to assert control over this allegation. The second aspect, of course, is the fact that it will affect Emmanuel Macron's control over his intimate partner primary source, his wife. Doubtless, behind closed doors, Brigitte Macron regularly bemoans what is said about her, and quite likely will complain to her husband about these allegations. The fact of, I cannot leave the house without it being mentioned. People shout it at me in the street. I turn on the television and reference is made to it. This will impact upon her, and the understandable response is for her to complain about it to her husband. Indeed, she may even go so far as to suggest, you're not doing anything to support me. you're not doing anything to quash these rumors. You're not doing enough. And thus, it is, to my mind, part of this activity of launching legal proceedings, not only the case of wanting to ensure that there is an outcome on a worldwide stage which nips much of the rumors in the bud, but it's also to satisfy the demands that are being made upon Emmanuel Macron by his wife and to nullify the threat to control that she poses. But there is also a further aspect to this. Some of you may be familiar with the 1981 epic Excalibur, a John Borman movie. It's a fantastic movie. And one
He's
of the
totally
concepts
ignoring
in it
this. You're right
is
about this.
the idea of the land and the king are one, whereby the land grows when the king is good, and when the king is unwell, the land fails. Plagues descend, famine prevails, etc. The idea being that the prosperity of the kingdom and the land are inextricably linked to its monarch. This concept is one that is common amongst leaders of countries, that they essentially see themselves as the country. An excellent example of that is Donald Trump, whereby what's good for Trump means that it must be good for America. When he says, "Make America great again," what he's basically saying is, I'm going to be great again, therefore the country will be. The country is an extension
I don't know about
of
that.
me. And in essence, the narcissism of Emmanuel Macron causes him to regard this as not just an attack upon him and his wife, but an attack upon France. And therefore, with the grandiosity of this greater narcissist, he regards it as his duty to defend the French state against this unnecessary and unlawful attack.
I'm kind of shocked that H.G. Tudor thinks that Emmanuel Macron is a greater narcissist, because that means he thinks that Emmanuel Macron is smart. I don't think Emmanuel Macron is that smart.
By Candace Owens, that he regards France as part of him, and therefore it follows that an attack upon France is an attack upon him and vice versa. So there is also an even grander notion to this piece of litigation, which is about the defense of France. It's also the case that quite clearly there will be a PR aspect of this. For instance, the longer that they allow the allegations to go unchallenged, the more that people will start to think maybe there's something in it. You often see this in relation to this one's wife and Prince Harry, with people stating, well, they haven't sued, so it must be true. That's not exactly the most soundest of logic to rely upon, because there are plenty of reasons why somebody might not sue in relation to an allegation that's quite clearly false. Nevertheless, when something of this nature strikes at the heart of somebody's existence, strikes at the heart of their relationship, it is necessary to be doing something in order to manage the situation also. And undoubtedly, there is a PR aspect to this
Okay,
as well.
get to the point. Come on.
But at the heart of it, the greater narcissist that is Emmanuel Macron moves from the usual stance that would be adopted by narcissists of his caliber and ilk to simply, it's nonsense. I'm not going to waste any time commenting on it or even doing anything in relation to it. Let the beetles crawl around beneath my feet. I'll stamp on them in due course. But rather, he has deviated from that usual strategy because the threats to control have now become too extensive and too noticeable that it's galvanized him into direct action. The number of people that have bought into the allegations made by Candace Owens, both in terms of her own followers and the application thereof, proves to be a substantial threat to control. The impact it has upon Brigitte Macron threatens his control of his intimate partner primary source. And also, because of the grandiosity and magical thinking of his narcissism, whereby he regards himself as France, he sees this as an attack on the nation, and therefore the nation's honor must also be defended.
I don't think that's what's going on.
Accordingly, there is a triple attack upon the state of Emmanuel Macron, and that is why litigation has followed.
Okay, that's
A clear-
I'm sorry. H.G. Tudor is out of his fucking mind. The reason that Emmanuel Macron and Brigitte Macron have sued Candace Owens is because Brigitte Macron is pissed off. I don't think this has anything to do with Emmanuel Macron seeing himself as France. I think this has to do with Emmanuel. I cannot believe that H.G. Tudor believes that Emmanuel Macron is a greater narcissist. Like, again, like, this is just like, what the fuck happened to H.G. Tudor? Honestly, H.G. Tudor used to be great. H.G. Tudor's narcissism content, his pure narcissism content, is really, really, really good. Somewhere, you know what it was? It was Carrie Smith. It was as soon as he interviewed Carrie Smith, he started going downhill. This is the Carrie Smith curse. Carrie Smith comes into your life and it fucks up a whole bunch of shit. I know this directly. You can go to survivingcarriesmith.substack.com to see all the shit that Carrie Smith fucked up in my life. But as soon as H.G. Tudor interviewed Carrie Smith, he started going downhill. And I'm not even just saying that because I was like personally annoyed about that. Like, legitimately, the content just started going downhill. And then he just started doing Meghan Markle content all the time, and now he is out of practice. There is no F-off way that Emmanuel Macron is a greater narcissist. Emmanuel Macron is a midwit moron who is controlled by his wife, who probably allegedly is a man. And anyone that has watched Candace's actual series on this knows that there's more than a little bit of there. And so the fact that H.G. Tudor thinks that the only reason that Emmanuel Macron and Brigitte sued Candace Owens is because Emmanuel Macron is a greater narcissist who literally sees himself as France. No, he did it because Brigitte is pissed off. And Emmanuel is controlled by Brigitte. Whether or not Brigitte has a penis or not, it doesn't really matter. But she's the one calling the shots. And that is why Candace Owens got sued. She's probably the greater narcissist in the relationship. I'm not saying Emmanuel Macron's not a narcissist. I think he is a narcissist. I just don't think he's a greater narcissist. He's not that smart. So H.G. Tudor is completely wrong. The narcissist is wrong. Like, is he just getting lazy about this stuff? Is he just going around saying that everyone's a narcissist just to feed the fodder of his fans? I don't know. It's disappointing though, HG, I have to say. Very, very disappointing. You can do better. I hope you do better someday. But for right now, we're going to move on to our next Candace Owens episode, which is the episode she did yesterday. Yeah, Brigitte is Emmanuel's mommy dearest. Yes. All right. That was the one we just watched. Okay, we're moving to this one. This is Candace's episode from yesterday. I haven't seen any of this yet, so we'll see what she had to say.
Guys, happy Thursday. So I didn't know that it was a career goal of mine until it actually happened. But yesterday I made Jake Tapper of CNN say live on air, I will be coming for this wig today regarding Brigitte Macron. He actually said the statement. It's just too absurd and so hilarious. He sat down to interview Macron's U.S. attorney, Tom Clare, and the result is fantastic. So we're going to go through that.
Oh, it's delicious.
Also, there is a clip going viral, if you have not been paying attention, of Jeffrey Epstein being asked specifically about Donald Trump.
Yeah,
and
that's
whether
crazy.
there were minors around them when they were together. And it's a very interesting clip. And I'm going to give you my take on it. Welcome back to Candace.
Trump is so fucked on this Epstein stuff.
So foremost, I wanted to let you guys know that yesterday when we opened the show with the Gladiator clip, that was only done in half jest. I was being quite serious. I do love Gladiator films, no matter how historically precise they may or may not be, because of their themes.
It's a movie.
And the theme, in case you have not seen that Gladiator film or any of the Gladiator films, is it's really about untouchable elites that are up in their boxes, ruling over the Colosseum, right? Calling for violence, calling for wars, keeping the general public entertained, hoping that the public doesn't suddenly take notice that everything around them is in demise due to their
Can I just tell you guys? I've been thinking a lot about how boomers are controlled by the TV lately, and how, like, if and it's not just boomers, it's, you know, I guess people in general, but definitely boomers are a big part of this population, is like, these people who are literally controlled by the TV. And I feel like I'm looking at things and I'm just like, I'm seeing just all of this fake and gay shit all over the internet where you have all of these people pretending that things are happening that are not happening, that are overtly lying about things, that are obviously making shit up to shill a narrative, that are just saying and doing whatever they need to do to get clout. This is an average day on Twitter for me. This is why I'm like not even tweeting that much anymore, because I'm just like literally almost every single fuck off person on that platform is fake and gay. Almost every single one. This is part of why I like HT's CQ Twitter spaces, because I think that those are actually real. I think those people actually do believe what they say they believe. And so even though I disagree with them on some of the race stuff and I don't really care about the race stuff, I still find just like, even just being in proximity to people who are being authentic, even if you disagree with them, it's like you're still closer to something real rather than just like this fake bullshit contrived environment. And it's like people need to stop watching TV. I don't even watch TV anymore. I really don't. I don't watch the news. I only look at primary source evidence. If I do watch TV, I'm watching like a horror movie or something like that, or like some sort of series. I'm not going to the TV for information with which to inform my life. And I think another way to like look at this is look at all of the Democrat coverage that has suddenly come out about the Epstein stuff. It's like all of a sudden the news media is covering the Epstein stuff an awful lot purely because it's a narrative to nail Trump to the wall. And it's like, listen, I don't mind nailing Trump to the wall on this. I actually think Trump should be held accountable to this. But the fact that it's like you can actually see the machine in action, you can actually see the machine went from quiet to totally spun up all around this very specific narrative. And it's just like, man, everything is fake, everything is gay, everything sucks. Everyone is a liar. People who get their news from the TV are typically the dumbest people you ever meet in your life. And, you know, maybe they mean well and they're just trying to do what they have to do, but don't watch the TV, guys. The TV will destroy you. Just if you have to watch it, watch movies or something fun and entertaining, but don't actually go to the TV expecting real content, because like literally wrap your head around this. There is nothing on the evening news that's real. There's nothing on any of these cable news stations that are real. It's all fake. It's all fiction. It's all narrative. And it's like when you really start looking at it like that, it's like, has it always been this way? Yeah, probably. Yeah. Everything is fake. Everything is gay. Everything we learned in schools was wrong.
Corruption. And then, as every single gladiator movie goes, there's one fighter.
You can't even watch documentaries. This is true. You can't even watch documentaries. Because even documentaries, you have to go into it knowing this is a narrative and this is a piece of propaganda. And I know this is a piece of propaganda. And they're going to show me what they want me to see. And they're going to ignore what they don't want me to see. And just because they say something doesn't mean it's the full picture. It doesn't mean it wasn't taken out of context. It's like, these are the things that roll around in your head. Your parents watch Fox religiously and it's like talking at a brick wall sometimes. That's how I feel with your average conservative boomer. I feel like I'm talking to a brick wall. I feel like there is nothing I can say or do to help people who watch the news on the TV.
Maybe a few fighters who unexpectedly emerge from the Coliseum and they're victorious despite the odds being fully stacked against them. And that's usually about the time in the Gladiator film where there's this thumbs up or thumbs down moment that comes from the emperor, like kill the gladiator or let him live. And that moment's actually really important because suddenly the emperor and his corrupt advisors realize how fickle their power is, right? They're thinking, how is it that this slave that was supposed to die can be more respected than me? Look at me, I have a crown. Look at me, I'm the president of France. How could this person be more respected than me?
Mm-hmm.
Well, maybe it's because the slave has actually done something that's worthy of respect, because having a title, an entitlement, means absolutely nothing. Now, for those of you that haven't seen the film and maybe missed the reference yesterday when Russell Crowe, who is the lead of that film, says, "Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained?" And the crowd is sort of aghast. What's taking place in that moment is that he has figuratively slayed a dragon, right? Like he somehow does this really violent kill, and the crowd is shocked by the violence. It's actually so violent that they're shocked out of their mode of just rooting for the entertainment of it all. And in that moment, they realize that that man is fighting for something more, okay? It's for him, it's for his family. And now the crowd is not rooting for him to die, but they're actually rooting for him to live. And that poses, of course, a natural threat to the political order, the political elite.
Oh, yeah.
The crowd suddenly.
I gotta tell you, like, every time my mother calls me, Chris says, well, I'm just glad I'm not alone. I've been dealing with this for years. I literally have a hard time communicating with people jacked into the matrix. Every time my mother called me, like last week, and she was like, Karlyn, I'm just so worried about Victor with all this deportation stuff. My mother watches MSNBC religiously. Karlyn, I'm just so worried about Victor with all this deportation stuff. And are you sure he's okay? And are you sure nothing's gonna happen? I'm like, yep, I'm sure it's fine. It's fine for a reason X. But I just don't know, Karlyn, because they're just deporting so many people. I'm like, first of all, they're not even. I almost went into. First of all, they're not even deporting that many people, Joanne. But you can't do that. You can't do that. You just have to go, nope, it's fine. No, don't worry. It's fine. It's going to be fine. It's going to be fine, Mom. It's going to be fine. Like, relax. Everything's fine. Because, like, if I try to convince her of anything, this is like the 17th time she's tried to have the conversation with me about how awful Trump is for deporting people. And I'm like, and I don't have the heart to tell her that I really want significantly more deportations. My mother doesn't know I'm a fascist yet. I don't have the heart to tell her. It's like my mother understands to a certain extent. It's like I'm actually thinking about this now as I'm describing it. My mother has some sense that, like, I'm on the right, but I think she thinks I'm like a Trump voter. And even though I keep telling her, I'm like, Mom, I didn't even vote for Trump. I don't know what you're talking about, but I think that that's like her definition of being on the right. I haven't had the heart to tell her that I'm a fascist yet, and I literally want many more deportations than there are going on right now. Because it just doesn't go anywhere. And it's like, she can't understand it, and she can't wrap her head. My mother's also an older woman, obviously. And it's like, at some point, you just have to laugh and smile, and you just have to let it go. You just have to let it go. You just have to let it go. Hey, Amalek, did you hear that Big Tech is becoming a Christian because he's having feelings about me being in those spaces? Did you hear this update? Big Tech is going back to Christianity. He's going back to Bible college, and he's gonna start studying how to become a preacher again because he's having feelings about me being in those Twitter spaces.
Being awakened that there could be something else, something more than just the immediate satisfaction and the entertainment that's being provided to them, right? It's a threat.
Yeah, the power of Christ. Hang on, I'll get you the tweet. The power of Christ is compelling Big Tech to rejoin Christianity. The power of me listening to Twitter spaces and sending out spicy tweets on the internet has motivated him to find God again. You know, I hope he's happy. That's all. It's all that matters. If Big Tech is happy worshiping a Jewish God and becoming a preacher again, and, you know, going back and joining the church, you know, more power to him, I guess. Anyway.
Like, that is actually a threat to a political institution. The crowd rooting for something outside of their establishment is a threat. And maybe the crowd starts thinking, wait a minute, why are we following or listening to these worthless elites, these worthless politicians, when everything around us is so obviously crashing down? Our food is rotting. In this case, our food is poison. The wars are never ending. Why do our sons have to die in battles? Because these people vote for never-ending wars that their sons are never going to fight in. I actually believe that we are in that moment right now.
It's really true. He just needs to get over it.
We are recognizing that the global system is rigged. All of this is somehow one big show. We know that there is definitively more than us than them, and that's obviously a threat to them. So how have they maintained so much power over us? The Brigitte Macron story is, of course, naturally entertaining, but it is, in fact, about more than entertainment. That's really the crucial part. Like, it's us uniting. We're winning because that is what happens when you just keep telling the truth, okay? A lie cannot defeat the truth. If it's a fair game, a lie cannot defeat the truth. And Brigitte, of course, would have obviously defeated me outside of the court system. She would have defeated me in the court of public opinion if the truth was on his side, but it's not.
His
So
side.
the Macrons do what the elites do. They want their friends in the media to help smear me. Case in point, yesterday, after organizing this surprise filing, like calling up the Financial Times, elite publications.
You know, it's a sign from
We're not
God.
going to tell her
Just
lawyer.
go with it.
Believe it or not, they took it a step further when the Macron's lawyer, Tom Locke, organized an appearance on CNN with Jake Tapper. Because everybody knows we should totally trust Jake Tapper. Totally believe him when he says he didn't realize that Biden had dementia until, he wrote his book and wanted to profit off of Biden's dementia. These people are absolute clowns, but it is worthy of watching this interview. It was spectacular.
Yeah, let's do it.
I mean, the fact that I accidentally got Jake Tapper to say on air in a very serious professional tone, I will be coming for this wig today. It's just fantastic because I made that joke on my Instagram and then he read it out loud in a serious tone. Watch this.
French President Emmanuel Macron and his wife Brigitte are suing right-wing
Candace is so
podcaster
proud
and
of
conspiracy
herself.
theorist Candace Owens.
Again, I don't like Candace, but I love how proud of herself she is. It is delicious.
Defamation lawsuit filed today in Delaware claims that Owens has engaged in a, quote, relentless and unjustified smear campaign against the couple. The complaint goes on to allege that Owens spread outrageous conspiracy theories. That France's first lady could be a man, that the Macrons are related in committing incest, and that the Macrons, the couple, is being controlled by the CIA. Obviously, those are deranged claims. In response to the filing, Owens posted a screenshot of a news story about the lawsuit on her Instagram page and wrote, "I will be coming for this wig today. Stay tuned."
I just love that. She wrote, quote, "I will be coming for this wig today. Stay tuned."
Yeah.
There are elements here that are just plainly entertaining. But then it gets kind of even more bizarre because Tom Clare, of course, is there to sort of meaningfully assert that there is just so much evidence, extensive evidence, he says, quote unquote, extensive evidence that they apparently submitted to me, which you guys know they didn't, which disproved the idea that Brigitte was a man. And of course, Tom Clare is lying. His goal, he has to lie. This is all a PR strategy. And Jake, who is fully on Tom Clare's side, but he has to embody the pretense of an actual journalist and not just a bad faith state actor, accidentally exposes Tom Clare as a liar about this extensive evidence by just asking him for an example of that extensive evidence. Take a listen.
After we put facts and information in front of her, black and white, multiple times.
What? Like her, the first lady's birth certificate? Like what kind of facts?
Yeah, we have laid out extensive evidence in our complaint demonstrating that she was born a woman, she's always been a woman, and the allegations of CIA control conspiracy and the incest and all the other things are demonstrably false. Putting aside the fact that they're all inherently implausible, what you said at the outset is obviously really important. In our system, if you're making an inherently implausible allegation, the standard is higher. You have to come forward with better evidence if you're going to say it. She has none of it. All she's done is mock them and ridiculed them and repeated it.
He tried so hard to wiggle out of that one, but people are going to call him out because he's like, no. Like what? Like what is the example of evidence? He's like, we wrote to them that she's definitely a woman. And it's implausible that she's not. So we totally got this thing. We're totally going to win because we have asserted that it's implausible that Brigitte was born a man, and totally trust us, bro. That he is being honest. That was their evidence. Their evidence that they presented to us as we presented to the public was trust me, bro. Trust me, bro. She's not a bro. That was it. There's no documents, no answer to our basic yes or no questions, nothing. Just like, stop saying that, please. Don't do that. We're going to be in big trouble. Then the interview just gets embarrassing because he starts doing that thing where they're making an emotional plea, like just to our hearts, like, oh, look at this couple, they're so helpless. It's just, this whole thing is just sad. Like as if we're speaking about toddlers, like innocent toddlers that are being bullied at school, and not a totally perverted couple that's on the world stage and has a lot of power, so much power that they can call for war and call for people to die if they want to. If they get angry, they could just send people to war. Yeah, take a listen to him making the emotional plea.
So your lawsuit alleges, quote, every time the Macrons leave their home, they do so knowing that countless people have heard, and many believe these vile fabrications.
So what?
It is invasive, dehumanizing, and deeply unjust. Some people out there might think, really, the first couple of France can't leave their home in France without worrying that people believe the deranged nonsense from this American podcaster?
Yeah. What people don't really understand, and a lot of people can go on TV and talk about the president, talk about the first lady, pundits can get on and talk about them. But what people forget is these are human beings. These are a married couple. They have a social life. They have a private life together. They have the same feelings and the same hurt from the.
He's basically confirming what Candace said in the previous episode, which is they filed this lawsuit just to be able to say to their rich friends that they filed the lawsuit. They go to parties. They go to parties, guys, and there are rich and powerful people at those parties. And now those rich and powerful people believe that Brigitte is a man because of Candace. And because of that, they are just put in actual danger when they leave their house because they had this inconvenient podcaster tell a story that now their rich friends believe. And they need to be able to say to their rich friends, we filed a defamation lawsuit. He's basically confirming everything Candace said.
Sorts of defamatory statements as anybody would, and it does have a material impact on them. It is, it's incredibly upsetting to have this said year after year, and this sort of falsehood is a cancer, and it metastasizes into obviously the media, but it also metastasizes into other circles that they're running in. They get asked about it, of course, even in the circles that they run in. They get asked about these campaigns, and they shouldn't have to go through that.
Oh, I kind of feel bad for Tom Claire. Like that's a tough job. You got to get out there and just make up a bunch of BS on the spot. And you actually have no evidence. Like the best thing to do would be, here's the evidence we submitted to Candace Owens. So he's got to be like, okay, forget the evidence. What about your heart? Is there a heart out there? We're all people who have big hearts. Don't you feel what people forget? He literally says this. What people forget is that they're human beings. Oh, is that what we're doing in the courtroom? This better be televised. Okay, forget the fact that we have no evidence. What people forget is that they are human beings. And now they have to leave their house and people are asking them for evidence, which would be so easy to give, but we're not going to give it because we just said she is a woman. So just believe us. Trust us, bro. Trust us, bro. She's not a bro. It's incredible. And finally, they really arrive at the correct conclusion of what they're trying to do here. The real threat, what the elites always do. They go mask down in this moment when they share this exchange. Take a listen.
You're asking for punitive damages. How much money do you want? And do you want her to apologize?
Well, we'd love an apology, of course. A court can't order her to apologize. And based on her conduct, especially today, we don't expect her to do anything other than double down.
Triple down.
We'll put forward our damage claim at trial. But if she can...
Candace is going to go into this and she's going to play that entire series for the jury. And then that entire series is going to get broadcast all over TV again. Like, this is they are so stupid to sue her.
Needs to double down between now and the time of trial, it'll be a substantial award.
Well, can you give me an idea? Are we talking about, the last time you were involved in something, the settlement was $787.5 million. That was Fox News for their many, many lies about Dominion software, Fox News. Are
you serious? The Macrons hired the same lawyer that got that big judgment against Fox News that resulted in Tucker Carlson being fired? Wow. I was reading a study today on how Christianity causes brain damage. I'm not done with it yet, but because I'm tired, but it is quite funny. Can you send me that study? I'll read that. I gotta say, man, being in these CQ spaces, and I encourage everyone, and again, even if you're Christian, I encourage everyone to check out these CQ spaces on Twitter that I've been doing with HT and Amalek and all them, because Christianity is in a sad place. If the people that come into those spaces to defend Christianity are representative of what Christianity is, it's just in it's in a very sad place. And it's just it's actually, I kind of started listening to these spaces just because it was funny for me to listen to people argue with Christians. Because like I said, I've been arguing with Christians since I was in high school. So I love arguing with Christians. I think it's fun. It's a nice break. But just hearing the people that come into those spaces argue with Amalek and all the rest of the men on the panel who try to talk sense into them, they have the same argument over and over and over again. They don't actually engage in an intellectual discussion. They just deflect, they call names, they get really pissed off. And at the end of the day, it's like you see all these Christians come in and they're behaving in the same way over and over and over and over and over again. And it's like, you know, maybe I wasn't quite sure there was a problem before, but I'm absolutely convinced there's a problem now. I'm absolutely convinced that Christianity is an actual problem in terms of what it does to people's brains, in terms of what it does to people just like on a deep spiritual level. Like I didn't actually think like, okay, so and again, you can believe whatever you want. I don't really care what you believe. You're allowed to practice whatever religion you want. This is a free country. If you think I'm full of shit, then fine. I don't really care. But I, in the course of listening to these spaces, I went from thinking, you know, it's kind of harmless if people engage in Christianity. Everyone's allowed to have their beliefs, blah, 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 yada, yada. I am now like vehemently opposed to people engaging in Christianity. And again, I'm not going to try to convert you, do whatever you want, but like just on a personal level, listening to the type of Christians that come into these spaces and the conversations that they're completely incapable of having, and also looking at the people who won't even engage in the conversation and hearing the arguments that are made over and over and over again, and hearing how they're not able to actually count. I have a fucking fly running around my office. Hearing how they're not actually capable of countering any of those arguments. It's been very eye-opening, honestly.
Are you looking for that kind of settlement? She doesn't have $787.5 million.
Well, you look at what happened with Alex Jones, and there are
they want
juries
$1 billion
understand that there is an inherently large value to somebody's reputation. And if you're going to say these vile things, and if you're going to repeat them to a significant audience, as she has over 5 million followers, and her lies have metastasized into actual publications. So we see other publications that pick up on it and they report on it. And when you ask them, when we reached out to them and say, what's your basis for this? They point back to her.
What are the other publications?
They're detailed in the complaint. We've seen Newsweek, New York Post, and others have pointed to her as the source of their reporting on this.
But they're asserting it as if it's true based on what Candace Owens is saying?
They repeat what Candace has said, and they cite her as a source. And so when they fall back on her, but she is at the epicenter of this campaign. That's why we picked her. That's why we're going for her, is because she is the one whose lies are metastasizing, they're spreading. And she, under our system of defamation, is liable for all those republications. Okay, so he's obviously avoiding the point that my entire series was based on a book that was done by Xavier Poussard, who is a journalist, a respectable journalist in France, who has not been sued for defamation. So he has to be like, whoa, you know, the New York Post mentioned her, because it's a very big question that's going to be asked in this courtroom. Hey, if this is defamation, why don't you sue in your home courts and win against the journalists that brought this entire thing forward, which inspired the series? That's a pretty obvious question. He's like, well, you know, Newsweek said, Candace said it. And forget the book. Forget the fact of it. Okay, it's all about PR, but who cares? What is the actual goal? And here's the big point going mass down. The goal is to bankrupt me. That's how these elites think. They think about, we have money and money is power. How they have always thought is, we built this corrupt system. So if we can't beat you the fair way, if we can't beat you in the court of public opinion with facts, we're going to drag you through the mud. The process is going to be the pain, and we're going to try to destroy you financially. Right? We'll keep this going. We've got unlimited funds. That's why elites love courts and expensive lawyers, because the little guys, what are you going to do? How are you going to defend yourself against these people? This is the point, by the way, in the gladiator films, where typically the elites and the politicians order soldiers to just go and kill the gladiator's entire family, so he has nothing to live for anymore. It's the very same concept. The process is the pain. We will leave you with nothing for challenging our system of lies and corruption. How dare you show the world proof that we are immoral perverts? How dare you think that we have to answer to you that exposition? How dare you? You are going to pay financially because we have unlimited funds. You know, we've got the bankers with us. What's kind of amazing to see is, despite all of this,
the bankers,
like, no one, left or right, is buying that, right? He has on CNN.
Bro, you win the award for most retarded thing said in my chat yet today. Candace needs the drama of this to make her career go anywhere. Are you serious? Yeah, Candace Owens, who gets more views on YouTube than CNN, MSNBC, Fox News. She needs the drama of this to make her career go anywhere. She's just like, no one knows who Candace Owens is, and she's only doing this to announce herself. Are you fucking serious? Are you retarded? Are you an actual retard? I don't know, bro. Have you watched it? I don't. The evidence that she's presenting wasn't put together by her. It was put together by a French white journalist.
That's a left-leaning site. This is on CNN's platform, and you go under the comments on YouTube, and people are calling Jake Tapper out. They're going, oh, you couldn't even answer basic questions about what evidence there was. You just want to bankrupt her. Here, we can just scroll live here at some of these comments. Upset with Candace and not the person who dated a 14-year-old when they were 39. Oh, yeah, ignored that we totally admitted that. Which, by the way, I want to also say what's incredible about that admission is if you follow the series, remember, you can go back and find these articles. Initially, they told the public he was 17. Now on paper, they're saying he was 15. And what are they going to try to do here? Oh, they're going to be like, okay, well, yeah, he was 14 when he was in the play, but you have no proof that we didn't begin this affair until like a couple of months later when he turned 15. This is what actually their argument, like they're already admitting that they are public liars. But let's keep reading some more of these comments. Again, this is CNN left-leaning. This person writes, okay, but didn't Macron just lose a defamation case in the French courts over this?
Yep.
Oh, yeah. People aren't dumb. People are not dumb. Wow, the comment section doesn't seem to buy what this lawyer is selling. Poor Tom Clare. Tough job. Genuinely, Tom, that's a tough job to have to go out there and to assume the public is too stupid to have watched the series and recognize that something very real is there. And we presented tons of evidence when your clients did not present any evidence other than, trust me, bro, she's not a bro. To the contrary. Anyway, the point that I'm making here is that common sense, literally sense among us commoners, is the biggest threat to the establishment.
Is that where that
common
comes
sense?
from?
Why go
Sense
through
among the
all of
commoners.
this grief?
I like that.
Hiring attorneys overseas,
Sense
calling up the
among
Financial
commoners.
Times, not even serving before you try to get these articles going, saying that you are suffering so much grief when you could just answer basic questions. Okay, not even you need to supply blood here. Just show some photos, which would debunk this. Show us you raising your kids. Common sense also. Where is your brother to defend you? Could you imagine if my sister and my brother, I'm going through something, they could easily just come right out and do one interview and dispel all this, and they didn't do it for some reason? Like, oh, they're just so private that they're going to allow me to suffer. My argument here is I'm suffering, and I'm close enough to my sibling that I'm alleging that this person was at my inauguration, even though I didn't even say hi to that person who I'm alleging is my brother, as we showed on a previous episode. Like it was like, this person in the background might be my brother. You want us to believe that years of this going on, multiple lawsuits filed, and you wouldn't just walk out with your brother and have your brother do one interview and say, yeah, here's some photos of us growing up. You guys all are terrible for making this allegation against my super hot Claudia Schiffer looking sister. You want us to believe that? Again, common sense isn't buying it. Also, why won't your allegedly 3 children just post some photos of them being raised by you? Right? These are my 3 children. That's the proof. Okay, why is it's kind of strange that actually only of the 3 children, only 1 has ever publicly defended you by saying these rumors are ridiculous. Now that
that's weird.
That child is suspiciously quiet, I think, since her office got raided by the feds, maybe because you control the feds, something seems to be going on there. But that same person, Tifon, is willing to post photos of her late father and her growing up. These are Tifon's photos that she posted on Instagram this past Father's Day. Look at this. I don't know what this says in French, but I know that it's a Father's Day post about her heart. I don't know what Mon Leon means, to be honest. But she posted this. It's her and it's her father. And them growing up.
I can't read French anymore. There was a
another
time I could
photo
read French. I can't read French
of
anymore.
her with her father. Isn't it just stunning? If you really cared about your mom, wouldn't you just go, here's my mom growing up? Everybody stop the nonsense. They won't do it. Like I said, we're awake to that. You're not going to send a lawyer onto Jake Tapper's platform to make us think that just is all so crazy. It's deranged. Don't even look. No, what's deranged is not just disputing it very simply when you have the opportunity, when you get multiple opportunities to do so. And I will say this, things certainly seem to be backfiring for the couple now. I told you they're going to be calling this the Macron effect. The Streisand effect is going to be now called the Macron effect because the series was already viral in the West when we did this. Now it's viral in the East hemisphere as well. I mean, I'm sure beating your husband while descending from a plane in Singapore didn't help their cause any. But following that up with an unprecedented lawsuit against a mother in America regarding your wife's genitals, yeah, now people are going, well, okay, something's obviously going on. This is not just about some podcaster lying. They're trying to cover their tracks in a way that doesn't even make, there's got to be some truth here. And now everybody's watching this series. I got clued into this, out into this yesterday when a commenter wrote this under our episode. Candace, I live in Guangzhou, China. Your special on Mr. and Mr. Macron has gone viral here too. Congrats. Everyone knows, which is amazing. That person is commenting on that. And then we went to go look into it. And sure enough, this is a headline in China about the series. We also saw in Taiwan, there was a news clip about the series. Watch this.
法国总统马克宏72岁的夫人布丽基，因为被美国右翼百万网红欧文斯指控，事实上是男人。夫妇两人3次要求收回言论，被置之不理。23号气到跨海到德拉瓦州提告诽谤。
You are officially a very goofy man, Brigitte. I love that. I love you, Taiwan. I love you. And then we've got also in Saudi Arabia, somebody tagged me and let me know that also in the Middle East, somebody tagged me in the UAE this morning, but then we found this clip, this news clip out of Saudi Arabia. Take a listen.
كانت نشرت معلومات ومزاعم بتقول فيها إنه بريجيت في الحقيقة رجل وأنها ولدت ذكر واسمها كان جون ميشيل ترونيو.
Yeah, real. You know,
نشرت كمان على يوتيوب سلسلة فيديوهات تحت عنوان Becoming Brigitte.
I love that. I just love this so much. This is exactly what they deserve by thinking that they were going to suppress my speech with threats and with in the absence of any truth. Like they were just that powerful. They were going to come here and be like, now you better listen to us and shut up. Of course, I am only going to get louder. But my favorite thing, by the way, is that we sold our Time Magazine parody t-shirts of Man of the Year, which got an honorable mention in the lawsuit because somehow they think parody is like grounds for a lawsuit, completely crazy. But Time Magazine, the actual Time Magazine, then included a point about our t-shirts in their article. It reads, the complaint argues that Owens monetized her allegedly defamatory claims about the Macrons, including by selling merchandise, such as a t-shirt displaying Brigitte Macron on fake Time Magazine Man of the Year cover. Love that for us. I absolutely love that. That's iconic. Getting Time Magazine to cover our parody Time Magazine t-shirt is simply iconic. And of course, they're still available on our website, CandaceOwens.com. Much more to come, you guys, because I am just the kind of person that digs my heels in, especially when it comes to something as significant of a topic as the elites and their involvement in the perverse, the network of people that were around them, that were engaged in pedophilia and incest, things that we have covered throughout our series. I am totally committed now to doing so much more on both Emmanuel and Brigitte. So stay tuned. Now we got to get into this Trump story, but first I want to remind you guys,
I want to
tell
hear the
you
Trump
guys
story
about Masa chips.
Okay, I do want to watch the Trump story because as a reminder, the next video I have pulled up is Candace talking about the Epstein stuff. And so so we should definitely listen to what Candace had to say about Trump obviously covering up the Epstein stuff. But that's probably going to be the end of like the Brigitte Macron stuff for today, but I do want to get into to Trump talking about the Epstein stuff. So let's do that. Yeah, this is going to be great for Candace, and it's also a great freeze frame of her. I should take a screenshot of this to use for a thumbnail sometime. In fact, I'm going to do that. In fact, I am going to take a screenshot of this and use it for a thumbnail sometime. There we go.
It began, even though they tried to sell it that he was 17 when he was running for president the first time around. Now they're admitting that he was just 15, which still is not exactly the truth. By the way, that would have been a crime in France, the age of consent in an environment where an adult has power over the child, like if it's a student and a teacher, is 18. But with all of that documented, of course, the main takeaway of this 200-page lawsuit for Zionists who hate me because I won't support Israel was that Macron wrote, I don't know why their team of lawyers put this, that I was a dual citizen. I'm not kidding. Take a look. It was all over all of the Zionist accounts who absolutely hate me because I have this crazy idea that we shouldn't mass murder Palestinian children and mass murder Christians, all for Bibi Netanyahu. I know it's a crazy take. It sounds anti-Semitic when you say you can't kill everybody just because you want to. So they hate me. And so they just were like pushing this, trying to make it go viral. Breaking. It's been revealed that Candace Owens is a dual citizen of the UK. She talks all day about how people shouldn't be loyal to two countries while she actively holds two citizenships. Again, this is from the Trust Me Bro lawsuit. So they just trusted the bro, right? Avi Yemeni also followed that up. And he actually got fact checked, or was it actually, it was Eyal that got fact checked, but Avi followed it up. Yeah, you can see the fact check on that. He writes, after all her screeching about dual citizens being foreign agents, turns out Candace is a dual citizen of one of the most Muslim populated countries in Europe. She should be forced to declare herself a paid
wow.
propagandist.
See, people like this can go fuck themselves.
And of course,
seriously.
never to be left out of the mix. Awesome Jew wrote that out as well, tweeted it. Breaking. Candace Owens has been exposed as a dual UK-US citizen, despite preaching that dual citizens shouldn't be allowed in the media. You got to know they're just like on one big group chat. It's like the Zionist group chat. And like, oh, anything you can find about this girl. They're just so obvious. They're so obvious. And then Ian Miles Chong, our resident Tubby. He's from Singapore, Malaysia, or Tubby Malaysian, writes, Candace Owens is a dual citizen by her own logic. All her political opinions must be considered suspect. Of course, I'm not a dual citizen. Never been a dual citizen. If they could even stop and pause and think past their Zionist rage, they would have just had common sense. You can't just become a citizen of a country that you don't live in. I mean, I'm sure Israel does that for like the people. You can't, in most places, there's a rule that you got to live there to become a citizen. And in the UK, I wouldn't even qualify to apply for a citizenship. My husband and I have lived here in the United States since we got married, never lived there, didn't have a child there, nothing. We have no property there at all. We got family there. We got friends there. But our lives are here, and we went through 6 laborious years of getting him to become a citizen of America, which we announced his American citizenship when it finally went through 6 years later. And so this was just stupid. But I just love to just show you how petty Zionists are. I always say, like, you know, if Zionism is such a moral political philosophy, why does it require so much lying?
Yeah.
Like, why do they have to lie?
No,
and smear
again, I have to take Candace's side. I don't even like Candace. But the amount of Zionist lies and bullshit told about her it's uncalled for. It's just uncalled for. And it's like these people cannot help themselves. And you want to know why? Listen, you want to know why anti-Semitism is on the rise? Because Jewish Zionists are behaving like unhinged retards. The reason and of course we love all Jews on this channel. We love bagels. Like, all Jews are welcome here. No anti-Semitism allowed. Hitler was the worst person that ever lived. World War II obviously happened exactly like they said in schools. You know, gas chambers have wooden doors, all that stuff. No less than 10 million Jews died in the Holocaust, whatever. But the reason that anti-Semitism is on the rise is because of Jewish behavior. If there weren't a whole bunch of Jews on very high profile platforms behaving like unhinged retards, telling things that are provably false over and over and over again, engaging in smear campaigns, engaging in defamation campaigns, lying repeatedly right out in public, and then pretending that we're not debunking them when they're so easily to debunk, it's just not even funny. This is what is causing the rise in anti-Semitism. I never cared about Jewish nothing. I don't care if people are Jewish. On a personal level, I don't care. But I find it very suspicious that every single time, like literally every single time that I have experienced a smear campaign or some sort of like attack from someone online in the last 5 years, a Jewish person has always been at the center of that thing. Now, do I hold all Jewish people responsible for the actions of one person? No, of course not, because I'm a reasonable human being. If you're Jewish, I won't treat you any differently until you start lying about me and stabbing me in the back, and then you can go fuck yourself. And by the way, if a Christian lied about me and stabbed me in the back too, they can also go fuck themselves, but Christianity is literally Jewish, as we know, so we expect that. And it's not wrong, and I'm just going to say this, and again, I will never judge a person based on the fact that they're Jewish. I don't really care. But if I am experiencing personal attacks and negative repercussions, and literally every single time it happens, it is always a Jewish person at the center of it. Always. At some point, I mean, I've got pretty good pattern recognition when I'm actually paying attention to something. Like, if I'm not paying attention to something, you just don't notice things. You're not paying attention to it. There's a lot of information that happens in the world that never makes it into your brain, or that makes it in, but it doesn't make it into your consciousness. But like, when I start to tune into something, I actually have like very good pattern recognition. I'm like, okay, well, isn't that funny? Isn't that funny?
Libel everybody to get them on board with them murdering people. Maybe because it's just like a murderous ideology, I think, actually, an ethnocentric ideology. But don't get me started on the Ziobot train, okay? Anyways, in more important news, there is this
annoying
clip.
On Twitter.
Jeffrey Epstein's 2010 deposition is making the rounds. It's going viral because it pertains, obviously, to President Trump. And the questions that are being asked of Jeffrey Epstein are of interest. I'll let you take a listen.
Have you ever had a personal relationship with Donald Trump?
What do you mean by personal relationships?
Have you socialized with him?
Yes, sir.
Yes?
Yes, sir.
Have you ever socialized with Donald Trump in the presence of females under the age of 18?
Though I'd like to answer that question, at least today, I'm going to have to assert my 5th, 6th, and 14th Amendment rights, sir.
Okay, so a couple of things. I actually would like to get further context on why that's from 2010, since he had kind of done his deal, I believe, in 2009. Maybe it was right before he did his deal. Maybe by the time it was done, it was thereafter, or they made him, subject to some of these interviews. I'm not sure. But right off of the bat, this is not a smoking gun. Yes, it is extremely odd that Epstein would invoke the Fifth Amendment after answering the smaller questions. Like, he's, did you know Trump? Yes. Did you know Trump? Yes. And what do you mean? Could you clarify that question? But then suddenly he invokes the Fifth on the matter of minors having been around them. Yeah, that is strange. As I pointed out earlier, though, it is very likely, as we have seen in other clips of him, he said his lawyers told him to just plead the Fifth all the way through, right? Plead the Fifth all the way through, particularly on the topic of minors, since that's what he's being charged with, right? Activity with minors. But that doesn't mean that Trump was involved with those minors. So we actually should keep a cool head about that, because as my team is pointing out to me, if you ask anybody on my team right now, like, were you around Candace and Myers? The answer is yes. We're around my toddlers all day, every day. I work from home. They're around them. Doesn't mean that because Epstein had a minor with him, that Trump knew that that individual was a minor. And I want to remind you guys, especially my newer audience, if you have not gone back and watched our episode regarding the Matt Gaetz story, like why Matt Gaetz was suddenly not allowed to be in the administration at all and why the Department of Justice feared Matt Gaetz, it is an incredible story.
I never saw that.
Incredible story.
Did anyone
that,
see
of course,
that?
for no reason at all, involves blackmail in Israel, because every
Of
good
course
political
it
story in America
does.
does, of why
Israel
they were like, no,
blackmails
this guy
people? No
cannot
way.
be
No
a member of
way.
your administration. I'm sure like the Adelsons shut that down immediately, the Adelsons. But it's an incredible story. And one element that you learn is that there are people who have positions in government just for the sake of being able to collect IDs or print IDs. And Matt Gaetz kind of gets involved accidentally because this guy, who I think it's pretty obvious was probably trying to collect blackmail on people that had power and people that had wealth in Florida and who had access to these IDs, was literally printing fake IDs for women. So Matt Gaetz thought that this young woman that's mentioned in the story, is not a minor because she has a totally real, legitimate Florida ID. Again, if that's confusing to you, you have to go back and watch the Matt Gaetz episode. It's called Another Blackmail Operation, and full credit, which I mentioned in that episode, to Village Crazy Lady on X. I actually love her. She's hilarious. And she's the one that did a whole thread on it. And then I based my episode because I was going, this just can't be a real story. So there's an element of that. Just because Jeffrey Epstein has younger women around him.
She based her entire episode on Village Crazy Lady's story. Shout out Village Crazy Lady. Village Crazy Lady is actually awesome. She's an awesome follow. I really appreciate her threads as well.
Know any context doesn't mean that Trump knew that person. You could just bring somebody as a +1. You could have a party and you're really going to pay attention to every single guest and card them, especially when you're at Mar-a-Lago. Who knows? We're given no further context there. But on the other side, I want to say this. The reason that people think it's a smoking gun is because of the absolute disaster of a way that the Trump administration dealt with these files altogether, right? This is the unforced error of how they went about this entire thing. Doesn't make people feel that they can trust them at all, right? Of course, you are going to assume the worst when they are justifying or are gaslighting their fans, like they're gaslighting the people that have stood with them. Then you're just not even a real Trump fan. Get out of here. We don't even want you as a supporter. It is them that forced this outcome by not just being upfront and honest, right? Let's not forget, the Wall Street Journal came out and they said a couple of days ago that they have a source in the administration which confirmed to them that Trump was told at a routine briefing back in May by Pam Bondi that he was in the files, right? And I'm going to say I tend to believe the Wall Street Journal here because when the Wall Street Journal lies, as Trump proved a few days before this, he will be the first person to tweet they are lying. I didn't buy their story about the letter, Epstein letter, or whatever it was. They didn't even show the letter. And what did Trump do? Within 48 hours, he sued them. Within 5 minutes, he tweeted at Rupert Murdoch, I'm going to sue you, blah, blah, blah. This is absolutely outrageous. So when Trump is lied on, he's the first person to take on the press. They even actually ejected the Wall Street Journal reporter from press briefings because he was so outraged by that piece, right? He didn't respond to this allegation that there was this press briefing in May and that Pam Bondi alerted him to the fact that he was in the Epstein files. Now, if you accept that to be true, or I think that it's reasonable that there could be some veracity to this, then it finally makes sense why he did a 180, right? Why the administration was printing out binders and having girls pose with them. And then suddenly we're like, why is everybody talking about Epstein? Who cares about Epstein? Because maybe Trump was like, okay, me being mentioned in this file is something that I don't even want to deal with. Doesn't mean implicate that he did something wrong with a minor. But yeah, of course, if you're going, this is going to be an absolute firestorm. Who knows? Like I said, it could be maybe Jeffrey Epstein gave money to Miss Universe or had it funded and was having girls that were underage running through that somehow. Who knows? And maybe Trump genuinely did not know about that until Pam Bondi. And I think that kind of lets us know that he was a bit shocked because they were all fine. I'm sure if he knew he was in that binder or knew that he was somehow involved with Epstein, he wouldn't have allowed them to go outside and take photos with phase 1 binders in February. So Trump is surprised by this. He would have been surprised in May when she said that, which means he likely was not involved with minors, or right from the jump, he would have said, nope, no binders. Don't promise anything. I'm involved in a really bad way. So I think they made a lot of blunders here, a lot of PR blunders, which seems to be the name of the game. I think he didn't want to deal with the headache, and now he's got an even bigger headache. And now people are assuming the absolute worst because honesty is always the best policy. If she had said that to him in that meeting,
and again, this is why I tend to believe Candace on this, because she's actually being very nuanced in the way she's telling this. She's not coming out and saying, Trump is obviously evil and guilty. She's saying, like, listen, if Trump had actually known he was guilty, he wouldn't have done this several months ago. He was probably really surprised by this. This doesn't mean she's actually being very nuanced in her commentary. And she's, I think she's giving him a reasonable benefit of the doubt. And that's why I tend to believe that her perspective on this is correct, because when people when people are trying to shill a narrative, they're not going to do what she's doing. They're not going to say, well, this, that, and the other thing, and this is a little bit messy for reason X, Y, B, and Z. If she was actually trying to shill a narrative, she would just be like, nope, this is just what happened. Like Trump said no to this because he's on the list, and that's just the way it goes. She wouldn't have even gone back to say, if he was really on the list, or if he really thought he was on the list, they wouldn't even have done that stupid binder thing. Like, so I don't know. That's just my perspective.
He said, what? And then she briefed him. Again, we are obviously surmising here. He could have gone right out and been like, I was just told by Pam Bondi, I don't know who's in these binders. I don't know why I'm featuring this, but my name's in there. I mean, I've been pretty forthcoming. I've been on the plane with him as people, I flew up from Tudor, but I have no idea.
By the way, did you guys hear that Trump has now said he never went to Epstein Island, even though he's literally on the logs like 6 or 7 times? So that's a little bit suspect, Trump. Why are you lying, Trump? I mean, Trump's getting older. Maybe he just doesn't realize he's lying, but...
in what context I'm being mentioned. And I'm telling her, release it all. If he had done that and gotten in front of it, he wouldn't be in this predicament today. Like I said, honesty is always the best policy. People are smart. There's common sense. We all sense something was not right. And gaslighting us and then telling us, well, you're not even allowed to be a Trump fan is not the way to dig yourself out of it. It was just wrong. I also want to point to this or make this last point rather. What's also stunning to consider is that somebody leaked that to the Wall Street Journal. Again, unforced error by Trump by locking arms with never Trumpers.
Channeling Eric did a Jeffrey Epstein one and they said that Trump is guilty. That's interesting.
Entire cabinet
I don't know.
is filled with people that hate you. Okay. They've been very clear about hating you. They didn't even support you up until the last second. They were like, no, we're with DeSantis. Anything but you. Okay. For the last 8 years. And suddenly at the very end, when you're the only person left, they're willing to give you money to donate, to host fundraisers for you. And you gave these people positions in your cabinet, like automatically. Common sense. I don't care what you feel about Mark Levin today. You should be like, you were the face of the Never Trump movement, my dude. So no, I'm not going to tell people to watch your show. You probably don't have my best interest at heart. That would be common sense. Keep the people there that fought with you from the very beginning and just don't trust the people around you that are Never Trumpers that have something on a 180. But he didn't do that. He welcomed them in, right? So wanted to be viewed as magnanimous. I don't know what his point was in this. And what they've done is they've proved that they still hate him. They've infiltrated him. Never Trumpers are now leaking stuff. The very Zionists that he is falling over himself to placate are now trying to take him down from the inside. So, there is some poetic justice in that. Stay loyal to the people that have been loyal to you. Don't reward bad behavior. I don't know. What do I know? What do I know? Probably nothing. Anyways, before I get into some of your comments, I want to tell you guys about Paleo Valley.
All right.
Something that my team and I are always
That's it. No ads, no comments. Okay. So we've done the 2 Candace shows now. We did a little HG Tudor. Now I want to transition. Because Candace has started a new series about Jeffrey Epstein specifically. And I would like to watch Candace's series. And there are 3 episodes out right now. The introduction in the 1st and 2nd episode. Now I will say, it's about 8 o'clock. I have other stuff I want to... Hey, Marty, you can rewind back to the beginning of the show when I called out your boss on being a former Christian. And Marty, you can remind Big Tech that unlike him, I was never a Christian. So, and I'll just give you the too long didn't read, Marty. You can remind Big Tech that unlike him, I was never a Christian. I never went to church. I never went to Bible college to train to be a preacher. And so even though Big Tech likes to say, well, I got to Adam Green first and I was with him the entire time, I can go back to college when I was in my dorm room at Boston University arguing with Christians all over the internet. I mean, it was an early internet, but it was still the internet. And even in high school, I was arguing with Christians because unlike Big Tech, I have literally never been a Christian. I have never been baptized. I have never been to Bible college. I was never training to be a preacher. And so if he wants to talk about how it's just so awful that I'm in the anti-Abrahamic spaces and I'm literally going to make him a Christian because of it, can you please remind him that no, you're literally in my chat right now, Marty. So I just need you to do this for me. Can you literally? Well, that's not my fault, is it? It's not my fault. Not my fault. He was born into a Christian family. So can you just remind him that unlike him, when I was in college arguing with Christians on the internet, he was literally in Bible college. Okay. At the same time, because he's my age, whether he wants to admit it or not. Anyway. So I'm just saying, Marty, Big Tech wants you to stop by the dime store on the way home. He needs a new string of pearls to clutch. Yeah. True. I'm always right. Back to this. Back to this. No, you didn't. No, Marty, he didn't hang up the gloves. The problem is he didn't hang up the gloves. He still has his gloves on. I took my gloves off and I created a nice, beautiful moment where everyone was happy and smiling, all because I let him win. I didn't have to let him win. I could have fought with him. I could say, well, we both won in this situation, didn't we? We both won because I got unblocked and now the energy has leveled out and everyone's happy. And how long did that last, Marty? It lasted 2 days before I hear on the internet that he's becoming a Christian again because he can't stand me being in the Twitter spaces. And again, I just want you to remind him that there's one of us that was a Christian and it wasn't me. And there's one of us that went to Bible college to train to become a preacher and it wasn't me. Anyway, that's enough. That's enough. We're going back to Candace. So Candace is doing this series about Jeffrey Epstein, and I want to watch it. Now, listen, guys, it's about 8 o'clock. I have other stuff I want to do tonight. So I'm going to make you guys a deal, and it's the same deal that I made you with the Brigitte Macron stuff. What I'm going to say is that we're going to watch the introductory episode. It's about an hour long. I would like to get around $80 in super chats on this episode. So I'm going to set a goal. I'm going to set a goal. We are currently at $22 in super chats. Now, I haven't really been asking for super chats today, and that's fine. If you want to proceed and watch the additional episodes, we need to hit the $100 goal. And if we hit the $100 goal, then we will proceed and watch the next episode. If you don't want to do that or you don't feel strongly about it, then we will just watch this episode. And that's just going to be the way it goes. All right, let's dig in. And this is Candace Owens, The Epstein Files, Dead Men Tell No Tales, an introduction.
It's Jeffrey Epstein. Where should we begin? There is so much happening right now. Also in the background, a lot of chatter. There's very little fact. You know what I've realized about the media? The strategy is very 1984. They want to make our reality sort of this ever present. There is no such thing as history. You're supposed to forget yesterday, the week before, the years before. And then whatever they tell us in this moment, you should accept as truth. At the same time, they're totally perverting our focus. There's so many social media apps. Everyone has ADHD. Who in the future is going to have enough focus to read books and to produce reports or to even listen long enough to be focused on a podcast series? I would say that we better strike while the iron is still hot then. So welcome to an introduction of the Epstein Files.
Thank you, Axehead. Thank you, Brian. Appreciate it. Look at that. How easy is that? How easy
I'm excited
is that?
to be teaming up again with Xavier Poussard. Incredible work. He has worked on this forthcoming book regarding Jeffrey Epstein for years, just as he was working on the Brigitte Macron story. And of course, this is a story that impacts France.
Oh, so this is also Xavier Poussard. Okay.
Definitely the United States, as we're going through what we're going through right now, being gaslit at a very
that doesn't make any
executive level.
sense, but okay.
It impacts certainly Israel, Ukraine, Russia. Everybody is going to get a feature in this story. And I'll tell you this right at the top. The Jeffrey Epstein story really is one that begins with Robert Maxwell. Yes. Robert Maxwell, for those of you that are not aware, is Ghislaine Maxwell's father.
Ghislaine.
He was, while he was still alive, that is, considered to be the Rupert Murdoch of the left. He controlled a media empire that stretched from England to Israel to France and beyond. He was mostly famous as the owner of Mirror Group newspapers, that is the publisher of the Daily Mirror. He also owned the Maxwell Communication Corporation, Pergamon Press, Nimbus Records, that was the first British record company to release CDs. Also, the American branch of Macmillan Publishers. We should talk about that down the line. He was a shareholder of MTV Europe, et cetera, you name it. He was also a shareholder of the French media group TF1. He was very much involved with the French elite. We'll discuss that as well in a later episode.
Hey,
He
thank
was
you, other
even
Jenny.
a Labour
Appreciate you.
member of Parliament in the House of Commons from 1964 to 1970. We could go on and on and on, but you get the point. He was a very big fish, almost untouchable, really. And I'm going to tell you how he came to be that big fish because it's really interesting. You see, Robert Maxwell was born not Robert Maxwell at all. You're going to notice that a lot as we go through this series. It's a very sophisticated network of what I would refer to as name laundering. A lot of name laundering.
A lot of
Could be
Jewish
one
name
person here,
laundering.
somebody else there. And to this day, Robert Maxwell's birth name is still misreported. If you look it up, it'll probably tell you his birth name was John Ludwig or Jan Ludwig. That's what the media says. But that was just another one of his aliases. His real birth name was Abraham Labi Hawk. Okay. And he was born.
No. His. Are you shitting me? Yeah, I already feel like I'm going to learn more during this than the Daryl Cooper interview.
In a town called Silos Latina, which is today a part of Ukraine.
Wow.
I gotta tell you guys, Ukraine just keeps consistently coming up in all of my research, and it's starting to freak me out a little bit. Anyways, at the time that he was born, it was 1923. That was the year. And that town was a part of Czechoslovakia. And in terms of who was in his family, his known family, by the way, he's apparently a distant relative of Eli Wiesel.
Elie Wiesel.
Now, this guy is very
Candace.
controversial. We don't have that
Wiesel.
much time to get into it. We'll have to save his story for another day. But he essentially becomes the face of Auschwitz. He published tons of literature about what happened while he was at Auschwitz as a survivor. And then other survivors of Auschwitz said he was making it all up and he was never there. And then they couldn't find him in the records. And they said, I mean, this is another Auschwitz survivor, that he was stealing the identity of another person who was there, but it wasn't him. It gets crazy. I only mention that because you will again see that identity crisis could have been the name of this series. It seems to be a running theme in this
thanks,
family.
Ron Barbaloo.
And also identity crisis is a running theme in anything that involves Israel. Anyways, back to Abraham or Jan or Robert. The story goes that he is from a Hasidic family. He studied at the yeshiva.
No way.
And
no way. He's Jewish. We love Jews. No anti-Semitism allowed on this channel.
Parents wanted him to become a rabbi.
No.
At the age of
way.
12, he joined what's known as the Batar movement. And that is a young Jewish nationalist movement, a nationalist Zionist movement.
Wow.
And if you're wondering where that Batar is actually a location, you can see where this is going, in Palestine, present-day Palestine in the West Bank. From there, it is said that he joined the Czechoslovak army, and then he was in exile, a refugee that apparently participated in the French campaign. Now, I'm saying apparently because he has presented himself, Robert Maxwell, no less than 5 different versions of what his activities were from 1939 to 1940. What we do know is that he was arrested as a communist agitator, and he was among the Czech refugees that made it into the English camps. And then the story gets kind of weird because despite being a communist agitator, he was allowed to join England's Pioneer Corps. That's the only British unit that was open to foreigners. He then begins using 2 other names. Those 2 names are Ivan Leslie du Maurier, and also he uses the name Leslie Jones. Okay.
What?
He's assigned at that moment to work in Paris, and that is when he meets Ghislaine Maxwell's future mother. Her name is Elizabeth Maynard, and he marries her on March 14th, 1945 at a Parisian town hall. And when he married her, I should be clear, his name was suddenly Robert Maxwell. He uses the pseudonym when he's married, Robert Maxwell, and that's what he's going to use into the future. So at the moment, our family chart looks like this, okay? Robert Maxwell, here he is, AKA John Ludwig, Abraham Libby Hawk, Ivan Leslie Dumerrier, and Leslie Jones. Nothing to see here, folks.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways, he then gets stationed in Berlin as a liaison officer with the Red Army. And the task that he gets is quite significant, okay? They have tasked him, this is the British intelligence agencies, to partner with a German publisher.
I'm back.
The publisher was Springer.
Appreciate you.
And he's partnering with them under the guise of
$3
selling
more.
scientific journals that were published under the Third Reich, but therefore were banned from export around the world. So he's teaming up with them. I can move this product for you. And then in 1951, just a few years later, he takes control of that German publishing house, Butterworth Springer. Again, he is still very much focused on these scientific journals that were published under the Third Reich. Why are they so focused? Why do they want these scientific journals? It might make sense as we get further into the story. Anyways, Butterworth Springer then gets renamed Pergamon, the Pergamon Press. And you should know that this was not out of his own interest in publishing. He didn't go about this because he wanted to be some big publishing magnate. It was actually because he was funded to do this by an extremely powerful family, by extremely powerful people. Like I said, this was an MI6 intelligence operation that was funded by Sir Charles Hambro. He is the director of the Bank of England. Sir Charles Hambro was from one of the most prominent families of the British banking establishment. It is the British banking establishment, then, we can say, that had an interest in this publications, whatever Germany was publishing at this time under the Third Reich, and that Hambro headed the special...
Okay, so now we are going to do a second episode. We are at $107, so you guys are going to get a second episode in. But I'm going to raise the goal to 200, and that's going to be the price of the third episode. So we're doing 2. And I think this is reasonable. This is a lot of time.
Operations during the Second World War.
But there's plenty of time to get the goal. Is that what I'm saying? Like I'm giving you guys basically 2 hours in order to meet the stretch goal of another $100 to get the third episode.
In essence, I'm going to make it very clear, Robert Maxwell was just an intermediary, okay? And the British decided that they needed him to be an intermediary elsewhere, also in Russia. So in 1954, they send Maxwell to Russia, and he puts forth the idea to the Russians that, hey, I could publish and translate for you Russian scientific articles. Mm-hmm. Again, this interest in science. Germany, Russia, going in there, and they then give him access to Russia and its scientific secrets. I think we can connect the dots here. They were also interested in German scientific secrets. This guy's going over there pretending to be friends, and he's translating stuff, presumably for England, but actually no, because here's where it gets interesting. England, or people within at the tippy top, were getting quite suspicious about Robert. They think, I don't actually believe he's working for us. I think he's actually working on behalf of Russia. I think he's working for the KGB. And according to the British Foreign Office, the files that have since become public and were published in 2003, they started to believe and find out, they are able to confirm, that he was funded by Russia. So they kick him out of Pergamon Publishing, and they allow some American guy to run the company instead. Now, on the KGB side, they eventually do acknowledge that he was, in fact, a very high-up Soviet agent, but he was so high up that even the high-up Soviet spies were not allowed to deal with him directly. And so his allegiance to the Soviet cause was also questioned. The heck was this guy truly loyal to? Eventually, it would become apparent that he was not loyal to the crown.
Hey,
he was
thanks,
not
Andre.
loyal to the
Appreciate
Soviets. It was actually Israel that held his true allegiance.
It was Israel?
As early as 1948,
No way.
he played a major role in the decision of the anti-Stalinist Czechoslovakian government to arm the Zionist paramilitaries. Right? He personally participated in the smuggling of aircraft parts during the 1948 war that led to the creation of the State of Israel. So the man who the British
No
intelligence agencies
way.
described eventually
What are
as
the
a Zionist that
odds?
was loyal only to Israel.
That's
He was throughout his
crazy,
career
bro.
a prominent Mossad agent. It totally makes sense given his earlier association
That's
with the Qatar, that Zionist
crazy.
group, after his parents wanted him to become a rabbi. We learn more about Robert Maxwell through the lens of Victor Ostrovsky. Now, if that name sounds familiar to you, it is because he is the man who notoriously defected from the Mossad.
I'm going to go get some food. I'll be right back. You guys are going to have to watch me eat. I'm really sorry, but I need to eat something. So I'll be right back.
Don't know him, you should become familiar with his work. He felt that he had to defect because their activity was fundamentally unconscionable, and he ended up writing a book revealing Mossad secrets. The book is entitled By Way of Deception. He claims, by the way, that that is the Mossad motto. By way of deception, thou shalt do war. He was confirmed, by the way, as an Israeli agent. So he's not some random crazy guy publishing a book. And he was trying to alert the public to a lot of their shady tactics. And I'll just give you one example of that. Here's what Victor Ostrovsky had to say about the Mossad.
I mean, when I was in the Mossad, and we had a guy that gave us problems in the US, and he was speaking out, and he was talking like Pete talked once and said, Israel is bombing Lebanon with cluster bombs. We say, hey, who's that guy? You know, Pete Makaki, we used to call him. Yeah, which is Pete the cockroach. Because he makes a lot of noise and you can't get rid of him. So what you do is you get in touch with a guy in the station in New York or in the station in Washington. You say, tell the guys at B'nai B'rith to label him. And of course the campaign starts, and before you know it, the guy's labeled. And he's an anti-Semite, because that's what we say he is. And that's one stain you cannot wash. Now, it shames me as a Jew to tell you that, but that's the fact, and it's wrong.
I'm back.
Very honest, we've been seeing a lot of that as of late, as we start asking questions, meaningful questions that we deserve the answers to, particularly as it deals with Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. Anyways, Victor claims that regarding Robert Maxwell, quote, the Mossad financed many of its operations in Europe with money that was stolen from Maxwell's newspaper's pension fund. They got their hands on the funds almost as soon as Maxwell bought the Mirror, his newspaper group, with money that was loaned to him by the Mossad. I'm sorry, just to slow that down and make sure you understand what he is saying. Is the Mossad gave him the money to go ahead and buy the Mirror Group publishing. And the moment that he got it, they took all of the pension fund money and they spent it.
Wow.
So that they could fulfill clearly Israel's interests. Robbing pension funds to support Israel. Okay. I think what we can refer to then, this whole, he's pretending that he's a publishing magnate and he's in Germany and he's in Russia and now he's opening all of these businesses in the UK. We can refer to this strategy, this repeat strategy, as the Midas touch, right? We saw this in the story of Emmanuel Macron, a person that's just kind of selected, given a historical background. Suddenly we think that this person's really powerful and amazing and intelligent. It's pretty much the exact same strategy here. Robert Maxwell has somebody giving him money behind him, and he's growing more and more powerful in business. Now, in return for his fake status, I would say, as a publishing behemoth, the Israeli intelligence services allegedly sated Robert Maxwell's sexual appetite by supplying him with prostitutes. Again, this is a direct quote. Quote, the service maintained for blackmail services.
Why not? Why not?
Since it was revealed that the hotel that he was staying at was actually rigged with cameras, which allowed the Mossad to acquire a small library of video footage of Maxwell in sexually compromising situations. So even though he...
So you're telling me that in addition to buying his publishing house for him so he could advance Israeli interests, Israel also paid for a steady stream of hookers to fuck Ghislaine's father, so that those hookers would provide them, or they would have like a camera in the room or something, with a steady stream of blackmail information that they could forever use against Robert Maxwell forever. Okay.
He's working for Israel. Israel is taking out an insurance policy. They're recording him. He's got a thing for prostitutes, and they've got him just in case he gets any ideas. Which, by the way, knowing that maybe he did know they had this catalog of evidence against him since they were the ones supplying the prostitutes, that might explain why Robert Maxwell was so loyal to Israel that he even ratted out his fellow Israelis, or other Israelis, I should say, who tried to do the right thing. So let me tell you this. There was this guy, Mordecai Vanunu. He was a nuclear technician, an Israeli, but he was also a peace activist. He did not believe in weapons of mass destruction. So when he was working in that capacity and discovered that Israel was in fact building weapons of mass destruction related to the extremely controversial Dimona nuclear facilities, right? The nuclear facilities that for a long time they claimed they totally didn't have. He tried everything in his capacity to alert the world to what they were building. He took pictures, and then he took the information that he had, unfortunately, to Robert Maxwell's mirror publications. And rather than doing what he should have done as a British citizen, sensing a threat to the UK, a threat and saying, hey, they are building a nuclear stockpile, he alerted the Israelis. Robert Maxwell decided to take that information and alert the Israelis that this guy was defecting. And what did the Israelis do? Well, they lured Vanunu to Italy. And then they drugged him. And then they abducted him. And then they secretly transported him to Israel and ultimately just convicted him in a trial that was held behind closed doors. Yeah. The only democracy.
I can't imagine that Israel would ever do that.
Vanunu then spent 18 years in prison, including more than 11 of those years in solitary confinement. He is still being harassed by the Israeli government to this day, who view him as a traitor. What are you going to do? That's what it means to be friends with Robert Maxwell.
Also, that fucking fly.
Ever the negotiator, however, Robert Maxwell also played mediator between Edgar Bronfman Sr. I want to remember his name, Edgar Bronfman Sr. At this point in time, he was the president of the World Jewish Congress, and Maxwell was playing mediator between him and the Soviet authorities during what came to be known as the Refusnik crisis. Essentially, suddenly Israel wanted to get a lot of their people out of Russia. Russia was refusing to allow these people to all just go to Israel. And he then plays negotiator and makes it happen. He later partnered, this is Robert Maxwell, partnered with the Soviets to take over the pharmaceutical company Teva. And then he also takes ownership of the Jerusalem Post in Israel, where he already controlled the right-wing Daily Maariv publications in Israel. That all took place in 1989, right? What you could say, looking at that, is that the appearance of the outward world was that he was a hotshot publisher who was just expanding his portfolio. Now he's in pharmaceuticals, and he's picking up other publications. Now they're in Israel. Truly, he was in his prime. Unfortunately,
do I know who Ryan Dawson is? Of course, I'm a libertarian. Obviously, I know who Ryan Dawson is. I've never spoken to him. I've never been terribly impressed with him, if I'm being honest about it. And I think it's kind of a shame because I think probably Ryan Dawson is actually, look at the head on that. That's really good, actually. I think probably Ryan Dawson is actually a fairly good researcher, but I can't get past Ryan Dawson's victim complex. I just can't. Every single time I've seen Ryan Dawson talk, it's been him whining and complaining about how he is a poor victim of the world. And listen, man, I understand it. Sometimes when you're trying to get ideas out there and you've done a lot of research and you feel like no one's listening, I have said a million times, I've complained a million times about how people don't listen to me, and then I'm ultimately proven right with every single thing that I say. And had people been listening to me the first time, they would have actually been right instead of being wrong, right? But I don't know. I feel like Ryan Dawson takes it to an extra whiny degree, and it's unnecessary. And I feel like he harbors a lot of anger for not being listened to in the way that he feels like he should be. And so it makes me like I'm put off by even listening to him, to be honest. That's why we're watching the Candace thing instead of the Ryan Dawson stuff, because I know he's researched this and I know he's talked about this, and I know that Daryl Cooper thinks that Ryan Dawson's research is better than Whitney Webb's, and I know that he thinks that Whitney Webb stole from Ryan Dawson and all that stuff, but it's just like, I cannot watch him. I can't watch him because he whines too much. I'm sure some people feel that way about me, and that's fine. You're allowed to feel that way about me too sometimes, when I'm like, I was right, and I was always right, and I was forever right, and you should have fucking listened to me. But that's how I feel about it.
However, on November 5th, 1991, Robert Maxwell's naked body was found floating in the Atlantic Ocean off the Canary Islands.
No way.
Where he had been enjoying himself on his yacht. A yacht
Robert Dawson
named
was
the Lady
murdered on
Ghislaine.
vacation?
Interesting,
Wow.
because his 9
Not
kids, but he decided to name
Robert
this
Maxwell,
yacht
not Robert
after
Dawson.
Ghislaine.
Robert Maxwell.
A few weeks
My bad.
after his death, a $560 million hole was discovered in the Mirror's pension fund.
Wow.
Oops. Yeah, I was running it by robbing it. It's going to be a common theme when we get into what Epstein was up to. The British investigative journalists Gordon Thomas and Martin Dillon explained how his death came about. They say that Maxwell sealed his fate when he threatened Mossad leadership. He threatened to disclose certain operations that they were a part of unless they helped him save his media empire, because then people were realizing this business is not doing so well. What's going on? He was feeling the pressure, and he's like, hey, come on. I gave you $560 million, maybe more. Okay. Give me something to save my company, or else, I gave you this slush fund. Come on, have some decency. And they didn't have the decency to do that. Instead, they deemed that Maxwell was too dangerous. And so the Mossad leadership reportedly, allegedly ordered his assassination 3 months later. No biggie, though. No hard feelings, because they did still show up to his funeral. They wanted to show their appreciation for all of his work, his commitment. So on November 8th, 1991 in Jerusalem, they held a funeral for him.
See, I knew Marty wasn't leaving. Marty, you can't quit me. And I know you're going to report back to big tech too, because you just can't help yourself. You were never retiring. That was a lie.
On the Mount of Olives, it was attended by the cream of the Israeli intelligence pie. There was no fewer than 6 service heads. There were politicians, including Chaim Herzog, Ehud Olmert, Shimon Peres, and the current, at that time, prime minister.
Yeah, Marty's already
who
I know
delivered the eulogy, by the way. Prime Minister Yitzhak Shamir delivered the eulogy. And in his eulogy, he celebrated Robert Maxwell as the man who did more for Israel than we can explain today. Then they had a prayer, which was read by Samuel Pizer. And that is also another name that you should remember. We'll get into that. So you got Samuel Pizer, because he's going to be relevant. He was Robert Maxwell's lawyer and business representative in France, but then he kind of held the same position later for Jeffrey Epstein. Anyways, enough about Robert Maxwell. This brings me to Ghislaine Maxwell. She really was the apple of her daddy's eye.
Yo, can I just say, it's been a while since I've had this beer. It's really good. I actually like this beer more than I remember it. So for everyone who missed the beer at the beginning, I'm drinking a Great North Robust Vanilla Porter, or RVP. It's 6.5% alcohol. I think they're out of Colorado, I'm pretty sure. No, New Hampshire. Holy shit. Another New Hampshire beer. Anyway, you can get this beer pretty much all over the country. I've definitely seen it in other places. It's really good. It tastes like, it's very rich, and it doesn't actually taste like vanilla. It's not sweet. It tastes like coffee.
Loved him so much. He loved her back so much so that he names that yacht after her, like I said. So let's get into some interesting facts about her and her upbringing. But first, I'm going to throw it to some of our sponsors. Remind you guys about Riverbend Ranch, because if you haven't heard about Riverbend Ranch, it is time that you... Back into our story, we've got Ghislaine Maxwell. We've heard her name, obviously, a lot. The Madame, as they say. And according to the press, ostensibly, the story about her kind of shifted depending on when you checked the press. At various times, they told us that she was an interior designer, Sometimes they told us that she was a socialite. Sometimes they told us that she was an internet operator, whatever that is. It's all very confusing. Factually, what I can tell you is that Ghislaine Noël Marion Maxwell was born on
Real.
Christmas
They
Day
are all
of
coming out of the
1961,
woodwork.
December 25th. And she was born in France, Maison Lafitte. She spent her childhood
Maison
very
Lafitte.
well-to-do, very wealthy, at Headington Hill Hall, which is a casual 53-room palace, Italian mansion thing that's rented from the Oxford municipality by her family. She is the youngest of 9 children. Back in 2003, so this was before Jeffrey Epstein was ever charged for any crimes, the Evening Standard published an interesting article about Ghislaine. They were discussing how she settled in New York after her father's death, how she was picking up her own life. And they wrote this. They wrote, quote, Ghislaine has expanded her social surface, largely thanks to what the real estate developer Epstein has done for her. She has become the queen of the billionaire social circuit. They also wrote, quote, Jeffrey only likes billionaires and very young women and uses Ghislaine as his social pimp. That is very telling.
Wow.
And that same article elsewhere mentions that there were rumors that, quote, the bizarre parties held at Maxwell's house where she invites a dozen young girls, then brandishes a whip and teaches them how to enhance their sexual performance, end quote. But again, this was 2003, so Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine were just getting away with so much. They were just outwardly, I guess, allowing journalists to know what they were into, and they are into some weird stuff. Now I want to quickly fast forward to the summer of 2019. Now we have unpacked this on the podcast this week. That is the notorious summer when Jeffrey Epstein, quote unquote, kills himself. Leading up to this moment, Ghislaine Maxwell had sort of gone missing. Remember, Jeffrey Epstein was arrested in mid-June. They then transport him to a special housing unit. And
in one of these episodes, she calls New York a post-Jewish or the New York Post a Jewish op. Yeah, I would actually probably agree with that.
Then he decides after only a few weeks in custody that he just can't take it anymore. Like he's just, I can't be a part of this anymore. I have to exit life. Of course, during those just a few weeks leading up to his quote unquote suicide, Ghislaine Maxwell was being hunted down by the media. Jeffrey Epstein gets arrested. He lands at Teterboro Airport, coming back from, of course, Paris. And instantly the press is in a frenzy going, wait, where's Ghislaine? Where's Ghislaine? Because she's likely very guilty too. The public wanted her to be arrested as well. And then, of course, Jeffrey Epstein's suicide happened. And I should say right now, it was apparently a very big week for the New York Post. Because remember, on August 10th, it was them that got the world exclusive photos of Jeffrey Epstein just following the suicide attempt. So they didn't know if he was still hanging on.
No
these shady photos, but he was being transported from the prison to the hospital. And waiting there was a New York Post photographer who captured the exclusive images.
How did that happen?
Like 7:30 in the morning. Totally not weird at all. And that photog also has another name, another alias, and he doesn't want to talk about capturing those world's photos or how he got the scoop so quickly, and how quickly he maybe fought traffic to get that photo or to answer any questions about those photos. No, he just kind of falls off a cliff. The New York Post gets the exclusive photos.
Hey,
that's great,
thank
right?
you.
And I've been kind of
Appreciate
telling you
you,
guys for
photo
a while,
girl.
the New York Post is an Israeli op, in my opinion.
In my opinion.
Looking at all of the facts that are available to
No
me. Anyways,
anti-Semitism.
that was August 10th. Big week for them. They got the exclusive photos. 3 days later, on August 13th, they joined the chorus of other people who are going, whoa, Jeffrey Epstein's now dead. Where is Ghislaine Maxwell? Where is she? Where is she? And they pretend that they're investigating Ghislaine Maxwell in earnest, right? They start wanting to build trust with their audience. Like, yeah, no, we totally want to find Ghislaine too. And they publish a piece on page 6 on August 13th detailing her sexcapades. A source tells them, and they publish it from the source, that while Ghislaine Maxwell posed for photos in a publication promoting Sotheby's vintage fashion collection, she allegedly also dropped hints about her twisted double life. The source told them, quote, she didn't mention Epstein, but during the session, she recounted how she had just hosted a dinner party for a number of young girls and that she had put sex toys on every chair. Ghislaine then described how during the dinner party, two of the guests, a couple, began in front of everybody demonstrating, I'm just going to say here, a sex act.
What?
And the person notes that Ghislaine laughed about that. And that a friend of hers has a theory that Epstein was just like Ghislaine's father, Robert Maxwell, who himself had practiced kind of strange sexual tastes, strange sexual practices, if you will. So that's August 13th. They're like, yeah, no, we want to find this person as well. And then magically on August 15th, the New York Post gets lucky again, you guys. More photography luck. The world is searching for Ghislaine, and miraculously, the New York Post finds her. Here is the cover of the New York Post.
I'm eating crab meat at the moment. You can't stuff your
August
face
15th,
with crab meat.
2019, just 5 days after Jeffrey Epstein suicided himself. Now, they ran with the headline, "The Post finds her." Don't worry, world. You don't have to look for Ghislaine anymore because the Post has located her. It's so predictable, you guys, I gotta tell you. Now, according to the story that was embedded into the Post, the person who took the photo was just like a regular person who happened to realize that Ghislaine Maxwell was sitting at In-N-Out. And then that person clearly gave the photo to the New York Post, maybe because they had this fantastic luck with Jeffrey Epstein. And the New York Post diligently reported, here she is at the In-N-Out. And believe it or not, she's just in the middle of LA. But man, you guys, I got to tell you, you might not remember this, but that photo,
wow,
her in In-N-Out, that turned out to be quite the scandal itself, because there were apparently a few things that were wrong with this exclusive photo published by the New York Post. You see, the Daily Mail decided to check out, after hearing rumors that something was maybe Photoshopped, they decided to check out the metadata of the photo. Oh, the pesky metadata again. And what they discovered was that in the metadata, it was tagged as a photo taken by Meadowgate. Okay. Meadowgate, it turned out, was a company owned by a woman named Leah Safian. And when they began looking into Leah Safian, they discovered that she had a dog that looked a lot like the dog that was in the photo of Ghislaine Maxwell In-N-Out. And yeah, it seemed to be sitting under her. So is this a random person who took this photo, or did Leah Safian take this photo, or was she the random person and Ghislaine held her dog or something? No, it turned out, you guys, that Leah Safian also happened to be the attorney and the fixer for the Maxwell family. She was one of Ghislaine's defense attorneys. And yeah, no, this was a staged photo. And as if that couldn't get any worse, the New York Post, the photo itself had some peculiarities, which suggest that it was photoshopped as a twisted joke. Foremost, the poster in the background, okay, if you see the bus stop, she's behind her, just behind the In-N-Out, there's a bus stop, and it has a movie poster for the film Good Boys. Good Boys was, in fact, a film that was coming out that year or that week, and it was a comedy about the sex lives of preteens. I'm not kidding. She happens to take this photo. Okay, her lawyer happens to take this photo of her at the In-N-Out, and behind them is a movie poster about the sex lives of preteens. Yeah, no, the only problem with that is that immediately after this was published, the owners of that bus stop, okay, out front, you might see that on a lot of like these little bus stop cubicle thingies. It says like out front on the top. People actually own those. And out front came out and said, no, that's photoshopped. We never put up that advertisement for that movie. They spoke to the Daily Mail. A media spokesman for Outfront, her name was Carly Zip, gave an on-record statement. She said, we think it was photoshopped. She said, quote, we do not have any records of this Good Boys poster being posted there. Outfront keeps meticulous records of exactly which posters are displayed at the bus shelter locations across the U.S. But Zip insists that the bus shelter outside the In-N-Out Burger where Maxwell dined did not have that poster. She said, we have no record of Good Boys having ever been posted. We had our installers check the logs. They even went out there to check. There is no evidence that Good Boys was ever posted. Crazy.
That is actually
Instead,
crazy.
Zip claimed that they were running, since July 28th, a poster advertising the Providence St. Joseph's Medical Center. And by the way, the Daily Mail then got their reporters down there and they saw that there was an advertisement 4 days later for the Providence St. Joseph Medical Center. And then we decided, like my team decided to go back, on Google Maps, you can go back and see what was outside of In-N-Out. And even though they didn't have anything captured from that August day, we did see that even back in May of 2019, sure enough, they were running a Providence St. Joseph's medical ad. That best ensemble cast thing that you're seeing right there in the picture, that is a Providence St. Joseph medical ad. So they were saying, we do this. This is what was here. We were running that. And so who put that poster in the background? Who did that and why? That's not it, you guys. It's giving Emmanuel Macron's presidential portraits. Oh, is that Andre Gide? Is that the book we put in the background of the pederast? Oh, uh-oh. Just us kind of winking and being sadistic and funny to ourselves. Beyond that.
Breaking news that is highly relevant to this video. From AF Post on Twitter, Trump's DOJ has granted Epstein accomplice Ghislaine, how the fuck you pronounce her name? Donald Trump's DOJ has granted Epstein accomplice Ghislaine Maxwell limited immunity. The DOJ just granted Ghislaine Maxwell, or however you pronounce her name, limited immunity. That's just great, Trump. That's really great. Are you going to give her a pardon next? She's like, I actually want Trump to pardon her at this point just to see what happens. I literally just want to see what happens. Like, I don't actually care really about any of this. Like, I understand the whole, bringing down the most powerful elite people in the world and exposing Israel and all. I totally get it. But I think that I think that it would be very interesting to see what happens if Trump actually pardons this woman.
The book Ghislaine Maxwell was reading is really just an FU to the public. Okay. The title of that book that she's reading in front of the In-N-Out is The Book of Honor, The Secret Lives and Deaths of the CIA. That's just fantastic.
No
way. Is a photo. Was she even there? Who knows? Incroyable. Really just incredible work from the New York Post. Remember, this is the same week that they got the exclusive photo of Epstein. See, there's the proof. He actually killed himself. We got the exclusive photo. Now it's like, go away, everybody. Don't look for Ghislaine anymore because we got the exclusive photo. What actually happened? Now, this is not based on any reporting at Xavier Poussard. This is me just surmising myself here. But it looks like an alibi was being created. Like the New York Post might actually be an outfit. And I don't want to say it, might, maybe, allegedly, of Israel. And they were protecting their agents, but also doing it in a really sadistic, wink at the world, haha, what can you do about it way? Anyways, back to Ghislaine, because she is the daughter of a Mossad agent. There's no question about that. Robert Maxwell was her father, and the Mossad does not deny that Robert Maxwell was an agent, and therefore the most obvious link between Epstein and the Mossad would be Ghislaine. But currently, we are being told by the media, by the mocking Israel puppets, by Israel's former prime minister who's come out against Tucker Carlson on X, that it is ridiculous to suggest that Epstein could have been working for the Mossad.
Totally ridiculous.
There is no
Obviously.
evidence that is anti-Semitic. What happened to Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens, bro?
Mm-hmm.
This is like, I don't even know, Newspeak. This is them doing that thing where they delete history right as it's happening and think that nobody's going to go backwards and take a look at what actually happened, or if there was maybe somebody who told us.
Or they don't care.
That Epstein was working with Robert Maxwell. Because the news story that's emerging is that Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell met in the 90s, right? So they're saying that news story because Robert Maxwell was already dead. That thereby deletes any possibility that Epstein could have been connected to the Mossad via Robert Maxwell. He really just genuinely met Ghislaine Maxwell in the 90s. And I really hate to destroy that narrative. Actually, I'm lying. I don't really hate to destroy that narrative. I actually just hate liars. But here we go. This is a guy I'd like to introduce you to. His name is Ari Ben Menashe.
Oh, yeah?
He's a man
That sounds
claimed
Jewish.
to have had several meetings with Jeffrey Epstein in Robert Maxwell's office all throughout the 80s. Like a decade before the media is telling you Ghislaine met Epstein. Ari Ben-Menashe would certainly know, considering he worked for the Mossad and he even spent time in prison due to his work for the Mossad because he got caught being an agent for Israel. So I'm going to show you this clip, and credit here to the work, tremendous work, and we'll credit people along the way here, of Whitney Webb, Zev Shalev, these people who have been on this Epstein story for years. Well, Zev Shalev has a podcast called Narrative, and he interviewed Ari Ben-Menashe in 2019. I'm going to show you a couple of these clips. If you're listening to this on audio, it might be difficult for you to decipher if you're not reading along, but it's okay because I'm going to break down everything after. Here is the first clip. And again, this is Ari, who is speaking with Zalev. Take a listen.
So Maxwell introduces you. He says, here's this young guy. Yeah. And did he go by the name Jeffrey Epstein or did he go by a different name?
I remember Epstein, Jeff Epstein.
Okay. Because he had a different passport that he was traveling in and out of.
That's right. Yeah, but that came later.
Okay. So he says to you, here's this guy, Jeffrey Epstein, who I know from around.
And your Israeli bosses have approved.
Oh, okay.
Already approved.
So it came down from up above. So what did he do? Can you say what he did for you? Or like what kind of work did you guys do together?
No, he didn't do anything.
Oh, so you met him and that was it?
I met him a few times in Maxwell's office. That was it.
And did he do any arms deals for anybody else that you were aware of?
Not that I know.
Because there was I guess it was an
he didn't.
MI5
He
operation.
wasn't very competent. He didn't seem to be a competent guy. He didn't seem to be. But he was a good-looking guy. And Miss Maxwell.
Ghislaine, yeah.
Fell for him.
Early in the 80s.
So he is describing how he met Jeffrey Epstein in Robert Maxwell's office. And he is making it clear that he was with Ghislaine. He thinks Ghislaine loved Jeffrey Epstein. And I'm going to let you listen to another clip where he describes how both Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine were agents for Israel. Take a listen.
Oh, yeah?
She got involved with Israeli intelligence together with him.
Right.
But not in this honesty in Iran, no business.
Would you say she was an agent as well? Was she someone working for Israeli intelligence?
Oh, definitely.
Military intelligence as well?
Yes.
And when that happens, because I have no idea how that world works. So
Wow. It happened by accident.
Do you get orders and you have to do certain things, or is it more like
it happened totally by accident to join Israeli intelligence, and basically you trip on the sidewalk and you fall into the Mossad, and that's just it. And it was a total accident.
Project. What really happened, my take on it, and the later thing, is that these guys were seen as agents. But they weren't really competent to do very much.
Totally accidental.
And so they found a niche for themselves, blackmailing American and other political figures.
For the Israelis? So it's hard for people to understand why Israel would want to get blackmail on an American. I'm asking a question that I can answer it quite probably, but for most people, it's hard for them to think about Israel as being blackmailing their leaders in the United States. It's a very...
It was quite a MO. See, sleeping around is not a crime. Maybe embarrassing, but not a crime. But sleeping with underage girls is a crime.
Oh, yeah, you don't say.
That's a lot to unpack. Okay. So he is telling us, first and foremost, that Epstein did not seem like a very competent guy. That's incredible because that lets us know the hand of Midas was upon him. We've discussed, and we will again discuss, Epstein's incredible career. Just like Emmanuel Macron, he was a savant. But this guy who is working for Israeli intelligence says he wasn't a competent guy. He was a good-looking guy. Tells us Ghislaine Maxwell fell in love with him because of that reason, he thinks. But no, Jeffrey Epstein was, according to him, a part of the Maxwell family business. And his theory is that perhaps Robert Maxwell thought that he would be a good fit for his daughter. And he's telling us that at this time, Epstein was traveling back and forth between London and the Middle East, and he would often pass by Robert Maxwell's office. And this interview is very long, and we are going to link it below so that you can watch it in its entirety. According to Ari Ben-Menashe, Ghislaine Maxwell would accompany her father often, and she was involved, at least to some extent, in his intelligence activities. Now, Ari Menashe is very clearly stating that they found a niche. The two of them were not confident, but they found a niche, and that was collecting blackmail on American politicians, that they were able to do this. They were facilitating this blackmail, and therefore they were valuable. They became valuable to the Mossad because they were able to get blackmail. Again, this is coming from Ari Menashe, who is now an Israeli-Canadian citizen who worked for the Mossad in arms deals. And that is the reason why he says that he met with Epstein in Robert Maxwell's office. Ari Menashe's meeting with Epstein in Robert Maxwell's office in London dates back to the Iran-Contra scandal. Now, you might not remember this. If you're like me, and I'm born in 1989, at the end of the decade, this was a very big scandal that happened in the 80s under President Reagan's administration. And I will give you the details here. Essentially, what happened was Iran was under an arms embargo from the United States, meaning we were not going to give Iran any weapons. We weren't going to give them any military equipment because, we can't fund or support terrorist activities in the Middle East. But then suddenly the American government does a 180 on that. They're like, we actually are going to ship some arms to Iran. And the American people are informed that the only reason the government is doing this and the only reason we're going to temporarily remove this embargo is because then we can get back some American hostages. They claimed Iran would be able to work with their terrorist partners over in Lebanon to give us back our American hostages that were in Lebanon. Okay, 7 hostages the public was told there were 7 hostages that we would then get in return officially. We're justifying this shipment of arms for 7 U.S. hostages that were being held in Lebanon by Hezbollah. Oh, all of the same characters are coming into the story that we're dealing with right now. So except it turned out they kind of maybe lied about that. Another hostage scenario. We could go down a lot of rabbit holes with this. But what was discovered actually was what they were really doing was just trying to get the American public on the side for a deal for Israel. In reality, they were going to send that shipment to Iran on behalf of Israel because Israel wanted to arm and train militants that were in Nicaragua. So, by way of deception, thou wilt make war, right? We're going to get really deceptive. They deceived the American public. They wanted the American weapons sent. And then when it came time to hide the transaction, so Iran's going to give them cash. Iran was going to give cash for weapons. And they weren't going to give that cash directly to directly to Israel, pardon me. Instead, Iran was going to give that money to Russia. Essentially, this is like they're going to launder the cash they get for the weapons through Russia so that they could get it to arm and train militants in Nicaragua. And you know who helped facilitate that? The whole Russia through Robert Maxwell, of course. According to Ari Ben-Menashe, who was a part of the Iran-Contra scandal and went to prison for it. Robert Maxwell was the person who brokered the lucrative deal between the Mossad and the KGB that allowed the Israelis to hide money from the arms sales to Iran. And Ari Ben-Menashe says that Robert Maxwell wanted to involve Epstein in this operation. Ari Ben-Menashe says, quote, "What happened was Maxwell introduced Epstein to us. He wanted us to accept him into our group. But despite Maxwell's insistence, Ben-Menashe claims that Epstein just wasn't competent and he wasn't accepted by them. He wasn't accepted by him. He wasn't accepted by Nick Davies, who at that time was the foreign editor of the Daily Mirror. He was also involved in this operation. Man, Daily Mirror is just a whole operation going on there. And so, yeah, they just weren't impressed with him. Nevertheless, Ari Ben-Menashe says that Epstein was, in fact, able to develop close ties with several arms dealers. Again, this was in the 80s. So you can dispel the new media story about him having met Ghislaine in the 90s and then be forming a friendship and nothing at all to do with the Mossad. That's just a lie. It is a lie. And he's able to fashion those relationships, those arm deals relationships since the 80s, particularly with a guy named a British man named Sir Douglas Leese, who was involved in a series of contracts that were known, which we're going to talk about tomorrow, as the Al-Yamama deal. Now, we're going to stop there because that's then going to bring in Saudi Arabia. It's going to bring in Adnan Khashoggi. Remember, Jamal Khashoggi, just a journalist, all that stuff. Yeah, a little bit more going on there. I don't think he was maybe just a journalist. Certainly Adnan Khashoggi, his father, was in the mix. A lot of players are in the mix. Gosh, we've got already Ukraine, Saudi Arabia, Israel, America, the UK, France. Are you guys starting to understand? We've got Lebanon being told about hostages. You guys starting to understand why they don't want anybody touching the Epstein files? Because the blow up is not just going to have to do with America and American politicians. It is a very, very, very sophisticated network. And by the way, what Trump is saying about it right now, which I'm going to show you after we throw it to our sponsors for a little bit, what he tweeted this morning, yeah, it is looking like some people behind him might be terrified. First, I'm going to tell you guys about Tax Network USA. Tax Network USA proudly believes in freedom, resilience, and life. All right, you guys. So that's a lot. The beginning of this story definitely is starting to sound like a web. Definitely starting to seem like a lot of people are cluing into the fact that maybe there is a global government. Jeffrey Epstein, by the way, was very open and clear about his aims to help facilitate a global government. We'll get to that tomorrow.
Led by
His
Israel.
story is just incredible. I want to show you this. Trump tweets this today, calling Jeffrey Epstein a Democrat hoax. Did all that? Maybe everything I just shared sounded like a Democrat hoax to you. He wrote on Truth Social, the radical left Democrats have hit pay dirt again. It's just like with the fake and fully discredited.
It's so sad. Like, this is, listen, man, Trump already sucked. He was already bad again. But like with the Epstein stuff, hang on, I'm going to cough. With the Epstein stuff, Trump has destroyed his credibility. I'm sorry. Him continuing to say this is a Democrat hoax, him telling people you are not allowed to be my supporter anymore if you want to see the Epstein files, him just deflecting, like I don't like even the dumbest MAGA boomer in the world has to be like, Trump, what the fuck? Seriously?
Steele dossier, the lying from the intelligence agents, the laptop from hell, which the Dems swore had come from Russia. No, it came from Hunter Biden's bathroom. And even the Russia scam itself, totally fake and made up story used in order to hide crooked Hillary Clinton's big loss in the 2016 presidential election.
Yep.
These scams and hoaxes are all the Democrats are good at. It's all they have. They are no good at governing, no good at policy, and no good at picking winning candidates. Also, unlike Republicans, they stick together like glue. Their new scam is what
we know that for sure.
Call the
Trump.
Jeffrey Epstein hoax. And my past supporters have bought into this bullshit, hook, line, and sinker. They haven't learned their lesson and probably never will. Even after being conned by the lunatic left for 8 long years, I have had more success in 6 months than perhaps any president in our country's history. And all these people want to talk about with strong prodding by the fake news and the success-starved Dems is a Jeffrey Epstein hoax.
Okay.
Let these weaklings continue forward and do the Democrats' work. Don't even think about talking about our incredible and unprecedented success because I don't want their support anymore. Thank you for your attention.
I don't want your support anymore if you want to see the Epstein
files. A lot
files.
going on there. He doesn't want the support of anybody who wants to know more about the Jeffrey Epstein stuff. That's a pretty big statement. Calling it a Democrat hoax, as we uncovered a couple of days ago, he was arrested during the time when Trump was in power in 2019, that second time. Rather, I think the first time he was arrested back in 2007, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, Skylar, was it George Bush was president? Yep, that's correct. And so it doesn't really seem like that might have been a Democrat hoax, given the fact that these were federal charges and Republicans would have been in charge. And also, I think people from both sides are calling for this. It's not just Republicans or just Democrats that want these files. It's like the first time everyone is together on this. And it's interesting to say, like, we should move on from Jeffrey Epstein in a post where you are also throwing it back to all of these other hoaxes, right? So we get to keep talking about the laptop. We get to keep talking about the Russia hoax, which we fully agree were hoaxes. That's why we were behind you as your supporters saying these are hoaxes. There is no fire here. There's not even any smoke here. And we followed you. We are that same base of people that have the wherewithal to know when we are looking at a hoax and when we are looking at something that is deeply sinister. You can't just edit our ability to see that. Okay. We were clever enough to perceive a hoax then, and we're clever enough to perceive what is clearly not a hoax now. That's what I would say. That's what I would offer back. But Mr. Trump, Mr. President Trump, respectfully, if you'd ever like to come on my podcast, last time we spoke, I'd welcome you to explain in long format.
I don't think that's going to happen, Candace.
Perceive this to be a hoax and who particularly
I don't think that's going to work out
as facilitating this hoax. I also invite you to, blink twice. You've got some Zionists that are behind you that are making you real nervous to talk about this.
Trump's held hostage by Zionists.
Anyways, Rep. Thomas Massey is one such Republican who is basically saying, nope, we're not getting away with this. You guys are not getting away with that. He has launched a long shot attempt to force a vote on the...
So that's basically the end of that episode. Now we have earned a second episode, so we will be moving into the Epstein Files, episode 1. So congratulations and thank you to everyone who sent in the required $100 in super chats to watch episode number 1. Now, we have until the end of the episode. So there is one more episode that's already been published. So we have episode 1. We can also watch an additional episode with episode 2. But I want to remind everyone that the way that you get to episode 2 on this stream anyway is you send in $70 more worth of super chats, because I have other stuff I could be doing too. I'm spending it with you guys, laughing at this and being in shock over this and, commiserating over how fake and gay everything is. We're a community here and we support each other, and I'm happy to provide that environment. But I've already been streaming for 4 hours today. We're going to do another hour with this show. And so, you have another hour to reach the goal. And if you reach the goal, we'll watch another episode. And if you don't reach the goal, then that's, good night for tonight. And I'll see you tomorrow for Socialism Saturday. So let's get this party started.
Happy Thursday. And I should ask the question, where are my fellow weaklings at? Because that's what Trump called us yesterday, right?
Yeah.
He also, during a press conference, said that we were stupid for still caring about the Epstein files. So I think now we're arriving at the important question here, which is, who is Trump protecting?
He's
clearly protecting someone. Is it himself?
I'm 100% going to.
Is it someone in his family? We should explore that as we continue to notice patterns. Welcome back to the Epstein files.
Hey, thank you,
the Epstein
Andre.
files are triggering a worldwide response because, as you saw yesterday, too many
you.
countries are indicated. I'm talking in just yesterday's episode, we already covered Ukraine, Iran, Lebanon, the United States, France, Russia, and we are barely even scratching the surface, my friends. In fact, I didn't even mention yesterday that the country Liechtenstein, a tiny little dot in Europe, that was the country that Robert Maxwell was laundering his money through. So like when he was robbing the pensions, it was going through Liechtenstein and then to Israel. Everybody is involved in this. We're going to get into North Africa. By the way, another random fun fact that I didn't include in yesterday's episode. Guess which law firm represented Robert Maxwell?
The same one that's
this
suing
is per Vanity Fair's 1992. They did this long profile regarding the mystery of Robert Maxwell's death. Check this out. It tells us in this article that Wilkie, Farr, and Gallagher, that name is sounding familiar to you, that law firm is sounding familiar to you, it's because they are currently the law firm that is representing Blake Lively. Yeah, the article tells us that they represented Robert Maxwell. And they're now representing Ryan Reynolds in what the public is noticing might be a totally rigged game against Justin Baldoni.
Mm-hmm.
Does Israel have the courts? Who would have the power to rig something that's so obviously wrong, what's been happening in that case? Anyways, point that I'm making here is the world is a stage, my friends. It is a stage.
Shut up, Dan Crenshaw.
And we should take a listen, by the way.
No
President
one cares,
Trump
Dan
yesterday
Crenshaw.
explaining to the press who were asking him
Can everyone shame Dan Crenshaw in the chat? Thank you.
questions about the Epstein files. He then said this regarding the quote unquote hoax. Take a listen.
I know you want to move past all this intrigue over the Epstein files, but I do want to ask you to clarify something you said this morning. You said this was all a hoax. Has your attorney
It's a big hoax.
It's a big hoax.
No,
Okay,
it's not
Trump.
the Attorney General. No, I know it's a hoax. It's started by Democrats. It's been run by the Democrats for 4 years. You
Oh
had
my
Christopher
God.
Wray and these characters and Comey before him. And it's a bad group. It started, actually, look at the Steele dossier that turned out to be a total hoax. The 51 agents, the intelligence, so-called intelligence agents, it was a hoax. It's all been a big hoax. It's perpetrated by the Democrats. And some stupid Republicans and foolish Republicans fall into the net. And so they try and do the Democrats'
Wow,
work.
Trump.
Look, I'm happy to be stupid. I'm happy to be foolish. I was very happy to be a person in the basket of the deplorables. The ad hominem stuff doesn't mean anything to me, especially when it comes to a ring that involves harming children. Okay. I just think that this is so ridiculous to try to divide people and make
got
it
some
seem like
Prosecco? That
it's a
sounds
fight
good.
between the left and the right. It's not that. We are, in fact, not stupid, but we're happy to have you call those names. And when I hear him say that, it just inspires me more to look into this. I really think that nothing should commit us further to
I
wanting
agree.
to unpack the
Candace
Epstein
is
story
right.
than the amount of gaslighting that is currently taking place.
That is
So
absolutely
let's jump right back
correct.
into it.
Yep.
We're going to unpack Epstein's story first because I want to keep us very focused. There's going to be so many names, so many things that are happening by
No
the
ad
end of
break.
this series.
No ad break.
We are going to be, we're going to be speaking about Greek mythology, truly. And I want to make sure that we very early on establish some threads and some trends that you will see as we begin to weave this web. Okay. Here are the indicators thus far. Identity laundering. That's a big piece of this. The ability for people to change their names and to go by different names, that we are seeing that already early in this story as we unpacked Robert Maxwell. You can keep this up, the slide up. The next is the Midas touch. Okay. The Midas touch being this person was not qualified and yet they were touched. Somebody had their hand on them and they were pulled through the ranks. The third one, obviously, is sexual deviancy. Robert Maxwell, we've talked about him already. An element of theater. You could also say that's a part 2 that goes along with the identity laundering. They're becoming different people with different stories. It's very gypsy, okay? And the last piece of this is historical revisionism, telling us not to remember what happened yesterday, rewriting. This is when publications get involved, constantly changing somebody's name, helping them and telling us, don't remember what happened yesterday. This is what we're telling you the present is now. So we've already discussed Epstein's bizarre life story, but we're going to do it again here because now we are in the series officially. And as you know, the indicators, which we've identified in the Robert Maxwell story, are plenty here in the Epstein story as well. His story begins in 1953. And don't worry, I've created a timeline for you guys at home. I know some of you guys like to freeze and go through the timelines. It was in 1953 that Jeffrey Epstein is born. We are told that Jeffrey Epstein spent his childhood in Brooklyn, a part of the Seagate neighborhood, which has a population that is 80% Orthodox Jews of Russian origin. Okay, so they're coming in and they're settling in Brooklyn. That's going to be relevant for later in this episode, so I want to remember that. And similarly, we heard about this when we discussed Robert Maxwell yesterday. His parents were Seymour Epstein, who was a city parks department employee, and Pauline Epstein, who was a school aide. We're told that he was the product of middle-class New York City. That's the same story we're told all the time. All of these refugees didn't have much, and then they're just all going to become very wealthy in a very short amount of time. Millions and sometimes billions. We know that he attended local public schools before he entered Lafayette High School, which is in South Central Brooklyn. That is, in fact, a photo of Jeffrey Epstein that we have here on the screen. Somebody had included this and said, Epstein signed my dad's high school yearbook and wrote "Be Cool" in his yearbook. So that is Jeffrey Epstein. And then we are told that he reportedly graduated several years early. Okay. I don't know how early. Was he a freshman and then they just took him out? But we do know that he next appears in 1969. Jeffrey Epstein enters the prestigious Cooper Union College, but then suddenly and inexplicably, he drops out. Just drops out. Then he enrolls again in 1971 in the Courant Institute of Mathematical Sciences at NYU. And he is there in 1971 to study the mathematical aspects of cardiac physiology. That's very specific. But guess what? He doesn't make it to the end because he drops out. He drops out of the Courant Institute. Again, we're not given a reason why. It's inexplicable. What we do know is that in 1973, Donald Barr, who we've discussed, he was then the head of the prestigious Dalton School, publishes this mysterious book, Space Relations. We talked about this.
Space
And
Relations.
this book is foretelling about a sexual blackmail ring, children that are going to be molested, all to serve this demonic space colony known as KOSSAR, KOSSAR, guys, not to be confused with KZARs, okay? They're involved in sex trafficking, and for whatever reason, it's this really disgusting book that the head of a school decided to publish in 1974, not creepy at all, and it foretells the story of Ghislaine and Jeffrey Epstein. Now, what I didn't tell you before is that it should be mentioned that Donald Barr was a member at that time of the Office of Strategic Services in America, that the OSS was what became the CIA. It's the predecessor of
No
the
shit.
CIA. Okay?
That's
So
crazy.
you've got this guy who is an agent for the government who's publishing this book foretelling of a sex trafficking ring, a powerful colony that believes that it sits above everybody else. And yeah, then what happens? I'm also going to note for you that Donald Barr, because we've got one element of this, is like changing identities. And one way you can change your identity is to just be baptized into a church. That's something that my research has made me understand. A lot of baptism, name changes. Donald Barr also was raised, he was Jewish parents, and then he decides to convert to Catholicism. So he converted to Catholicism, but he is ethnically, he is Jewish. And so would therefore his son, William Barr, be as well. Of course, it's relevant to the story as we are warming up on learning about the Mossad and Israel. Now let's get back into Epstein's timeline. 1974, it's a few months after dropping out of the Courant Institute. Inexplicably, Epstein's then hired at that Dalton school, where our government guy got weird fantasies and books that he's publishing, is heading up the school. And why is Epstein hired? Well, he's hired to teach mathematics and physics, despite not having a degree in either. Prestigious school, $50,000 a year. By 1976, Epstein is dismissed from teaching at the Dalton School. Parents were complaining about the weakness of his teaching. It also was alleged by the students that went there. NPR did a long article that he was often in the company of young girls that he's taught outside of the school. And this is a blurb from a New York Times piece. 8 former students who attended the prestigious school during Mr. Epstein's short tenure there said that his conduct with teenage girls had left an impression that had lingered for decades. One former student recalled him showing up at a party where students were drinking, while most remembered his persistent attention on the girls in hallways and classrooms. She said, "I can remember thinking at the time that this is wrong." That is a quote from Scott Spicer, who graduated from Dalton in 1976. Well, no matter, because, then he left. In 1978, the legend goes, kind of hand of Midas, touch of Midasing all of this. Legend goes that through a connection at the school, he was tutoring someone's kid, and then he somehow gets into the situation where he meets.
Thanks to ladies sending our support, Karlyn. Looking forward to more spy streams. These are priceless. Julietta and Jenny say hi. Thank you, Julietta and Jenny, and 2 ladies. I appreciate you.
It's the CEO of Bear Stearns. That CEO is Alan Greenberg, who then decides to make him a junior assistant on the trade floor, because he obviously knows nothing about finance. I don't even know if there's anything about math or science either. But within just 4 years, he rises through the ranks and becomes a partner. He is a limited partner at Bear Stearns. What? Don't worry, guys. By 1981, he departs Bear Stearns, and I'll tell you why. Some employees, by the way, say that he was fired, but Jeffrey Epstein has always maintained that he resigned out of his own free will after a relatively minor violation with the SEC that resulted in a relatively minor fine of $2,500. That's his story, and he's sticking to it, or he was sticking to it, or he is sticking to it. Who knows if he's alive? But
If he's
curiously
alive,
enough,
is
his
Jeffrey Epstein
departure
alive?
coincided with the opening, the very day
Really?
that Jeffrey Epstein left. The SEC was actually opening a procedure to look into insider trading that they alleged had occurred in the context of a corporate takeover bid that was being led by Edgar Bronfman Sr., who was the head of Seagram's. Now, if that name's sounding familiar to you, Edgar Bronfman Sr., because yesterday I told you not to forget this name. I told you to remember the name Edgar Bronfman Sr. because he was the guy that was working at this time with Robert Maxwell, because he was also heading up the World Jewish Conference, and he was working with Robert Maxwell on the Refusenik crisis. Essentially, we want Russian Jews to come settle into Israel. The Russian government says, no, you can't do that. Why would we just grant visas for everybody to travel to Israel? I want to be clear, in this very year, in 1981, that is when Edgar Bronfman becomes the president of the World Jewish Conference and focuses on that project to lobby Russia to grant visas to Russian Jews to depart to Israel. And you have to ask yourself, now we know at that same time he's working with Jeffrey Epstein, and the SEC's looking in going, wait, I think some insider trading just happened here. You have to wonder what suddenly then convinces the Russians to allow that to take place. Or what convinced, by the way, the Russian Jews, for that matter, to want to abandon their homeland to move to the Middle East. Was there an incentive provided? Was there a financial incentive provided? I'm just asking questions. Was Robert Maxwell the only Israel firster hotshot that was committing financial crimes to help Israel? Because remember, he's robbing pensions. What's going on over here with these banks that are getting into trouble? I will note now that per a 2003 Vanity Fair article, the SEC never officially brought the proceedings against Bear Stearns for insider trading, but its questions seem to indicate that it was remarkably skeptical. The SEC body was remarkably skeptical of Epstein's answers. Vanity Fair writes that some sources wondered why, if he had such an important role at Bear Stearns, he's a partner, why would he have left over just a small fine of $2,500? Something else was clearly going on there. Now, the next part of Epstein's biography gets a little bit murky. And I want to tell you, by the way, what he was interested in. That's kind of like, what was his public life profile? You know, he had all of this money. We don't really know how he has it or how he gets it, but he's everywhere. And I'll tell you some things that he was passionate about. He's a passionate guy. He was passionate about issues relating to human consciousness, brain function, and also particularly transhumanism. Gosh, this is really becoming a theme. Transhumanism. He had spoken about how he planned to freeze his body to be reanimated in the future when science allowed it. And he envisioned the insemination of dozens of women with his sperm in order to, quote, strengthen the genetic heritage of the earth. Now,
what?
I'm just going to park right here and just say that if that sounded like I could have been reading ideas from Elon Musk. That is something that he talks about a lot. He's interested in human consciousness. He's kind of doing this. And I have always maintained that there's something weird about Elon Musk's background. It gives me the Midas touch. It just doesn't. When I watch him speak, I just don't buy it. But parking aside, these were Epstein's ideas, not Elon Musk. They just would have been kind of the same. And that's what he wanted to do, this just to strengthen the genetic heritage of Earth, to inseminate dozens of women with his sperm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And he supported, therefore, germinal choice, which is a sperm bank of Nobel laureates. Okay. Jeffrey Epstein also in this capacity gave, of course, tens of millions of dollars in donations to Harvard. I say, of course, because as we have learned, Harvard is running some sort of a Mossad operation. I feel very confident to state that it's very clear to me that you are seeing all of these people that are going through Harvard, mysteriously getting in, not very bright people, and suddenly put into positions of power. So I think that is a fair thing to surmise. I'll say it's my opinion. Better be careful because Harvard's coming down on speech at the moment.
Wow. Trump
Now,
too.
he then made Jeffrey Epstein some curious donations, given the fact that he does not have any children. He donated $25,000 to a children's tennis club in Maryland. He donated $30,000 to a preschool in New York, donated $15,000 to a private girls' school that is a stone's throw away from his New York mansion. In 2017, he made another $50,000 donation, this time to the UJA, which is the Federation of Jewish Philanthropies of New York. And they are openly committed to world governance. They are openly committed to establishing this one world government. Epstein also gave to a ton of politicians. I'll give you some of them right here. Some interesting names on this list. You can look through this, but yeah, President George H.W. Bush definitely stands out. Former Secretary of State John Kerry stands out. I know the Clintons are on the list as well. Governor John Kasich is on.
I don't know, guys. I don't know. It's almost like they play both sides. It's almost like they bribe people on both sides and they finance people on both sides. And it's all about playing both sides because they always win if they play both sides.
This list, Senator Chuck Schumer is on this list. It is quite telling. He primarily gave to Democrats, but it is quite telling which Republicans he decided to give to. Former Senator Bob Dole. It's definitely something that I think deserves, somebody should definitely prod that narrative and see what motivated him to give to these people, especially in states that he didn't live in. Now, jumping back into our timeline, 1981, this is this big year, right? You've got him with Edgar Bronfman. Edward Bronfman is working factually with Robert Maxwell, and that was also the year 1981 that began the Iran-Contra affair that we discussed yesterday.
Wow.
The Iran-Contra affair is what connects Epstein to Robert Maxwell, not just via Edgar Bronfman, but also through the Refusenik scandal, but also, as Ari Ben-Menashe told us, the insistence at that time was coming from Robert Maxwell in his office in London, telling them that they needed to just let Epstein into the arms discussion, right? Let Epstein into this, include him. Your bosses have told you this guy is good, and now you've got to include him on these arms deals. And Ari Ben-Menashe was like, even though we were instructed to, we thought he was an idiot, we thought he was incompetent, and so we did not involve him. But yes, he ended up getting together a nice little business of blackmailing American politicians. Okay. What happens in 1987 then is kind of relevant because it is rather appropriately a British defense contractor. His name was Douglas Leese. Okay. So someone who contracts weapons and technology to a nation's military. It was him, Douglas, who recommended Jeffrey Epstein as a genius with no morals to Stephen Hoffenberg. Stephen Hoffenberg was the CEO of a financial company called Towers Financial Corporation.
Sounds Jewish to me.
So we should just acknowledge right now, make it clear that before we get into what happens with Towers Financial Corporation, what Ari Ben-Menashe told us is obviously true. I'm just trying to help out this administration, by the way, because they're saying they don't know whether or not Jeffrey Epstein was tied to another government. They have no idea if he was working for another government's secret service. They have no idea if he had ties to intelligence services elsewhere. This is the answer. If I can do this from my house, I feel like maybe the feds could do this. Maybe start with Ari Ben-Menashe, who's on record saying that. Maybe start with these other people who are telling you how they're connected. Start with Bronfman, look into that whole thing. I'm just trying to help out the United States government here. Anyways, this confirms that what Ari Ben-Menashe said was true, that Robert Maxwell got Jeffrey Epstein involved in weapons. And Vicky Ward, by the way, who is a journalist, reported also that Epstein had operated on behalf of the Saudi arms dealer Adnan Khashoggi. Now, if you're remembering the whole Khashoggi thing, you're like, oh, I remember that name, Jamal Khashoggi. It was like the quote unquote journalist that did not, brutally was murdered. He was a quote unquote, just a Washington Post columnist, Jamal Khashoggi. No, he was not. He was not just a Washington Post columnist. His uncle, Adnan, and this is according to the U.S. Defense Intelligence Report, was cited as one of the largest drug exporters from Colombia in the 1980s and the 1990s. And also Viktor Ostrovsky, we mentioned him yesterday. He is the guy that defected from the Mossad. He also claimed in his book that Adnan's loyalty, however, was not to Saudi Arabia, but was actually to the Mossad. He was apparently a long-time recruit of the Israeli Secret Service. Okay. So it is very clear that Jeffrey Epstein was working with, for, and around the Mossad. I mean, it's an absolute nonsense to pretend that he wasn't. I mean, this also explains why he had a Saudi passport. Again, if we're able to figure this out from home, do we really think that Trump and the administration and Pam Bondi with all the files before them can't do that as well?
Yep. Good question,
And it was back
Candace.
to Tower Financial Corporation. Jeffrey Epstein's now there. A defense contractor recommends that he gets that position. And what happens is that it becomes one of the biggest Ponzi schemes in United States history. The biggest until Bernie Madoff would come years later. So Stephen Hoffenberg, the CEO, who at the time when this Ponzi scheme was going down, ended up going to prison for crimes related to their schemes and the bank's eventual collapse because of it. It's a Ponzi scheme. There's a massive collapse, right? He claimed that while at the bank, it was actually Epstein. It was Epstein that, quote, was very heavily involved in the illegal side of the company, from money laundering to espionage to arms trafficking. Most of this work was criminal. After that, Epstein was able to finance his criminal enterprise, the financial trust company, and J. Epstein and Company. There was another one, I think it was called International Asset Collections. He was able to finance all of that with the assets and money from the Towers financial crimes, end quote. So yeah, but Jeffrey Epstein, regarding Towers going down, the Ponzi scheme, Jeffrey Epstein did not go down with them, because in 1993, Jeffrey Epstein left the Towers Financial Bank just before its collapse. So yeah, while Stephen Hoffenberg then spent 18 years in prison as the mastermind of the Towers Financial Corporation fraud, he actually claimed that it was Epstein who was the mastermind. He actually tried unsuccessfully to sue Epstein 3 times after he was released from prison in 2013. He said Jeffrey Epstein was the true architect, and Jeffrey Epstein had manipulated him. I got to tell you, I tend to believe that, given what we are seeing, these patterns. Yeah, I would think that someone sent him as an agent. I mean, the defense contractor, definitely hire this guy, you can trust him. And then Jeffrey Epstein is actually working on behalf of who? Maybe not your company, maybe not America at all. These financial crimes, this pattern, Robert Maxwell, Jeffrey Epstein, we are seeing it's very clear they're robbing the piggy bank. The people that suffer are the people whose pensions it was when Robert Maxwell robbed the pension funds of the Mirror Group. In America, the same thing. You know, when these Bernie Madoff scams, and they say, "Oh, the money's all gone, and your entire savings has been depleted, but you know, you're just gonna have to work harder." I think we can probably stop there in the Jeffrey Epstein story, because next we need to get into his mysterious relationship with Leslie Wexner.
I don't know if we have enough to continue.
And I don't know if we can continue. We are not really privy to much.
Oh
since they're
no!
locking
You
everything
guys got to send in $40 more
but
super
years
chats for us
later,
to
when
continue.
Jeffrey is actually being deposed related to his.
Listen, I know that this ended a lot sooner than I thought it was going to. We're going to see what else Candace has to say, but if you guys want to watch part 3, got to meet the goal. So now's the time to pull out the super chats if you would like to continue to part 3. If you don't want to, that's totally fine too, man. I'm actually getting kind of tired. I'm like, this has been a long week. So it's completely up to you guys. We need $40 more in super chats to continue the stream. We're going to see what else Candace has to say.
Crimes with minors. It is interesting.
I'll show you my knitting too. I just finished a part of my knitting.
And
that's
to
important.
Think about the questions that the prosecutor is asking him throughout the deposition. Take a listen to this clip of Jeffrey Epstein being deposed.
Do you consider yourself to be bisexual? No. Okay. In any event, you did develop a sexual relationship with Leslie Wexner at some point in time.
What?
No. Mr. Epstein, how long have you been sexually attracted to underage minor females?
Objection, harassing, argumentative.
Are you kidding? No, I mean, I don't feel like I'm divulging any secrets here, right?
Move to strike.
Mr. Epstein, were you sexually abused as a minor?
Appreciate it.
Wait, again? Were you sexually abused as a minor?
30 more.
I'd like to respond to all your, if any, questions seem to be relevant, but I would like to respond to any relevant question at this time. However, my attorneys have counseled me that I cannot provide answers to the questions relevant to this
Thanks,
lawsuit
other Jenny.
today.
Only need 10 more
I
dollars.
must accept their advice or risk losing my Sixth Amendment right to effective representation. Accordingly, then, I assert my Fifth, Sixth, and 14th Amendment right to the United States Constitution.
Now, of course, it is a legal strategy, especially when you know they're cooking up that he's just going to sign a plea deal and get away with it and then just be running the sheriff's office in Miami. It is a strategy to say, just plead the Fifth about everything. But if my lawyer said plead the Fifth about everything, and some questions were just so absurd, like, okay, no, obviously. But why? What made the prosecution ask him whether or not he had a sexual relationship with Lex Wessner? What did they know? What became apparent when they were looking before them and they were trying to charge him, and then somebody comes in, the hand of Midas, and says, leave that guy alone. He's ours. What made them ask that question? It's a very specific question. Do you have a sexual relationship with Lex Wessner? It's a very specific question to ask him whether or not he was molested in his youth. Oh, that's very interesting. And there's a lot more that we have to unpack. But I wanted to leave time today to take a look at what could possibly be motivating Trump in this moment, because it is very, very relevant, I think, to consider that question.
What could possibly be motivating Trump in this moment? Guys, we need 10 more dollars to continue with this stream. If you want to watch part 3, we need 10 more dollars. Let me show you the knitting I just finished. Yo, there we go. Andre, I knew it. 2 ladies. We got $2 $10. Thank you. Thank you. You guys both crossed the goal. Who needs sleep? We made it. Thank you, guys. We will be continuing on to part 3. I appreciate all the support. I want to show you my knitting that I just finished. Well, I finished one part of it. So I just made, I don't know exactly what I'm going to do next. I have to figure this out. I'm not following a pattern. I'm knitting something I've knitted before, but it's going to be different. I have just made a giant square / diamond with this really pretty green yarn and this blue yarn that's like inoffensive. And so where I go from here, I don't really know. I'm going to contemplate it. But that's what I've been working on for probably a couple weeks now. I think it's turning out good. I think it looks pretty good. And so I'm really happy with it. And it's really big. It's bigger than the last one. Hey, thanks, Nick. I appreciate it, because Bot showed up late. Plus, I want to see if no Southern Karlyn is coming out tonight, Nick. I promise you. It's not going to be a Southern kind of night. I don't think. Maybe she will. I don't know. That was a horrible accent, by the way. Anyway, we're going to continue on with Candace. And this is the last episode she has posted right now. So we can't watch any more after this. But we're going to watch this one. It's going to be a shawl of some sort, but I just don't know exactly what I'm going to do next. It will be a shawl. Oh, shit. And I just fucked it up. Hang on. Emergency knitting fixture. Fixed it. Don't worry about it. Okay. Let's continue on with part 3 of, episode 2 of this Epstein thing.
All right, you guys, happy Tuesday, and listen up, because it's official. Xavier Poussard, the author of Becoming Brigitte, has officially been sued by Brigitte Macron, and it's for cyberbullying. Cyberbullying. And in the official report that she's filed with the police, I get an honorable mention, so I'm going to tell you all about that. Also, the Trump administration is all over the place right now. They're like, look over here, the MLK files, we're releasing them today. Look over here. Have you guys been following the Brian Kohlberg stabbings in Idaho? Yeah, well, we're demanding answers. Look everywhere but over there. I don't know, guys. It's starting to feel like they're saying a lot of words to really just come out.
Hang on. Elise, thank you for the $5. I'm with Nick on this one, that Candace is probably doing the bidding of some foreign government, Russia. Also, did you hear her husband? I don't think her husband's gay. Listen, that's absurd. They have 4 children. They are absolutely fucking. I don't think her husband is gay. I also do not believe that Candace is working for Russia. I think that, young Nicholas gets a lot right. And, we all have to get stuff wrong every once in a while. I, on occasion, get things wrong too. And I think on this one, young Nicholas is letting his very new emotions of Candace completely throwing him under the bus in that interview. I think he's letting his emotions get the better of him. And I don't think he's seeing this straight. Now, that's not to say that I don't have a lot of love and respect for Nick, because I do. Not so much the Groypers. The Groypers can go fuck themselves. But, you know, everyone gets things wrong, and I'm not on Nick's side on this one. I may be proven wrong. He may be proven wrong. Who's really to say?
And say that they want us to move on from Jeffrey Epstein. And here's the thing. No. Just no.
No.
So today we continue our series looking into the Epstein files.
No, we will not move on from Jeffrey Epstein. This turned out so big.
So look, this is going to be controversial. My podcast is controversial, but I've got to tell you a story, and you are going to want to listen to this. It's a story about a young Hungarian boy. His name is Miklos, okay? Miklos had a bit of misfortune in his life, and I want to be clear, this was in April of 1944, so not long before the end of the war. But he and his family, along with 17,000 other terror-stricken Hungarians, were forcefully made to commute into a camp, which would later come to be known as Auschwitz. Miklos was transferred alongside his brother, his mother, his father, and almost as soon as they arrived, he recounts that his mother and his younger brother.
Listen, I'm a fan of some of some of the fashion Candace does, but like, what the fuck is she wearing? What is going on with these sleeves? Does Candace want us paying attention to her, or does she want us like wondering why is she wearing these puffy sleeves?
Were separated from him and eventually killed very quickly.
I'm distracted. I'm actually distracted by the sleeves.
Were then made to shave their head.
You're telling me that you can look at this and not like it looks like she's wearing a fucking prom dress. What the fuck, Candace? Like it's so distracting. All I can see is these sleeves. And I'm sure this is actually a fabulous shirt that would look fabulous in other circumstances. Like if Candace was going out for like a date night with her husband, who I do not think is gay, like I think that this would probably be a really great shirt to wear if Candace was going to some sort of event. I think this probably would be a really great shirt. I'm not, it's just, it's in the wrong context, Candace, and it's weird and it's distracting, okay? You're giving us 80s. You're giving us Dynasty.
Heads. They were given white tags with numbers that were on them, black numbers that were made out of cloth. Later on, he would tell that from that day forward, he lost his identity. He was no longer Miklos. He became a number. That number was 11104. Like I said, they were made to change into these working clothes.
I promise I'm going to stop complaining about this, but like Candace is literally the evil stepmother in Cinderella right now in this fucking shirt.
And eventually they had those numbers tattooed upon their skin. Eventually, because of the working conditions, his father just grew too weak. It was just the most insane things that they were made to endure every day physically. And so his father says to his son, look, I'm not going to make it. I'm not going to survive the labor of this camp, but I want you to make me a promise. I'm paraphrasing here, but he makes Miklos promise him that if Miklos ever makes it out of the camp, he wants Miklos to commit himself to telling the world the truth regarding what they suffered. What happens next is that his father is then selected to be exterminated because he's no use, he's too weak. And Miklos says that he felt his entire body and his soul were then just worn out from this news. He then goes and he finds two other inmates who had befriended his father throughout this time. And their names were Abraham and Lazar. Abraham and Lazar Wiesel. Abraham had the number 7712 tattooed upon him, and Lazar had the number 7713 tattooed upon him. The two brothers made a promise to Miklos that they would take care of him in his father's absence, and sure enough, his father was then killed. But the three of them, they were now a band of brothers. Months later, they were informed that the Russians had managed to break through, and in January of 1945, the order came in that it was time to leave Auschwitz. Now, those who didn't have the strength to make the journey, which was going to be a very long walk, 30 kilometers in the snow, they would be left to die. They either were going to make that walk or they weren't. Like I said, through snow and through the cold. And then what happens is 30 kilometers later, they're crammed onto trains, and many of them die from various ailments.
All right.
Until
I'll be right back.
finally, those that survive that long journey arrive at Buchenwald, a different camp. It was there that Miklos is reunited with Lazar, and he learned, unfortunately, that Lazar's brother Abraham did not make the journey. He was not strong enough. Here's what happens next. Days later, they are liberated by U.S. soldiers. Now, Americans listening to this, we know this story. We know the story of a liberation. It is on the fourth day of liberation that American soldiers rush into block number 57, where both Lazar and Miklos are bunked. And the American soldiers take a photo. It would become one of the most famous photos ever captured of Liberation Day. You've probably seen this photo before. After a medical exam, he again loses track of his friend Lazar. Miklos is diagnosed with tuberculosis, and he begins a long road to recovery. He gets treated in Switzerland, and he would later recount how it really took him years to treat the psychological effects, having to adapt to normal behavior again in the world. Fast forward 45 years later, and it's 1986, and a man named Elie Wiesel
I'm back.
is awarded a Nobel Peace Prize for his work documenting the atrocities that he survived at Auschwitz. He had told the world that he was one of the inmates in the now famed liberation photo. So Miklos, who is now going by the name Niklaus, like Nicholas, begins receiving all these phone calls from journalists asking if he would like to meet up with his old inmate from Buchenwald, Elie Wiesel. A newspaper editor says, hey, we will even fly you to the Grand Hotel in Sweden for this reunion. We want to capture this reunion. And he's on the phone, and Niklaus he's a bit confused. He's going, Elie Wiesel. The newspaper editor informs him that Lazar Wiesel was due to receive the Nobel Prize, and that they would arrange that meeting for him to see his old friend on December 14th at the Grand Hotel. Suddenly, he is overcome with joy. I mean, can you imagine having survived that? You have lost touch. It's now some 40 plus years later. He recounts that he felt joy and he felt honor. 4 days later, his flight is booked, and he soon boards that plane to Stockholm, where he recounts that he is thinking deeply on the plane about what's he going to say to this guy? Man, I haven't seen him in so many years. What can I tell Lazar? What can we give one another, having survived this unique experience? And then finally, he says the flight went by so quickly, hardly remembers it. Then finally, that moment arrived for them to meet in the Grand Hotel. I'm going to quote him directly now. He writes, quote, after about 10 minutes waiting, the door opened, and beyond expectation, in came a man of my own age, heading towards me with a smile on his face, saying hello. I returned the smile, but I did not know to whom I was smiling at. The question regarding a handshake was hanging in the air. I made a quick move in reaching out with an attempt to shake hands with him, to say hello to him. And I finished up saying, delighted to see you. He said, Elie. I asked him in half Jewish, he means Yiddish, and half English, what language he would prefer to speak in. Jewish, I said. He replied, no. Then I asked him if Hungarian would suit him better. And he said, I can't speak Hungarian. Okay, I said, then we'll take it in English. And he opened up conveying regards from a rabbi living in Israel who was previously stationed in Sweden. His part of the performance started in front of the cameras, which I would say was professionally carried out. He was a master of his job. He's referring, of course, to Elie. All of a sudden, the reporter and the photographer joined the conversation, asked if we knew one another from before. I said no, and Elie agreed with my statement. Elie then hands him a signed copy of his book, Night. Niklaus Gruner is completely gobsmacked. He soon realizes that he's been set up as a moment of profound propaganda for this stranger who is not Lazar, who he was in the camp with. Anyways, he leaves and he begins reading the book Night, and soon after realizes that man, Ellie, is not only an imposter, but he's also a fraud.
Wow.
He reads the book and is shocked at the stories that he is telling that he says certainly didn't happen while he was there. He writes, quote, "I had never seen," referring to Auschwitz, "or even come close to ditches burning with open fire where people or children could be seen burning on my way to the washroom in Auschwitz, as written in Night by Elie Wiesel. Neither was it possible for boys of my age and with a weight of only 25."
Elie Wiesel taught he taught at Boston University. He's a professor at Boston University. I almost took a class with him. That's crazy.
Kilos to chase and to rape German women in Weimar, as claimed in Night, after the continual treatment of bromide used to minimize our sexual desires. In Night, Elie Wiesel also recounts how he, a 15-year-old Hungarian boy, threw out his Hungarian passport in front of the guards close to the Polish-Ukrainian border. Niklaus laughed at that part because, as he writes, quote, "It would have immediately led to death, especially then if a Hungarian passport was even in the hands of a Jewish boy in Hungary. Not to mention that a boy of 15 years was still counted as a child and was therefore entered into his father's passport if he had one. Furthermore, according to my knowledge, a Hungarian passport was protected by law against abuse, and an improper treatment would lead to a very heavy fine. Besides, one had to be at least 23 years old to hold a passport then," end quote. Niklaus then spends the rest of his life dedicated to exposing this fraud, Elie Wiesel, who he claims stole the identity of his friend, eventually culminating into a book by Niklaus entitled Stolen Identity. And he has that number, A7713, where he then reveals throughout his entire life, he then dedicates it to telling the truth. He reveals that Ellie doesn't even have a tattoo. Hungarian news would confirm that. Multiple pictures show Ellie wearing short sleeves, doesn't have a tattoo, which was required, at least according to Niklaus, for all of the inmates to have. He goes through lawsuits. He's suing the Hungarian government. He starts to believe that there is some conspiracy to try to platform this guy. He sues rabbis for libel. I mean, when I say he dedicates the rest of his life to exposing this Nobel Prize winner as a fraud, that's exactly what he did. And then he says he's not surprised because when Elie Wiesel eventually dies, they bury him very quickly, too quickly. And he says, yeah, they did that because if journalists had been allowed in to see his body, they would have noted that he did not have a tattoo.
Didn't have a tattoo.
No, this guy stole the identity of a Holocaust survivor.
Wow.
So who is this?
Elie
Wiesel.
That's
who allegedly
crazy.
Steals this identity. Who steals identities, no less, and then makes up these stories, which, by the way, it is confirmed that he fictionalized stories in his book Night. Well, as I told you guys before, Elie Wiesel was the cousin of Robert Maxwell.
That's fucking crazy.
Man of many names, as we told you before. Man of many identities, like we told you before. And therefore, Elie Wiesel becomes a very curious piece of the Epstein story. Now enter Ghislaine Maxwell's mother, because that's how this connects. Again, this is Robert Maxwell's wife. I'm going to tell you about her. She is known as Betty. She was born on March 11th, 1921 in Saint-Alban-de-Roche, in France. Her full name is Elizabeth Jenny Jeanne Maynard. And she comes from a Lyon line of silk weaving industrialists, which were founded by her ancestor.
Silk weaving industrialists.
A Swiss Calvinist merchant named Samuel Debar. Now, Elizabeth Maynard would go on in her life to explain how this mixed marriage, obviously, she was a Calvinist Christian and he was a Jew, and how the religious question arose between them as soon as they met. And she says that Robert Maxwell was relieved that she was a Protestant and not a Catholic. She writes that it seemed to have relieved him because on the whole, Protestants were not anti-Semitic, but, the Catholics were. So the story goes that she then commits herself to learning Hebrew, and she really throws herself into Robert Maxwell's ancestry. And of course, therefore, the Holocaust. Now, I should tell you now that Robert Maxwell, it may come as a shock to you, but he was not the only fraud in the Maxwell clan. Because after his exceedingly well-timed death, his wife opted to sit down for a very long, rather dramatic interview with Vanity Fair. And in this, you can see it's entitled The Sinking of Captain Bob. And she kind of gloriously arrives sitting in one of their mansions. I'm going to read directly from this article because I love this. I like to picture her, just very dramatic. The reporter writes, she was sitting on the edge of a chintz-covered love seat, sipping tea and staring at me over the rim of her cup with her cool, teal blue eyes. We were talking about how the whole of British society seemed to be gloating over the fall of House of Maxwell. Some newspapers reported that Betty Maxwell had closed her Oxford mansion with its soaring stained glass window depicting Maxwell as Samson at the gates of Gaza and absconded to her thatch-roofed chateau near Bergerac in the southwest of France. But in fact, the iron-willed matriarch of the Maxwell family was still living in her adopted land, shuttling from lawyer to lawyer in an effort to unravel the tangled skin of her husband's financial affairs and to salvage whatever she could of her own inheritance. Elsewhere in the interview, she declares, quote, "They say that I have 500,000 pounds. Those are lies. I haven't anything." Oh, really? We're going to fact check that after we take a quick break. Forward to our sponsors.
No sponsors.
Foremost, preborn, because I've told you guys before and I'll say it again. I am pro-life. That means I stand with mothers before they're back. Betty Maxwell. I mean, husband. Right as the walls are closing in upon him, they're starting to investigate him. They're realizing, oh my gosh, the pensions are missing. And conveniently timed death. And now they're saying, oh, guys, we just need time to mourn. Oh, I can't believe people think that I knew anything about it. Betty is telling this Vanity Fair reporter, I know nothing about what happens in Liechtenstein. I know nothing. I have nothing. Well, the truth is actually that Betty was not broke. Betty did not have nothing. She was not broke at all. She'll never know a day of her life of what it means to be broke. As Xavier Poussard reveals in his forthcoming book about Epstein, despite the generally accepted story that after insurers refused to pay out the life insurance for her husband because it was assumed he had committed suicide, Elizabeth wrote a book called Tout soleil est amer, which means all the sun is bitter, about her chaotic family life. She also recounts how Ghislaine Maxwell, her daughter, had been treated for anorexia, like a laboratory rat, etc., all these stories.
Yo, can we just
it was told that.
Can we just give a shout out to Xavier Poussard, who is never going to get as much credit as Candace Owens for this, but Xavier Poussard, based on Candace's Becoming Brigitte series, and now based on what Candace has already done with this, he is an excellent journalist. And I hope people understand how hard what he does is, because when you really have to go back to the primary sources and you have to prove every single bit of your story using primary, it's incredibly hard, and it takes so long, and it takes so much work and so much focus. And so I know this is Candace's show, and so she's always going to get the credit for it, but shout out to Xavier Poussard, because he's obviously very, 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 very good at what he does.
Those book sales allowed the family to survive. But the truth, as revealed in part by the Financial Times in 1992, is that she also inherited 3 apartments in France. It's also revealed years later that the will forgot to include the part where multiple properties were given to her, as well as hectares of land and forests, actually, that Robert Maxwell had acquired in his wife's name before he disappeared or committed suicide or whatever we're supposed to believe. And beyond that, it would be discovered that a financial war chest had been sheltered away for her with the complicity of the Labour Member of Parliament, a guy named Geoffrey Robinson. If you're in the UK, you might be familiar with that name because he was the former boss of Jaguar. Yes, like the car. He was also an ex-Soviet agent. who then go on to become the future paymaster general under Prime Minister Tony Blair.
Yeah, well, it doesn't fucking matter if Candace is crediting him. He is never going to get the credit that he duly deserves. And Candace is using all of his work, and he is very generous to allow her to do so. The way you people kiss these influencers' ass, when you guys realize Candace is not the one that's done this journalism, right? Candace is literally not the person that's done this journalism. Xavier Poussard is the one who did this journalism on the backs of other people who did this journalism. Candace is reporting on it, and she's doing a really good job, but there is no amount of credit that she could ever give him that would be good enough. So can you please stop kissing her ass for 5 fucking seconds and just acknowledge the contributions of someone else?
A very corrupt prime minister, and the Peter Mandelson, that duo. Anyways, the point is that she was far from financially ruined. So this was a performance. She was wealthy from the day she was born up until the day that she met Robert Maxwell, through to the day that she died. And while she lived, I should tell you now, going back to his cousin, Elie Wiesel, she sort of rather obsessed herself with documenting the horrors of the Holocaust. In fact, according to Xavier Poussard and various other sources, it was under pressure from Betty that Robert Maxwell, while he was robbing the UK hardworking people of their pensions, he commissioned Churchill's meticulous biographer, a guy named Martin Gilbert, a professor at Harvard, to draw up an atlas of the Holocaust, which was then published by Pergamon Press in 1988. Remember, Pergamon Press, as we know, was a deep state operation. They sent Robert Maxwell into Germany. He acquires this magazine, renames it the Pergamon Press. And yeah, so suddenly they're publishing an atlas of the Holocaust in 1988, specifically all the places and all the original figures of the persecution. She also worked with Yad Vashem in Jerusalem to produce a white book of documents pertaining to the Holocaust, again published by Pergamon Press, 1988. In 1987, she then found the Journal for the Holocaust and Genocide Studies, first published by Pergamon Press and then later on by Oxford University.
I'm going to start my own journal. We're going to start the Journal of Left-Wing Studies. I'm going to publish my own journal. You guys can all contribute articles to it if you want. That we're going to set up our own peer review process to study the left. It's going to be great.
University Press. And the year following that, in London and in Oxford, she organizes a conference entitled Remembering for the Future, a world conference with the support, of course, of Robert Maxwell and the enormous resources provided by his media empire, and also, of course, with the support and alongside Elie Wiesel and others. It was a symposium.
The Journal of Left-Wing Studies, by the way, is going to be in the form of a zine because it has to be. There's no other way I can do it.
That was intended to force the Lambeth Conference, which is the official meeting of the Anglican Church, to repent. She actually wrote this. This was published in a left-leaning publication. She wrote, quote, "Christians, through their churches and the whole of Christendom, are co-responsible for the Holocaust. I want the studies carried out in the world on the church to be made public. It is a matter of addressing Christians. The problem of the Holocaust is a Christian problem." She also stated that, quote, "Christian teaching, which teaches contempt, has been responsible for anti-Semitism for 2,000 years, and Christians still have not understood it."
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that statement was published in Liberation, again, a left-leaning newspaper in France on April 28th, 1988. And she also clarified that, quote, "The first step for Christians is to recognize their guilt and to ask Jews for forgiveness." Okay. Anyways, 1995, she then gets invited to be the Grand Marshal of the Salute to Israel parade. She leads the procession of the largest demonstration of support for Israel, which is held annually, by the way, on Fifth Avenue in New York.
No shit.
She's then appointed to become the vice president of the International Council of Christians and Jews. A lot of that going around, you know.
Why does Israel have so many of these organizations? It's like the left. The left has all these different organizations studying the right. The left has all these different organizations documenting the right. Like there's organizations at like every college set up doing this stuff. Why the ever-loving F are there so many organizations in this country just dedicated to promoting Israel? Why? Why does Israel need to be promoted so badly here? Constantly, at all times, in every way, at every corner, with billboards and articles and media and blah 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 blah. It's like constant. It's like, is anyone else tired of this? I am so fucking tired of hearing about Israel. Yeah, probably. That probably has something to do with it.
Christian and Jews collaborations, and yeah, that's just amazing stuff, you guys. What are we to make of all of this?
Amazing.
We got Robert Maxwell over there robbing pension funds to support Israel, something that we know Epstein is also doing in America. They're lying. There's so many names that are being changed. We now know that his cousin, Ellie, is making up things about what happened at Auschwitz. And for some reason, he doesn't want to show his number that was supposed to be tattooed. Later on, this brave guy who's taking him to task, going through courts to establish that this man was a fraud, discovers that he stole a manuscript that was written in Yiddish. He learns that Ellie doesn't even speak Yiddish. Who claims that he was Hungarian, born in Romania, had a Hungarian passport, doesn't even speak Hungarian. What's going on, guys? Now we know that with him, they're establishing educational books related to the Holocaust. And speaking of education, this might be a good time to tell you that Robert Maxwell is very interested in the education of upcoming Americans, people like myself. In fact, the year that I was born, in 1989, Robert Maxwell's company, Maxwell Communication Corporation, formed a joint venture with McGraw-Hill. Now, Americans know McGraw-Hill, right? They published all of our textbooks growing up. McGraw-Hill would create the second largest textbook publishing in the United States. Publishing agency in the United States. Yeah, they did this with Robert Maxwell. Of course, after he then died and the family was then thrust into scandal.
You guys know that, like, literally, if you have been to college, you have bought a textbook from McGraw-Hill, right? And you probably just haven't bought one. You've probably bought pretty much every single textbook that you literally ever used in your life from McGraw-Hill. Wow.
So McGraw dropped him as their partner. But what was the intention of that partnership? What's this guy who we know is working for MI6 and making this sort of fake publishing empire, Midas touch, pull through? What was the intention of that partnership?
Every single fuck off thing that we ever learned is fake and gay. Everything is fake and gay. Like, everyone needs to unlearn everything they were ever taught in schools, and you just need to start again. You need to start again. Don't read any mainstream media sources. Go right to primary sources. Don't believe any, like, and it sucks. It sucks to say this. Like, don't fucking believe anything unless you have primary source evidence.
To publish textbooks to teach Americans what exactly? Very interesting, right?
Mm-hmm.
And by the way, we're talking about the deep state and their interest in publishing and purchasing all these magazines and educating us. They weren't the only people that were interested in having a stake in the education of American minds. Because remember Donald Barr? Keep bringing this guy up. Incredible guy. He wrote that fantasy series predicting Ghislaine Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein and human trafficking, space relations by Donald Barr, member of the OSS, which would come on to become the CIA, right? His son, William Barr, who says, nothing to see here. Jeffrey Epstein's dead. Just, prison just wasn't doing what they were supposed to be doing that day. And that's how he ended up dead. Yeah, well, Donald Barr also was interested in educational books. He published educational books as well. Just fascinating to consider. Educational books pertaining to our evolution, where we come from, the primitive man, kind of the start of we were monkeys and Australopithecus, and describing science for children, atomic energy for children. It's all connected somehow. Their interest in science and republishing science and teaching us what is real and what is fake. Anyways, now it is quite a weird thing. We all have to admit that a family of survivors of the Holocaust, allegedly, as the Maxwells were, would commit themselves to causes that were then meant to control birth. It's weird that the Maxwells would want anything to do with Jeffrey Epstein. No, because he was openly a eugenicist. In 2019, it was revealed that Epstein had planned to, quote, seed the human race with his DNA by impregnating up to 20 women at a time, using his New Mexican compound as a baby ranch. And also, one of Ghislaine's siblings would marry into the family that created the contraceptive pill. Really?
What?
All seems, I don't know, a conflict of interest for Holocaust survivors. I don't know. I digress. I'm not here to form conclusions. I'm just here to tell you the story. And that's probably a good place for us to stop until we pick up things again tomorrow.
Well, we'll listen to Candace talk a little bit more.
I'm having a lot of questions that I will maybe reserve for the book club tonight. Anyways, you guys, speaking of France and switching gears here,
what's going on in
breaking
France?
news. Xavier Poussard, who is also documenting, obviously, this series with Epstein and has been very good at revealing that there's a lot of perversion at the top of the French government. The biggest thing being the first lady is a dude, right? And like a lot of pedophilia keeps happening. And yeah, she maybe fell for a 14-year-old. That's kind of problematic. Well, guess what? I told you that despite him having to pick up and move his family to Italy, he had received summons to the Italian police station telling him that they had some documents for him. Well, guess what? He got served. Yep, Brigitte Macron. This is a tweet from him. He wrote, breaking news. Brigitte Macron sues Xavier Poussard for cyber harassment.
Cyber
Goes on to read that
harassment.
summoned on the 21st of July,
Not
2025 to
defamation.
the Milan office of Division of Investigations, General Investigations, and Special Operations, which is the special police in Italy.
Cyber
The author of
harassment.
Becoming Brigitte was told that he would be questioned soon following a complaint by Brigitte Macron for cyber harassment. In the minutes of this complaint, which we have been able to look up, Brigitte Macron tells the commissioner who exceptionally came to the Élysée Palace, I quote, I don't go on a trip abroad without hearing about it. There isn't a spouse of the head of a state who is not aware of the rumor about her trans identity. Anyways, he goes on to recount that he is in fact being sued for cyber harassment. They were able to get the documents of that person who went to the Élysée Palace to question her about how she was enduring this cyber harassment, because like we told you, they're now switching gears. They know they can't win a lawsuit on libel because it's the truth, and the truth is a defense, and they're putting themselves at risk because in order to prove that it's libel, you have to prove that it's untrue, and they can't do that.
So
they cannot do
crazy.
that. So instead, she's switching
It's
gears,
so fucking
and she's going
crazy.
after journalists for cyber bullying, cyber harassment laws, which they have in France, which we don't have here in America. I don't think that she's going to be able to come after me for cyber harassment, but she is trying. And she says this when that commissioner arrived at the Élysée Palace on page 3 out of 4. You can see here, they're transcribing in English. They ask her, have you ever heard of Candace Owens? And Brigitte says, yes, of course. And my counsel in the United States, Mr. Clare, has initiated proceedings against him, calling not Brigitte calling me a him, to demand an apology and public correction or retractions. Otherwise, the proceedings will continue. Yeah, that's not happening ever. And I have been kind of asking for you to continue those proceedings because it would be pretty interesting. Like I said, you can't just be suing people down in Tennessee for cyber harassment, for reporting on the truth. I know that you guys have amassed a lot of power in France, which seems to be home a lot of this grotesque perversion that is happening in the world. Epstein's living there. Maxwell's are living there. Everyone's got a home there. They know that they can always have a home there or in Israel. It's getting pretty interesting. It's getting pretty spicy. We'll see if she comes after me, but obviously we're going to continue to report on what's happening to Xavier Poussard. Now, my best guess is it's also the reason that they won't stop is, like I said, it's all tied together. the story of the Maxwells, the story of the Epsteins, the story of Brigitte Macron, and what is going on in France.
It's so
And
crazy.
this man has been documenting it for years. So they are throwing the kitchen sink at him. We got to get him some way, somehow, at least distracted so he's not reporting, so people don't begin to understand what exactly has taken place in this world. It is indeed, what all I can say is it's a lot of drama. And speaking of drama, there is a drama playing out on Capitol Hill right now because of pressure.
We're almost done. I
We
just
have
finished this last ditch.
Attorney General Pam Bondi saying she's agreed to meet with Ghislaine Maxwell. Yeah, here's the headline coming out of NBC News. Deputy Attorney General will meet with Epstein accomplice Ghislaine Maxwell. And she says, if there's more to figure out here, we're going to see if we can get to the bottom of it. This is all fake. And you should not accept this. The moment that she should have just gone away and we can stop listening to Pam Bondi is the moment when she actually said that she was not sure whether or not Epstein could have been working for another country. Despite the fact that we have testimony in the form of Viktor Ostrovsky, who we covered. He defected from the Mossad, wrote a book, gave many speeches, speaking about exactly how he worked with Jeffrey Epstein, what his capacity was. Mossad has confirmed that Viktor Ostrovsky is not a fraud. He used to work for them. Okay. So yeah, you got some evidence there. Also, Ari Ben-Menashe saying that, Epstein was brought to us. He was supposed to involve him in weapons dealing, the Iran-Contra affair. You know this, Pam Bondi, because the public knows this. So if you're playing stupid, it means that you are now a part of the swamp. You're part of the deep state. You are covering things up. And they're trying even more distractions, releasing the MLK files. Oh, we're going to now look into, here's everything. Here's a trove, tens of thousands of documents pertaining to the assassination of MLK, as if we don't already know that the feds shot him. Meant to be a distraction. I actually love that MLK's daughter, Bernice King, tweeted this. Check this out. Now do the Epstein files. No one is being distracted, you guys. We all recognize what exactly is happening, and it's a good thing. Stay focused on this because, like I said, this is the thread. This is the undoing. This is that everybody's going to wake up very quickly to the tapestry of deception that has been very carefully woven, especially my generation, the people that just, I would say, were baptized in the liturgy of World War II, now beginning to ask some very important questions, which demand answers. And guess what? We're not really feeling dissuaded by you crying and saying that we're not allowed to ask these questions. Actually, I would say it's almost further committing us to the cause. What the hell happened? How much have we been lied about and for how long? And what is this unique, strange, disgusting, perverse relationship that we seem to have with Israel? Anyways, you guys, throwing it to a couple more of our sponsors before I get into some of your comments today.
That's it. We made it. We made it through our Candace 5-hour marathon. Now, while we were watching that last part, I did an I-cord bind off on one of the sides of my knitting. So that side is now done, at least for the moment. And if I decide to take it off, I guess. But now you can get a better view of what this looks like, which is a cool square or diamond. And I don't really know where I'm going from here. I've got some ideas about some things I might do for the next step of this shawl. It will be a shawl. It's going to be a giant ass shawl. I didn't anticipate it coming out this big, but I do love things that are oversized. And so that is the status of the knitting. We made it through the end of the episode. We're done. We hit the super chat goal. I appreciate you guys doing that. I will be back tomorrow for an episode of Socialism Saturday at 6 p.m. Eastern Time. Please make sure you subscribe to the channel. Please make sure you have liked the video on the way out the door. And thank you guys for hanging out with me on this glorious Friday. I hope you all have a great rest of your night. I hope you have a great weekend. And I hope you'll come see us for Socialism Saturday tomorrow at 6 p.m. Until then, guys, take care. We'll see you soon. Bye.
How are you feeling? How long have you been here?
3 months, May 17th.
And what brought you?
That's difficult to answer. dislike me because I am not completely like you.
I'm not clear. How is it that playing the piano for people has eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital?
That's difficult to answer.